It is 4 o'clock, and so I will call the regular meeting of the Board of Trustees of the Washoe County School District to order. And our first agenda item, as I pull up the agenda, is our roll call. So I will turn it over to our clerk, Trustee Andrew Cottle, to do the roll call.
Thank you, Madam President. President Raymond.
Here.
Vice President Taylor.
I'm here.
And I am here. Trustee Calvert.
Here.
Trustee Simon Holland. Trustee Kelly.
Here.
Trustee Minetto.
Here.
Madam President, we have a quorum.
Thank you so much. I will now ask everyone to please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. And I will actually ask the Chair of the Washoe County Board of Commissioners to lead us in the pledge today, Chair Bob Lucy. Thank you very much, Chair Lucy. Next up on our agenda is action to adopt the agenda. We don't have any major changes. We will be moving up agenda item 5.03 to be heard after our consent agenda item, but no other substantive changes.
Move to approve with the revision suggested by the chair.
Second.
Okay, motion by Trustee Simon Holland, second by Vice President Taylor. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay, that takes us to our consent agenda. And we're back. Okay, so for consent agenda items, I would be just asking if there are any trustees that have questions or concerns about a consent agenda item that they'd like to pull, or if not, then we will look for a motion to approve the consent agenda. Is there any public comment on our consent agenda?
There is not.
Okay.
Then I'll move approval for the consent agenda.
Okay, motion by Trustee Simon Holland, second by Vice President Taylor. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right, that motion passes unanimously. This takes us to our public comment. This is general public comment. Typically, this would be for agenda items, for issues not addressed specifically on an agenda, but I will mention that today, in light of just the concerns about crowding and space, if there are individuals who would like to make public comment right now about agenda item 5.05, our reopening item, they can do so during 3.01, and then they can choose to either leave and go home and watch the rest of the meeting from home, or they can stay, but they would only have one opportunity to make that public comment around reopening either now at 3.01 or at 5.05. We will begin, and JJ, our clerk or our secretary, will take us through the public comment process, but we will begin with our email public comments for the general public comment period. Those email public comments can still be emailed to publiccomments@washowschools.net. We will be accepting those public comments via email throughout the meeting, and would encourage anyone who is watching from home to continue to participate that way. I will pass it over to you, JJ.
So I will be reading 6 names from the cards that we have here. If we could have you line up and get ready, and while you guys are lining up and getting ready, I will read the names of the email comments we've received. Selena Hatch, Sonia Kreshner, Kevin Marks, Michelle Rutherford, Darren Fleck, Natha Anderson. We received email public comments under general items from Dr. William Toledo and Jordan Broston. Selena Hatch.
Okay, all right. My name is Selena LaRue, and I'm a Washoe County School District teacher. And I have one question to say to every trustee. How dare you? How dare you sit in the safety of your homes and vote to send our staff and students into the jaws of peril, into a situation which you will never face and which clearly you do not understand. Just like many Washoe County staff and parents, I sat through your 10-hour board meeting on July 28th with increasing anxiety, foreboding, and incredulity as the night went on. I watched as the health officer presented concrete evidence and solid scientific data to support his assertion that schools should offer distance education. He made the case so clearly that I was certain no rational person could disagree, and yet 6 out of 7 people on this board rejected his conclusions out of hand, refused to even listen to his evidence or try to understand his reasoning because they disliked his conclusions from the outset. I'm sorry that the reality of our situation makes you unhappy. I'm sorry that distance education will prove difficult, but science changes with evidence, not emotion. And this board simply cannot wish away the realities on the ground in our schools. The truth is, our schools are not ready to reopen. I promise you, no one is more upset about that than our teachers. We want more than anyone to be in our classrooms and with our kiddos. But not at any cost. Not at the cost of our lives, not at the cost of our students' lives, and not at the cost of our families' lives. Each of you has been contacted by teachers across this district with reports of safety violations. Desks at high schools which are 3 feet apart, students not socially distancing when they pick up their schedules, rooms not being sanitized regularly, the list goes on. You also know that all of our bargaining units have come out against this reopening plan because the district is not giving us answers. Why do you think this is happening? Do you think that every one of your associations is lying? Why would we come out in huge numbers if there wasn't something seriously wrong? The district has had 5 months to plan, but still can't give us basic information. Look at the district FAQ page. It is filled with "to be decided later" or site-based decision. Well, guess what? School starts in 6 days. We are past "to be decided later," and the district cannot continue to place the entire burden of reopening on the shoulders of their principals. What will it take you to listen? 1 death? 10 deaths? 100 deaths? Stop the madness. I urge you to delay the opening of schools, to believe in medical science, and to protect our staff and our children. If you continue to fly in the face of evidence and willfully ignore the warnings of your staff, the blood will be on your hands. You could have done something, and instead you chose to hide from the truth and allow great harm to befall those you are entrusted to protect. You and the superintendent claim we are a family, but I do not feel like a family right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. LaRue.
President Raymond, before you go any further, we have some technical difficulties in the rooms that are streaming as well as online, so I think we should take a recess
Okay.
until we can figure it out.
Thank you. I apologize for that. We would like to make sure we can figure this out, so we will take a recess and attempt to fix those technical problems. .01, our public comment. And back to you, JJ.
Sonia Kreshner.
Good afternoon. First, I would like to thank you for giving us the opportunity to speak today. I am a teacher for the Washoe County School District. I am speaking today in abject opposition to the reopening of schools this coming Monday, August 17th. Fundamental questions from staff members as well as parents have yet to be answered. The time for "the plan is coming" is over. We need and deserve to know now. In the interview with Dr. Taylor last night, she stated that health and safety of students and staff was your most important priority in returning to school. Yet, when in correspondence with her, she cited that social and emotional well-being of students and access to food as the motivating factor to return. While these are absolutely important aspects, they are contradictory to what the board and superintendent have been referencing to staff and the media. Additionally, it has been stated several times that the 6-foot mandate is not a suggestion, it is law set forth by the governor. However, in many schools, desks are as close as 3 feet apart. These are high schools. Yet in correspondence with you, the response has been, they're working on it. Let me know if it doesn't change. Well, there are 3 working days from school starting. If this isn't being fixed now, then when? Counselors and administrators are indeed working on these tirelessly and on student schedules with A and B days. However, what we are telling you is that social distancing is not possible based on the number of students in our schools. We absolutely cannot allow these numbers to remain on the first day of school. Yet all indication is that they will not change. Time and time again, employees have expressed concern in open forums, yet these questions are consistently being answered with, that's a side issue, or look at the plan. We are looking for concrete answers. I want nothing more than to teach my students, who have become so much more to me than names on a roster, but not at the risk of their lives, my life, or the life of my unborn babies. Being pregnant with twins, a high-risk pregnancy, I have applied for a distance teaching position. Yet again, we are 3 working days from the first day of school, and I've yet to receive notification of my status. Furthermore, basic questions regarding distance positions have yet to be answered. Can I teach my own classes? Do I have to teach different subjects for which I am not certified? Am I only monitoring ingenuity? How does my maternity leave work? Is my position at Reed secure, or will I have to apply for job openings when things return to normal? These questions could fundamentally alter the future of my career, yet I'm stuck in limbo. Again, these are things that should have been decided well into advance, not days prior to the start of school. I am one of the lucky ones that has a choice that can apply for distance teaching. That is not the narrative that's being portrayed to the public. That narrative states that we have a choice, just like the one you're giving students. It's pitting students against teachers and parents. Finally, both the teacher and principal unions have come out in opposition to the reopening of schools in person under the current plan. On both the 4th and the 7th, you stated, and I quote, "These unions receive every opportunity to express to their member concerns, and at no time during these many meetings has a principal indicated that they were unable to open our schools and would prefer more time." Well, whether this is true or not, they are indicating this to you now. Now is the time to listen. There is still time. There is no perfect answer, but there's a better answer than the one you're giving us. At the end of the day, you are not listening to the voices who are most impacted by these decisions. Those who are not constantly beaten down by the decisions from the top, who are told to be just a little more creative and a little more innovative in order to make it work. To quote Thomas Sowell, "It is hard to imagine a more stupid or more dangerous way of making decisions than by putting those decisions in the hands of people who pay no price for being wrong." Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kreshner.
Kevin Marks, Michelle Rutherford, Darren Fleck, Natha Anderson, Jennifer Douglas Trunnels, and Kaylin Evans.
Mr. Fleck.
So I came here from my job at the Monty Ranch High School as a science teacher today, straight from work. I just want to let you know that my school is not ready to open on Monday. And from what I've heard talking to other teachers around the district, no school is ready to open on Monday. Whether or not it's safe to go back to school at all seems to be a separate question. But teachers don't have adequate training at this point to actually facilitate education once kids get to the schools. I reported back to work last Monday, and none of the training that the district has provided me has been useful at all. And I am a person who considers himself to be very tech savvy, so you can imagine how my colleagues who are not tech savvy are feeling about how the district is trying to prepare them. At the same time, I feel like the district has basically just told you, yes, everything's going to be okay, we'll figure it out, it'll be a learning process, and we'll just have to grow along with, our students getting sick. I just want to say, it's very obvious that we're not going to last more than 3 or 4 weeks in person, and those 3 or 4 weeks, we're not going to get anything out of them if we're not properly trained on how to instruct students in a hybrid model. So I'm just foreseeing a disaster, and then we all go home, and we feel like it was all a waste. So I just urge you to, this time around, I've watched your board meetings all summer, ask better questions of the district. Don't just take their word for it. Try to get receipts, try to verify. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Marks.
Michelle Rutherford, Darren Fleck, Natha Anderson, Jennifer Douglas Trunnels, Kaylin Evans, Sarah Cheek.
Are we at capacity in this room? Yes, okay. So I thank you all for your patience and understanding. We have to still follow the governor's directives of having 50% capacity for the room, and so we are at capacity, which is why we're cycling people through. So I appreciate your patience. This is a new, obviously, process for us to try this model of in-person board meeting. It's a hybrid model of in-person and virtual. But thank you all for understanding and for your patience.
Darren Fleck, Natha Anderson, Jennifer Douglas Trunnels, Kaylin Evans, Sarah Cheek, Jeff Church.
Hi, my name is Darren Fleck. I've been a teacher in this school district. This is my 21st year. And first off, I want to thank each of you for putting yourself in a hard position to make very hard decisions. Many of you have given a lifetime to this community, and first off, we appreciate it. What I'd like to say is I came back from camping this weekend, getting some fresh air, and my jaw dropped. My jaw dropped when I read the article on Saturday from the superintendent, because I knew it wasn't the truth. I know it wasn't the truth because after teaching for 21 years in this school district, you know people. You know principals. You text with them. You see them. You talk to them. They're the ones doing the heavy lifting here. And I know Ms. McNeil had meetings after that and got emails from principals after that because their jaw dropped too. My principal today doesn't know whether he's going to have to rewrite his entire master's schedule. And I feel horrible, not for you guys put in this position, not only just for the area superintendents who are being bombarded with questions, but the principals who are having their careers laid on the line for the responsibility that they're going to have to take if something goes wrong. They're texting each other. They're talking to each other. What do? They're calling their area superintendents who are then going up the ladder. And apparently the executive leadership of this school district is not honest with you and is not honest with them. And I do not know how Ms. McNeil cannot resign if she can't look at her leaders in this community and not admit that she lied about what they said, because she did. My school does not know what the schedule is going to be, does not know if we're going to have to rearrange teachers. And all you have to do is ask the area superintendent who has my school what our plan is. And the plan currently is, I don't know. How many teachers are going to be out? And I know it's a hard decision. But trying to do it within 1 week is a disaster. It's going to be a disaster. And I ask you to reconsider and actually have plans in place, not doing it on the fly. My child gets to go to a new school with a one-to-one laptop. I teach at a 25-year-old school, and we have simple questions. Do I get to pass papers out and collect them? And the answer is, if you feel comfortable. Those are the type of things where we get a hard time. I don't know is not an answer. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fleck.
Natha Anderson, Jennifer Douglas Trunnels, Kaylin Evans, Sarah Cheek, Jeff Church, Amanda Rodriguez.
Let's see if I've got this on. Good evening. Can you hear me now? Awesome. My name is Natha Anderson. I am a 23-year veteran teacher here in Washoe County. I am a second-generation educator for Washoe County School District. This is my home. This is my family. Today I'm speaking, though, as president of the Washoe Education Association. We represent a little bit over 24,080-ish because of how many retirements we've had. I will be speaking later about the plan. This today is instead the ability of our members who have reached out to many of you and have also attempted to speak and ask questions and are concerned about retaliation. As members of our association, they've reached out to me many times and asked me to ask those questions. Not because they know that I will have the answer right away, but more because they are scared of retaliation. I've had custodians reach out to me, even though we are not part of their bargaining unit, but because I'm a member of the Washoe County School District family, and that is something that we've always taken seriously. I've had principals reach out to me and ask me questions, again, for the same reason. Not because they think I'm going to have the answer, but because they know I am not scared of retaliation. Because of my position as president of the WEA, I am protected. We have that in my contract that I'm protected. But there are many that are not. My concern about retaliation comes directly from members who have told me on the down low that they've been told, if you want to be more than a dean, you better stop asking questions. I've had people that are vice presidents who have told me, or vice principals, excuse me, who've told me, if you ever want to become a principal, you better stop asking these questions. That is unacceptable, and that is not the family environment that I have been part of, or either of my parents were. I'm just asking us to have honest communication with each other, where we can ask questions to find solutions, so we can go back to school safely. And whether that school is by distance learning or brick and mortar, that is a decision that you all have to make. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Anderson.
Jennifer Douglas Trunnels, Kaylin Evans, Sarah Cheek, Jeff Church, Amanda Rodriguez, Bridget Ficara.
Good evening. I am a teacher in Washoe County School District at Stead Elementary. I've been there for this is my 21st year. As an educator, I'm responsible for ensuring a safe environment in my classroom. And as we know, there are more effective coverings for your face and less effective coverings. I've given this sheet to the table over there. I've been informed by my administration that I'm not allowed to send information on what are effective and ineffective face coverings to the parents of my kids, along with my welcome letter. I've been told that I must accept whatever face covering student choose to wear to school, and that I cannot ask a student to change, even if I provide an effective mask. I can ask students to change clothes if they're not conforming to dress code. Dress code's not a safety issue. I can't ask students to change their mask if their mask is ineffective. That is a safety issue. By this guideline, I'm being prevented from providing a safe learning environment for my kids and myself in the classroom. And teachers need to be empowered within their own classroom to use the most up-to-date research in order to provide the greatest level of safety for our students and ourselves as we continue to try and teach in this pandemic environment. Thank you.
Thank you.
Kaylin Evans, Sarah Cheek, Jeff Church, Amanda Rodriguez, Bridget Ficara, Robin Alexander.
Hi, my name is Kaylin Evans, and I'm an educator here in Washoe County. I'm also the president of Empower Nevada Teachers and an active member of the Washoe Education Association and the Nevada State Education Association. When discussing the main reasons for needing to reopen schools for in-person learning, the most common response is in reference to the mental health of our students. The board members and the community say that it is imperative that we reopen schools in person in order to address the mental health of the children in this community. I've spent my entire career working with at-risk youth. I've taught students who have been sexually abused, molested, beaten, abandoned, pimped out by their parents, and have attempted suicide. And mind you, I work in an elementary school. I don't need the board or any person in this community to tell me about the mental health issues facing our children. I know. Educators know. I've worked with countless children where the absolute safest place for them to be is in the building at school. We as educators fully understand the importance of children being in the school building. We don't need anybody to tell us. We've been screaming about it for years. But now, everyone is so concerned with the mental health of our young people. If this state and its lawmakers, the district, and the general community are so concerned with the mental health of our students and the role that schools play in addressing it, then why don't we have a social worker at every school, a behavioral specialist at every school, smaller class sizes to enhance student and teacher relationships? Why do we have counselors in this district that have over 700 students on their caseload? 700? Are you joking me? And why aren't we providing additional resources to deal with this dilemma if it's such a crisis? Instead, we're using it to prop it up as a way for all of you to not publicly acknowledge that the social and political pressures being placed on you are clearly influencing your decision. What upsets me the most is the continued lack of courage in leadership. The courage to speak out, to say publicly that lawmakers are and have been failing our students for decades, saying publicly that education is clearly not a priority in this state, and because it hasn't been, we as educators don't have the personnel, infrastructure, resources, or funding to reopen safely, but you guys will continue to say nothing. Our students will continue to get less, and you will continue to say nothing. But not educators. We're not scared anymore. We're going to speak out. We're going to fight, and we're going to advocate for our students, our fellow educators, and ourselves, because obviously nobody else will. I want to be very clear with every district student in this building that we are done being intimidated by the district,
Mr.
and we will
Evans,
continue to speak
if
out.
you could please
Thank
take
you.
a seat, your time is up. Thank you.
Sarah Cheek, Jeff Church, Amanda Rodriguez, Bridget Ficara, Robin Alexander, Curtis Bent.
My name is Sarah Cheek, and I am a CLS teacher. I am speaking up for the entire high needs population. We have been given zero guidance. I have asked and emailed so many questions, and they have not been answered. My kids need toileting assistance, but I'm supposed to stay 6 feet away? How is that gonna work? No one can tell me how that's gonna work. I have kids who need assistance with eating, hand-over-hand assistance. They are not able to do things on their own without the assistance of an adult. They have one-to-one aides for a reason, but their one-to-one aide can't be within 6 feet of them? This doesn't make any sense. And masks, my population of students may not wear masks, not because they have a legitimate health reason, but they do have sensory issues, behavior issues. And our behavior issues are a major issue. I have students that hit and bite and spit. How am I going to be protected? How are all of us going to be protected that work with students that are in this category? It's not going, I don't see how it's going to work. And no one can give me any answers. When can we get some answers? I start school on Monday. I have parents asking me how I'm going to help do toileting with their child if I can't come within 6 feet of them. So how is this going to work, and when are we going to get some answers? I have so many questions that haven't been answered, and I have emailed everybody in the special ed department. I have submitted my questions, but they still haven't been answered. So when do we get them? I want to know. And I had a CLS training the other day, and I asked about masks, I asked about toileting, hand-over-hand assistance, and she said she had no answers at this time. 3 days. When are we going to get some answers? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cheek.
Jeff Church, Amanda Rodriguez, Bridget Ficara, Robin Alexander, Curtis Bent, Kristen DeHaan.
Good afternoon, folks. My name is Jeff Church. I run a website known as watchdogjeff.com. I invite you to look at it. I want to segue a little bit to a different topic. Myself and others have spent considerable time putting together a school newspaper, or a newspaper called the Washoe Schools Examiner. I'm going to leave it on the end of the table to be entered into the record. I have 9 copies for the board, the clerk, and the attorney. It's fact-based. If there's anything that you find wrong with it, I ask you to reach out to me so that we can go over it. I can show my sources or correct any information. One of the things that's not in here, because it just came up, is the Washoe County Incline Village lawsuit settlement. My understanding is the hit to Washoe County School District is about $20 million, roughly 50-50 split between interest and actual money that the school district is going to lose from property tax revenue they're not going to receive. My understanding is the school district is probably going to engage in litigation against the county. I think any discussion of that, I know you have some behind the scenes with your attorney, but I think the public has a right to know about that. One of the questions I have is if there's money set aside for this purpose to pay off that $20 million, or where it's going to come from. The legislature dealt us a $15 million hit cut from funding for school district. And the C-tax, the sales tax, is devastating, especially March, April, May, but it's not going to get much better. It's going to get a little bit better, but it's devastating to the school district. So please don't wait till after the election. Please act now to deal with the budget issues so that the next board doesn't have to face a crisis when it could have been dealt with now. I appreciate your time. I'm going to put the newspaper on the end for the clerk. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Church.
Amanda Rodriguez, Bridget Ficara, Robin Alexander, Curtis Bent, Kristen DeHaan, Keith Lowe.
No. Hi, Amanda Rodriguez. I'm a high school teacher, and I am here to ask you guys to be honest with our families. I feel like we're being forced to lie to our families, telling our families students are going to be 6 feet apart at the high school level, but we're asking classrooms to have 22 students, and there's no way students can be 6 feet apart, and there's no way the teacher can be 6 feet apart from those students. And we can't tell parents, no, there's no way they can be 6 feet apart, but that's the reality. And I think somebody needs to be honest with our parents and say, no, they're not going to be 6 feet apart. Have you ever seen our hallways during passing? Have you seen our lunchroom at lunchtime? No, the students are not going to be 6 feet apart. Also, they need to know that things are not going to be sanitized during the day. We don't have sanitizer provided to us. We have a bottle with soap and water to sanitize during the day, soap and water, okay? That needs to be out there. That needs to be honest to our parents, that just at the end of the day, handles to the doors and desks are going to be cleaned off with sanitizer by the custodian, okay? I don't think parents are understanding that we're given a bottle of soap and water to do that. I think we need to be honest with parents so they can make the best decisions for their families as we move forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rodriguez.
Bridget Ficara, Robin Alexander, Curtis Bent, Kristen DeHaan, Keith Lowe, Jack Heineman.
Hello, my name is Bridget Ficara. I want to thank you sincerely for this opportunity because we really need to be heard as teachers. I am a lifelong educator and I come from a family of educators, and I know that this is something that nobody in education has ever had to face. And I have tried to roll with what we're finding and the findings that come out. What I am here to ask you today is to reconsider the stance that you have taken, because going back to school does not match what the health department has told us. It doesn't do anything to address the future unknowns that scientists and doctors have told us. They don't know what the long-term effects will be. Even with that in mind, I went back to school last week and was surprised to find out that over the time that we had not been in session, basic things had not been addressed, such as you will recall, we did have do no harm as our standard, and that made it certainly easier to be able to teach and reach students. But now we're being asked to teach and actually assign grades. And what I found is that there is not an answer in place right now that deals with equitable access for all students to be able to have a laptop so that they can do remote learning. If I don't have that equitable access, then I am supposed to, I guess, assign by paper or use textbooks. However, textbooks themselves also have to be quarantined because we don't have enough to be one-to-one for students. So the school has saved money in the past by asking teachers to share texts. Now think about this. If I don't have enough laptops to assign my students their work when they're at home, as I teach at high school, and I don't have enough textbooks to use because they have to be quarantined after one use for 4 days. And if I want to use paper, I can do that. My students aren't supposed to share anything. I have to do all the distribution. Now I'm also accepting that greater risk to my health. So my questions are so many, and some of them have not yet been addressed. For one, if we don't have the materials we need, how are you really expecting us to teach? For another, how many times, if we have to be quarantined because we've been exposed, will we be allowed to stay home and be paid? From what I've heard it's been 14 days is the maximum. I think it's very likely that we could be exposed more than one time. We have moved past do no harm. We're going into a season where we need to educate again, but there are so many questions flying and there's so much unrest and irritation and concern from all teachers that I've been talking to, that I think we have to, as a family, if we are truly a family, listen to the dissenters that we have in our midst and look at what we're saying.
Ms. Ficara, your time is up.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Robin Alexander, Curtis Bent, Kristen DeHaan, Keith Lowe, Jack Heineman, Suzanne Welsh. Curtis Bent, Kristen DeHaan, Keith Lowe, Jack Heineman, Suzanne Walsh, Scott Kraus.
Hi, Curtis Bent, and just some simple questions. Your child gets on the bus. A pupil on that bus tests positive. What happens? Now take a moment. Think about it. What happens to the other students? What happens to the bus? What comes down on the bus driver? Are those students admitted to the school? I'm open to an answer. They haven't even gotten a classroom yet. What do you do? This isn't about Ferris Bueller. This is about getting some answers. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lowe.
Madam President?
Yes.
Just, I thought it would be a good idea to remind folks that we can't engage in conversation during public comment, and we can't answer their questions in this forum.
Thank you. Good reminder.
Kristen DeHaan, Keith Lowe, Jack Heineman, Suzanne Walsh, Scott Kraus, Terry Rodulate.
My name is Kristen DeHaan, and I'm a special education teacher here in the district. I'm a member of Empower Nevada Teachers, the WEA, NSEA. I'm also the mom of a senior this year at AACT. And Ms. Cheek brought up a lot of my concerns about some of our most vulnerable population, our CLS kids, our strategies kids, our preschool kids. They cannot be sitting down for 6 hours a day in a dirty diaper. And some of those kids come to school wet from all night. So there's been no guidance. I've talked to a number of people, no guidance on this. And it's just, we're gonna get guidance, but they haven't gotten guidance. School is opening on Monday. No guidance. I'm concerned. I'm concerned about our custodians who have been working their tails off all summer long, and still some of them are getting sick. It is not okay. They are our front line of defense. I'm also concerned about 3 feet. That is dangerous. If you tell a middle schooler who is older than 10, there are very few 10-year-olds who are gonna be in middle school. 6 feet is what I have seen. I have looked at research. The AAP says that 3 feet may be okay. That is not, it is okay. May be okay. These middle school students in particular, when you tell them 6 feet, they might go to 3 feet. Now we're telling them 3 feet. 3 feet. Don't tell me they are not going to be right next to each other, because they will be. I have seen pictures of what it's like in high school where the distance is 6 feet and they're getting their schedules and they are right next to each other. They are super excited to see each other, and of course they are. They are excited to see each other just like I am excited to see my kids. 3 feet is dangerous. I don't know where the governor got it, but my understanding is you guys don't have to go with it. The school district does not have to go with 3 feet. And as a teacher, I'm still 6 feet away from those kids. So I'm a little frustrated, a little concerned. No, I'm a lot concerned. I also appreciate how everything here got cleaned. Thank you very much. I don't have that kind of time to do that for my students. Most teachers do not have that time to do that for each student when they've talked in a certain area and then you need to clean that spot. You guys have said all hands on deck. I'm ready for any one of you to sub, so I hope you have your subbing licenses. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. DeHaan.
Keith Lowe, Jack Heineman, Suzanne Walsh, Scott Kraus, Terry Rodulate.
Kind of. There you go. Now you can hear me. Good afternoon, members of the board, Madam President, Madam Vice President, and Superintendent McNeil. My name is Jack Heineman. I'm a former Demonte Ranch Mustang, home of the Mustangs. I also ran for school board recently, and I am a proud 12-year Washoe County School District student. I had the immense honor to be the student body president over at Demonte, and over there we hosted a custodial appreciation day event. Student body officers and I spent the whole afternoon aiding and helping our custodians with their job. That included strapping on those jetpack, Ghostbuster look-alike vacuums that our custodians are often seen with. And let me tell you, those things are pretty heavy. Nevertheless, my team and I realized how much our custodians do and how essential they are. And now more than ever, I feel that not just our district, but our whole world is realizing how essential our sanitation and custodial workers are. So when I heard a custodian at a local elementary school tested positive for COVID-19, and that other teachers and custodians at that elementary school were confused, scared, and lacked the knowledge of any protocol, so much as to call their union for support, this knocked me off my feet. And it leads me to my main concern: chaos. Now, all of us know that there will be outbreaks and school closures because of reopening. But not only are we putting more lives at risk, whether it's the elderly guardian or the almost retired office secretary, what also keeps me up at night, it's the lack of even knowledge of protocol and the many unanswered questions. Chaos will consume education here in Washoe County, which will lead the virus to spread even more. So my simple request or ask is this: please, please, please slow down. Take the time to reevaluate and answer the many unanswered questions we all have. I know there isn't a perfect solution, and I respect all of you on this board and behind the scenes at the district working tirelessly. I can't imagine the personal toll this decision has had on you. But I say this with the utmost respect. This plan is far from being perfect. There are too many unanswered questions. Teachers and support staff members are waiting for some magical email that will explain everything to them. But every day that goes by without that said email, distrust and the potential for chaos grows more and more every day. I've stood shoulder to shoulder with my younger peers in the hallways, literally. We have to do everything in our power to ensure their education and their safety. Please slow down. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Heineman.
Suzanne Walsh, Scott Kraus, Terry Rodulate, Gilbert Lenz, Kenya Bunting, Samantha Russell.
Got it. Hello, and thank you for being here today, and thank you for allowing me to speak today. My name is Suzanne Walsh, and I'm an educator here in Washoe County School District. This is my 10th year with the district at Pine Middle School. I would like to comment on how unprepared our schools are to open in 4 working days. My administrators are working around the clock. They're working so hard to get us going, but they still have to tell us that they don't have answers. I've never heard in the beginning of school so many times, we need guidance on that. We don't know yet, and we're waiting to hear. Like, I feel sorry for them that they don't have the answers for all of us who are so worried about what's going on. We have 3 days to do this. We are not ready. My rosters are changing every hour. I can't even prepare for how many kids I'm going to have in my class. And honestly, according to my principal, we still have 150 students that we haven't heard from. For whatever reasons, we have not heard from them. So we don't know if they're going to show up on Monday or be distant or not at all. But ultimately, in person is not the answer. It's not the answer right now. Distance is the only safe choice. My 17-year-old son died last year on August 6th from hantavirus, which is a lung infection. It was sudden and it was horrible. I know what it feels like to lose a child. My last year, I've been reeling, and I'll never get over it. And I never want anyone else to go through what me and my husband and my daughter and my son are going through. Mr. Kelly, 1 death is 1 too many. We can prevent deaths by doing distance learning, and that's what we have to do for the safety of our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Walsh.
Scott Kraus, Terry Rodulate, Gilbert Lenz, Kenya Bunting, Samantha Russell, Keith Lowe.
For the record, my name is Scott Kraus. This is my 8th year teaching and my 5th year here in Washoe County. Trustees, I'm frustrated by antagonistic comments district administrators are making about the various employee associations. The recent attack on the Principals Association was especially embarrassing and representative of the tensions within this district. The district statement last Friday said that, in fact, we received overwhelmingly positive reports from principals as teachers and staff returned to school buildings. I won't pretend to be privy to those conversations, but I find it hard to believe that the aforementioned parties were overwhelmingly positive. My own administrators are working around the clock dealing with safety, staffing, and ever-changing protocols. I haven't heard them say anything negative about reopening, but I wouldn't blame them for their silence if they had reservations about district plans. Many incredible educators that have been assets to this community are frustrated. I think about the teachers I admire and respect, and in private conversation, I wouldn't describe a single one of them as overwhelmingly positive. The most optimistic teachers I know are hesitant, doubtful, and worried at best. At the last board meeting, Trustee Kelly spoke about the need to make teachers comfortable and confident about the school reopening plans. He spoke about the need to alleviate teacher fears, and Trustee Cottle spoke about the need for the community to stop villainizing teachers. As far as I can tell, nothing tangible has been done about these issues. In fact, recent district statements undermine these efforts. Today, teachers that request distance learning were told the outcomes of those requests. How many teachers will choose to leave Washoe County School District when their request is denied and they're forced to choose between their careers or their health? These teachers should be valuable to the district, but I doubt that those teachers in this position feel valued. Will the long-term subs that fill these positions feel valued? Will the district even be able to hire permanent replacements for these employees this year? I recognize that there are no easy answers for a school board trying to navigate a district through a pandemic, and I trust that you are doing your best, but please don't be afraid to revise existing plans. I would rather wonder how many lives were saved by reopening conservatively than fear for my students and colleagues suffering from unknown long-term effects or worse. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kraus.
Terry Rondulate, Gilbert Lenz, Kenya Bunting, Samantha Russell, Keith Lowe.
Hello, and thank you all for hearing me. I'm Terry. I'm not an educator. I'm not an administrator. I'm a private citizen who's here for all of you, believe it or not. You see, I have many friends and family who are and have been educators, from pre-K to higher ed. And every last one of them would be overwhelmingly devastated. Indeed, some of them have been, by the loss of a student or a colleague. And that devastation unimaginably worse if they knew they could have done something to prevent the loss. So I ask you, which of the names and faces that you say will graduate will you now choose to become the next COVID victim? Whose eyes will you choose to look into and see the sickness, the pain, and the grief? If schools must reopen, and that is somehow vital to our economy reopening, then we all need to demand funding to open safely all the schools across our country. And that includes decreasing the digital divide. People we know, choice under duress is not really choice. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Robillé.
Gilbert Lenz, Kenya Bunting, Samantha Russell, Keith Lowe, Agnes Coleman.
Good afternoon, President, Vice President, board members, Superintendent McNeil. My name is Gilbert Lenz, and I am a CTE teacher. I teach agricultural mechanics. I love my job. I'm also a combat veteran. I've seen a lot of things in my life, and this has been an interesting summer, to say the least. Really, for the last couple of years, there's been an increasing frustration that I've felt, and I know a lot of my fellow educators have felt, regarding the respect that we get from our community, from our state, from our elected leadership. And right now, we've never been more essential as employees. We've never been more essential as educators. We've never been a bigger part of keeping this economy running. And I understand why you've made the decision to open up schools. I understand completely. This is going to be a very difficult and trying time moving forward. And I just want to plead with you, ask you, please be united in your leadership. Be united in the communication that is coming down to our schools administration, our local administration. Be united so that we have the same information coming to each school and we're not hearing 1,000 different things. Follow the CDC guidance, follow the governor's guidance, have that follow all the way down so it's not confusing. And let's make it work together, be flexible together. Let's fight through this together, keep our economy strong, keep our schools strong, and then when we move forward, we'll have some leverage to get some more respect in our community, to get better schools, more of that funding that the previous speaker was just talking about. I'm a passionate educator. I love my job. I love my students. I love this state. Please, moving forward, together, leadership. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lenz.
Kenya Bunting, Samantha Russell, Keith Lowe, Agnes Coleman.
Can you hear me? Perfect. Hello, Kiana, elementary school teacher here at Washoe County. As I'm chuckling that she gets a new set of gloves every time that she comes up here and Clorox wipes, what I've yet to see at my own school. But I'm here today to ask you to reconsider what is happening here in our district. As a teacher at a Title I elementary school, I'm very scared for an array of reasons. I'm scared because I have students telling me that they are terrified to come back because what happens if they accidentally kill their grandmother? I am scared because I can't possibly give to my students what they need from 3 feet apart. I'm scared because as a fairly new teacher, I was recently told that because our enrollment numbers are so low, that I could be losing 9 teachers at my school. 9. That's a lot of jobs. And where are those teachers going to go? Because I'm assuming that other schools probably don't have those allocations either. I am scared because how do you tell a 5 or 6-year-old kid who is running up excited to see you that, whoa, you can't come near me, that's 6 feet? What do you think that does to their developmental process as they grow up? That someone that they love and care for as a teacher isn't even allowed to go near them to say hi. So I'm going to tell you some ways in my head that I think can fix mine and others' fears. But think about putting an allocation freeze at our schools. Because at 50% capacity, there's no way if we lose teachers can we fit all those students in those classrooms. I currently am over my classroom capacity. Luckily, some of those kids are distant, but if they decide to come back, where do they go? And then if I get taken away as a teacher, that means my 22 kids go to the rest of my other fellow cohorts. Where do those kids go? They talk about socialization and collaboration, but how can we possibly do that with students 3 feet apart? But I can tell you that based off of my Zoom meetings during our spring semester, that I had powerful conversations in my small group, but I cannot do that if my kids are 3 feet apart. However, I do want to say that if you're going to make us go back, then we need to do better. We all need to do better. Everyone, do better. Dawn and water isn't going to be enough. 3 feet isn't enough. The white cloth that I received to cover my face isn't enough. We are less than a week away, and there are still so many unanswered questions. Go to our schools and ask these teachers, do they feel ready? Do they know what they're teaching? The answer is no. We are in limbo, and we are less than a week away. So I stand here before you just to say I want to go back, but we just aren't ready. And at what cost are we willing to risk the lives of our community? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Bunting.
Samantha Russell, Agnes Coleman.
Hello, I am here today even if my voice shakes because I have the right for my voice to be heard right now, and I thank you for this opportunity. My name is Samantha Russell, and my question is about your spoken reason for reopening schools based on childhood mental health. If your priority and true concern has ever been about childhood mental health, then how can you train our youngest students at 4 years old to prepare and train to hide from an active shooter? How can you prepare students as young as 4 years old to not have resources available to them when they need them in our schools by cutting things and services that directly benefit their childhood mental health? As for the number that you may have already agreed upon in your mind, that is an okay number for people, children, teens, adults, elderly people, to get this virus and likely suffer or die from it, the correct answer is 0. 0 people should have to be forced to get this virus trying to get an education that they have the right to receive. I have already had to face the fear in these first week of being back, of having a colleague on my campus test positive while also showing up for work with symptoms. If you don't think that's going to happen with our students or our faculty, you are missing the point. I shouldn't have to live with this fear going to something that I am truly passionate about, which is working with children. This is something that I love to do, and it brings a smile on my face to walk into my classroom. But every time I've walked in since we've gone back this year so far, I know that the risk is that the children that I work with, their lives, their families' lives, and my life is on the line. The correct answer is we just should not reopen yet until it is safe to do so. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Russell.
Agnes Coleman.
Good evening, Board of Trustees. My name is actually Tanya Coleman, but you might know me as Agnes Coleman y soy la maestra de Ecolodder y hablo español y también mis estudiantes, todos mis estudiantes son hispánica. Y it's important that you all know who I am because I think you've seen a lot of me on social media. I don't hide behind names. I might hide behind the red hair, but you know who I am. So I want to put a face to your faces right now. So Trustee Calvert, are you Ecolodder superintendent? Or excuse me, are you Ecolodder's trustee? Yes? I don't know if you are. I've emailed you and I don't get responses. So I'm trying to find out if you could raise your hand, who is the trustee who represents Ecolodder? Anybody? So, Trustee Scott, who are you? That's you. And Dr. Taylor, thank you so much for your meeting last night with Dr. Dupree and reaching out to me. I appreciate that because it's about communication. Dr. McNeil, you're here. I want to say I'm not here to express my anger. I'm not, because I feel that WCSD is a team. I absolutely was proud of how you handled March. I was. I don't know what else we could have done. I was very grateful and thankful to the decisions that you made. I have no political ambitions other than being a classroom teacher at Ecolodder for the remainder of my teaching career, if I have one. So my point is I'm an advocate for our students because we rarely have one. Our students, 50% of the Washoe County Hispanic population is COVID positive. They are our 50%ers in Washoe County. Our neighborhood, if you follow the CDC website, our zip code 89502 has been the hardest hit with COVID since March. We have full families right now reaching out to us that have been hit with COVID, the entire family. Some of them are afraid to register. Some of them don't know what's happening. Some of them didn't believe COVID existed thanks to social media. So now we're faced with the data that we are faced with, and we're going back to a full-time in-person K-5 model, which, trust me, if I never had to leave the classroom, I would be the happiest teacher on the planet. But we can mitigate social distancing. We can work out those problems. We can make, Ecolodder teachers can make social distancing education phenomenal. But what we can't do is mitigate a death from COVID. We can't pull away from that. We can't mitigate that in our population and with the risks that we have. So back to Dr. McNeil. I want to say I never, in the history of my life, being a United States Air Force military veteran and being a teacher for 18 years and understanding the chain of command, I never thought I would
Coleman,
be holding.
your time is up.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And I just want to say,
Ms.
Dr.
Coleman,
McNeil.
your time is up.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Those are all the cards I have, and we did receive an email from Ashley Wade during this time, for this period.
Thank you very much, JJ. Oh, Ms. Coleman? I think you might have left something on the podium. Thank you.
Dr. McNeil, while you're listening, thank you.
No, I'm sorry, your public comment time is up. We have a 3-minute limit, and so we have to move on. Thank you. All right, well, that concludes our public comment for general public comment. And so we will now move on to agenda item 5.03, which is a special presentation by our guest, Chair Lucy. And that agenda item is a presentation and discussion of the Washoe County Local Empowerment Advisory Panel, otherwise known as LEAP, and their purpose and supports for agencies like the Washoe County School District during the current COVID-19 pandemic. Again, this is just for presentation and discussion. And Chair Lucy, thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you. Can everybody hear me okay? I'm going to try to do the best I can. Being a little taller than the mics this evening, I'm going to have to try to maybe pull this down a little bit so not to disrupt what we're trying to do. First off, President Raymond, Vice President Taylor, Board of Trustees, Superintendent McNeil, it is my honor to be here in front of you this evening to present on the Local Empowerment Advisory Panel that was created back in mid-April to address the COVID health crisis that we are experiencing here in the state. I want to tell you that watching and participating in this meeting thus far and previous meetings that you have conducted here as a Board of Trustees, I want to thank you for your service and the Herculean task that all of you are undertaking at this time. I know the challenges that are in front of you and the discussions that you've had. These are not easy discussions. I know that from my personal experience as the chairman of the Washoe County Commission over the past 6 years. So what I'd like to do is present to you a little information about the LEAP team and what the LEAP team has done and what that represents for Washoe County and how we plan to try to assist in ways of moving forward with our COVID-19 response. Just for a little bit of history, the Local Empowerment Advisory Panel, otherwise known as the LEAP team, was created by the Governor Sisolak back in mid-April to address the COVID-19 pandemic. That team is comprised of members from across the state that have worked on policy and writing different types of legislature and direction for the governor in conjunction with the governor and the medical advisory team over the past 5 months. So with that being said, that team is comprised of Chairwoman Marilyn Kirkpatrick from Clark County, Chairman J.J. Goykuchia from Eureka County, Dagny Stapleton, Executive Director of Nevada Association of Counties, Terry Reynolds, the Director of Business and Industry here in the state of Nevada, Michael Brown, the Director of, the Economic Department of the state of Nevada, and also Sandra Morgan, who is, oh, thank you. Sorry about that. That's okay. Perfect. This is much better. I felt like a little kid almost trying to get into a little ride at Disneyland there for a second. This team has worked diligently with the governor's office over the past 5 months to try to address the reopening of our state and how we address the business community and how we make sure that our community moves forward in a safe and very fruitful manner, but at the same time respecting the safety of our citizens across the state. We know each county has a very different need across the state, and as we have addressed these phase reopenings, we've realized that from Elko County to Eureka County to Lander, Nye, Washoe, and Clark, all 17 counties represented throughout our state, every county's needs are different. But our task was always to find ways to, one, identify testing and provide the most ample ways to get that testing capability to all of our local health districts and throughout our community. To provide contact tracing throughout our community and make sure that those individuals were being followed up with and make sure they were provided the services, the frontline services needed to provide for a safe reopening of our community. Also, the community outreach, the public outreach, continually to make sure that individuals had a understanding of how to self-assess, how to quarantine, how to make sure what they were doing throughout the community was in the best interest of themselves and also for the remainder of the community. Through that, we have seen over the past few months that we have reopened, but most recently, as recent as the end of June, we saw a massive spike in our numbers and a transition from after our phase one reopening to quite a few cases that have come out. and the governor paused for concern and had some serious issues with the way our trends were going. And so with that, we have stepped back and closed some certain businesses and industries down to try to address flattening the curve. And I remind everybody that the intention has always been and has continually been, or will always be, to address flattening the curve, making sure that our hospitals have the capacity to address these needs as we move forward, making sure that our community stays safe as we move through different reopenings of our community. Now for a little some information in regards to specifics on Washoe County as of today. Washoe County's population, in which is represented by the City of Sparks, City of Reno, the unincorporated areas of Washoe, and throughout all from our northern border at Oregon all the way to our southern border, which is Carson City. We have a population of 478,155 individuals. Currently today, we've had 5,835 active cases since the start of March when we started doing testing. We currently, as of today, have 1,101 active cases that we are monitoring through our Department of Health. We have had 120 deaths. When you look at those numbers, they are challenging. They are nothing to be to balk at. They're nothing to be shy of. It is a frightening number sometimes to see any deaths. And any deaths are too many deaths, as I would agree with some of the public speakers previously. However, what we have seen since as of July 29th of this year, we have seen a downward trend, 7-day downward trend has been moving in the right direction. So we are happy to see that our progress is moving in a way that is productive for our community in regards to our continued reopening. We have seen our hospitalizations stabilize and not grow very actively over the past months. So that is another positive that we have going for us. We do have active zip codes throughout our community. The 89502 area codes are very active. 89431 is a very active neighborhood. And the 89436, all very active through the community. Now those have multiple cases that some have recovered, but active cases within all of those area codes currently. Recently, as of last week, my county commission did convene a special meeting of the Board of County Commissioners to discuss the CARES funding. Governor Sisolak did issue the directive, and it has been working through the federal government to identify ways to pass CARES funding through the local governments to satisfy the needs for any individual or any agency to address this COVID pandemic. With that COVID pandemic, the Washoe County unincorporated, or Washoe County has received $20 million in CARES funding. $40 million went to the City of Reno, and $19 million went to the City of Sparks. Collectively, we will see $86 million to our region to address the pandemic, and that is for PPE, or personal protective equipment, testing, community relations, contact tracing, outreach, whatever we deem necessary to truly address the needs of our community. This is what those dollars were spent for. Now, we at the County Commission have incurred, and this is through our previous board meeting, we had a presentation from staff on how much Washoe County has spent thus far since March. To date, we have spent regionally $10 million. $10 million was for internal expenses and regional expenses to deal with housing for individuals, testing, a number of different issues, as we had deemed with our incident management team when we first identified the issue and how we were going to do the rollout of testing and make sure. Now, going forward, a number of those dollars are reimbursable by the federal government through the FEMA Act and CARES Act to address those. And a couple things I want to point out. The county commission has, and always my commissioners and my body has remained consistent with their diligent understanding of what we need to focus on, and that continually will be testing and contact tracing, and find out forms of alternative medical care for those needing alternative medical care. To date, out of that $10 million that we've spent since the beginning of March, we've spent $1.8 million. $1.8 million may seem like a lot to some. But from my count, from my position, it's not enough. I sit here tonight to express to you my commitment and my board's commitment, which was voiced at our public meeting last Tuesday, to commit at least $6 million going forward to contact tracing and testing, community-wide, for all individuals of the Washoe County area. That is a significant jump from what we have spent over the last 3 months to just identify where we are today. Our intentions are continue to try to establish more public relationships with outside private entities, such as local labs to address expanded testing capacity, and continue to hire more contact tracers through our Washoe County Health District to bolster our response in contact tracing. The challenges that I see is that right now we have seen, even through our testing models, that the Nevada State Lab located at the UNR, up on the UNR campus, has been inundated with testing. And they are trying to do as best they can to turn around tests as quickly as possible, but we have seen lag times of up to 5 days to receive tests and test results back to individuals. This is unacceptable from me. And not from the standpoint that I know that the state lab is doing everything in their capacity to do so, and the health department is testing as many people as possible to identify the virus. But 5 days to get a result is just not fast enough. By the time we have understood somebody is positive, the contact tracing has begun, we will not have any idea how many of those individuals have been touched, and it's, in my opinion, it's fruitless. So my intention is to continue to work with our local medical providers such as Renown, St. Mary's, Northern Nevada Medical Center, private labs throughout the area to identify at least a 24 to 48 hour turnaround, at minimum a 24 to 48 hour turnaround, so that we can immediately begin contact tracing and identify ways of really truly quarantining individuals or providing them the services that they need to immediately address if they are symptomatic or asymptomatic, and try to provide them the protection that they may need going forward. That is what that $6 million will be spent for. I sit here in front of you again to tell you tonight that whatever we do as a community, we are here, Washoe County, to support Washoe County School District. We always have been, worked as colleagues. I understand the challenges you go through. I've heard the frustrations tonight from your staff, your teachers, your principals. I understand it's a challenging, very scary, daunting task that you have in front of you. So do they. But we need to figure out a way to move forward collectively as a group, as a community. And how do we deal with that? We need to make sure that our funding is adequate, to make sure that that is what we are doing. We have currently hired a task manager to work directly with the county commission and the county manager to address ongoing needs of the spending of those care dollars, and will help us organize the plans that will be put in place that will work directly with the Washoe County School District and the City of Reno and City of Sparks to address these testing needs as we move forward as well. Washoe County is taking this very seriously and want to make sure that as we work with the state and as we continue to work collectively as a region, this is our first and foremost focus, which is, once again, contact tracing, testing, and making sure that the public relations and outreach is made accessible for everybody. So with those discussions right now, I can't tell you how difficult it must be to sit up there tonight and make these decisions, knowing Monday is coming very quickly. However, I do commend you on making those decisions. They are very tough to make. I hope that as I sit here in front of you to offer my help and my assistance moving forward, that you take that very seriously, and whatever I can do or my commission can do, we stand united and always have. And we will continue to help move you and this school district forward for the benefit not only of our community, but of what I believe is some of our most vulnerable population, our children. So as a father, as an elected official, as a business owner, I tell you, this is not something I take very lightly. I take this very seriously, and I look to you with help to offer my understanding of how I can help you. It's very difficult for me to sit here tonight and try to put into words how challenging this is for me, and how difficult the last 5 months have been for me to write and talk to business owners and community leaders and different individuals across the state to address this pandemic. And the scary thing about this pandemic is that we don't have a lot of information. We're doing the best with the information that we are provided. And every time you sit on a dais and make those decisions, quite often you're making decisions with the best information that you're provided. And that's a difficult task. Not many understand. But I stand committed to you to continue to help and bring forward Washoe County as a whole to your aid. And with that, I conclude my presentation, and we'll take questions.
Well, thank you very much, Chair Lucy, and really from both sides of the roles you're playing, from LEAP to the County Commission. We really appreciate your making the time to be here tonight and share your commitment and support for the district. I think as elected officials, again, I think we've known we're all in this together, not just at that level, but as a whole community, and we need to work together to combat this as a community and to get to a point where we can move on from it. And so we really do value the commitment that you and the other commissioners have made to not just supporting the needs of what we know we're facing as a school district, but really what the whole community's needs are. And just really appreciate all the effort and work you've put into that. So I know there probably are some questions for you, so I will see if any of my fellow trustees have anything they'd like to ask at this time. Trustee Cottle.
Thank you, Madam President, and Chair Lucy, thank you for being here with us. I've received some questions from the community on our recent numbers, and I think the information that's put out, the blue chart, sometimes can be confusing. So when the county is saying that these are the tests and these are the positives aren't necessarily from that batch of tests. It's a delay from previous tests, and the tests that were conducted that day, the results are days out. So it's not necessarily, I bring it up because we had a day recently where I think it was 203 tests, which seemed really low, and there were 78 positives. And so if you could just address that, that would be helpful. Thank you.
Trustee Cottle, thank you through the president. Yes, that is absolutely correct. As we continue to report at Washoe County on Washoe COVID-19 Washoe, you will see that test administrator that day will not have a direct correlation to those positives. The positives that you are seeing are delayed, could be delayed from 24, 48, 72 hours previous. Now, if that was a Monday, a Saturday or a Sunday collection that could have been posted on Monday or Tuesday, there are some delays, obviously, to get those results and get them posted on our website. So you're absolutely correct in that standpoint, in that comment that those are not, those tests from that day are not representative of the positives.
Vice President Taylor.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, Chair Lucy, for being here and really for making such a public statement of your support from the LEAP team as well as from the County Commission. As you said, we enjoy in this community a relationship of working together, and we really do appreciate that and value that as a community. My question is, as you've identified $6 million, and thank you for that, to really focus on testing and contact tracing, 'cause that's really, we all know how important that is. And then you mentioned someone that you brought on to kind of help facilitate that for Washoe County School District as well as for the community as a whole. But how do you envision those increased revenues and the increased focus on testing and contacting? How do you envision that impacting our going back to school and teachers being back out there, so to speak? Because as you heard from the teachers and from the educators and others on tonight, that's a real fear, right? And certainly understandable. How do you envision that having an impact on what happens in the school should someone test positive or whatever the case may be?
So the way Vice President Taylor, through the President, I do respect the question. Thank you for that. I envision the plan to be that as we continue to take those dollars, first and foremost, to identify the partnerships immediately within the community that can help us make sure that turnaround time for tests are shortened, and so that we can get more real-time data of who and where within the community are experiencing that true molecular level of test, that they are positive currently and could be either asymptomatic or symptomatic, and provide them the quarantine regimen that they need, whether that's within their own home or provide them facilities to quarantine during that 14-day period. I think that's crucial first and foremost. Mm-hmm. The next thing is, obviously through the testing, this is going to be in conjunction with the Washoe County Department of Health. This is not to provide testing outside of the Washoe County Department of Health, but to help broaden that testing and provide testing at maybe more or multiple locations throughout the community that may have access issues immediately to our post, which has been located at the 11th. We've had some remote testing throughout the community over the previous months, but a majority of our testing has been at the post. And so for individuals, to get to the post and provide and participate in the post through that, it's been difficult. So we are trying to convey a majority of those dollars to help bolster that testing through the Department of Health. And the individual that we are currently working with, and I don't want to jump the gun too much about saying names yet, but that individual will work directly with us to identify those potential opportunities through our local healthcare providers that may be able to provide testing abilities, working with insurance companies to make sure that they're identifying through all of our communities that they can get tested whenever they need to get tested, providing ourselves the supplies needed, the testing equipment and the mediums needed to collect those tests. And then obviously, once we have those test collections, making sure that there is adequate lab space and time available to get those tests turned around. Secondly, one of the big issues once identified is to go back and do the contact tracing through the school district. For example, if a dynamic plan that you have constructed, if one of your employees, teachers, students were to be diagnosed COVID positive, that way we could immediately adjust, through their classroom, who they've been interacted with, how we can mitigate potentially shedding or changing protocols to identify who those individuals are and really trying to address those immediately. I think the problem is the lag time. Mm-hmm. If we allow that too long, an individual could participate in school and have this transmission to and from each other over periods of time, not thinking that they're symptomatic because they may be asymptomatic, and that transmission could be high, thus causing a greater problem and a spike within our community. But once again, my goal is to continue to push forward the rhetoric of driving down our 7-day moving average, making sure we're continuing to flatten the curve and keep our hospital capacity functional. You know, one of the challenges that came out of this most recent our road to recovery that we've been working with the governor. Many of you watched his press release back on August 3rd. When he talked about the new normal and how we're moving into a road to recovery through the counties, and some of the directives that he's going to be looking at that are critical statewide metrics. You know, those metrics are: 1, hospital capacity, access to personal protective equipment, the testing capacity, case investigation, and protection of vulnerable populations. I think all are relevant here specifically to Washoe County School District. And it's my intention from the county standpoint to continue to bolster all of those. And so as I continue to put money and, or the county commission, I shouldn't say I, but as the county commission and the county as a whole continues to put money towards those initiatives and those criteria, we will see that directly impact and benefit the Washoe County School District, I believe.
I really appreciate that, Chair Lucy. When do you think, are those other areas able to begin some testing now? You know, Renown, St. Mary's, Northern Nevada. Is that something that's going to be online relatively quickly?
Yes, so I've been in constant contact with Dr. Tony Slonim at Renown. We've been in contact with Tiffany Curry at St. Mary's and Helen Leadholm of Northern Nevada Medical Center to address a number of these testing. If you've driven by South Meadows, the Renown campus in South Meadows, they have in their southern parking lot, they have a testing post set up in there. They are conducting testing. They are running testing through their lab. They're seeing 24-hour turnaround times at Renown. You know, Washoe County has been working, like I said earlier, with identifying certain private labs here locally to help bolster our ability to run tests quicker. So yes, we are seeing that increased capacity. We're still identifying what that plan specifically looks like and how we're going to, because like I said, we many times, Health District Officer Dick, I've stood side by side with him and said, look, we are trying to build this plane as we're flying it, and that still holds true to today. We are trying to be dynamic and have to be dynamic and very nimble in our planning and how we address this, because as we get new data day by day, it has to be mitigated and addressed in a way that is going to be beneficial for the entire county. And so as I see it, if the county succeeds, all of the entities within the county succeed. And so it is my intention to continue to bolster the support for the community as a whole, all 487,000 residents of Washoe County.
Thank you very much, Chair Lucy. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Trustee Kelly.
Thank you, Madam President. And Chairman Lucy, thank you very much for coming to the board meeting today and providing some testimony for us. Question I had was, you mentioned currently the turnaround time for testing is about 5 days, 72 hours. Is there going to be a way that the county can regularly update the public and let the public know that, based on the way that you're spending the $6 million, whether it's hiring additional tracers, contact tracers, whether it's partnering with local businesses, local medical providers, that are you going to be telling people that how long the turnaround time is? So if it's 72 hours now, well, next week, will it be down to 60 hours and then 48 hours? Is there basically a data point or a metric that the county can provide so that, for instance, the school district, we can tell our staff, currently the turnaround time is 48 hours or it's 24 hours. I was wondering if that was something that was in the works.
So as Trustee Kelly, through the president, thank you for that question. I do appreciate it. We do have seen that number fluctuate. Obviously, that I can't say that it's been consistently 5 days. We've had turnaround times as early as 24 in just recent weeks. It just depends on the amount of tests that we have administered, people that have signed up, and the ability to move those tests through. So that fluctuates but as I did mention earlier, some of the monies, the CARE dollars that have been committed by the county commission to move forward, roughly about 300,000 is an estimate, and that's an estimated expenditure of 300,000 will be directed towards community outreach and public relations. And so that would identify those types of data and making sure that that is readily available to the community. We're always looking for suggestions. If that is something that we can continue to portray and move forward, we're happy to help. But I think one of the challenges is that we're only one county currently of many counties that are running tests through the Nevada State Lab. The Nevada State Lab, which is run by Dr. Mark Bandori on the UNR campus, is receiving samples from all of the northern counties. And you also are receiving from the State Department of Corrections, a number of different entities throughout the community. All of our tribal nations are submitting their. So we have a significant amount of, so as their testing ramps up in other communities, that may delay ours. So what Washoe County is trying to do individually is to probably, if we see those times of lag times happening, we are going to try, that's why we are trying to approach private industry to make sure that those times never drop below. Some of the metrics that did come out of the data that needs to be monitored from the governor's office in that August 3rd press release from the governor was there was a number of metrics that the counties had to adhere to make sure that we met a level of mitigation or to be considered low, high, or low, moderate, or high risk. Currently, those metrics that he had requested were, for one, average number of tests per day per 100,000 population need to be greater than 150. So and that's on a 7-day moving average. We are at that and exceeding that daily. We've tested over, I believe, last time I checked, the number about 77,000 people here within Washoe County. Now, some of those symptomatic and some of those asymptomatic. The case rate per 100,000 needs to be greater, it needs to be less than 200. We're trying to get that case rate under 200. Currently, our case rate is about, let me check the last number I read here, but the trends was, we were at 211. And then finally, the last data set would be the case rate per 100,000 greater than 50 and a positivity rate of 7%. We are very close to going underneath that 7. We are driving in a negative approach right now. We're currently at 7.3%. I hope that with the trend that we've been moving at since July 29th, that we will continue to move towards that 7 point and get underneath that 7 point set. That would allow us to hit at least 2 of our criteria mandated by the state to lower our risk mitigation so that we can move forward with further plans. But we are in constant contact. The state is on a phone call with the LEAP team and all the health departments across the state twice a week, Tuesdays and Fridays. We are on those phone calls at 11 o'clock to discuss those matters as it pertains to the community as a whole. So hopefully that answers your question. I gave you a lot of data, but hopefully that answered it.
It does. Thank you.
Okay.
Trustee Simon Holland.
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you, Chairman Lucy. We all very much appreciate you being here, and we appreciate your service serving as the LEAP chair, because that's an additional responsibility that you have.
Well, not the LEAP chair. I just am a member of the team.
The liaison, then.
But the liaison, yes.
There we go. Okay, but thank you. That's certainly a big job. A couple of questions, and just to clarify, you mentioned testing at the post. And I just want to clarify for people who are listening, what is the post? Is that at the health department and back in the
correct?
The
post has been our main testing site location at the Reno Livestock Event Center in behind the 1001 East 9th Street location of the county building, or where the Department of Health is, so that our Department of Health can quickly move those samples to and from the state lab. So yes, thank you for that clarification.
That's okay. okay. And I did have my test there, and I, again, just compliment the health department, the Nevada National Guard folks who helped with that. It was very smooth and really well done. I would like to build on my colleague, Dr. Taylor's question about the timing. We have lots of people who are asymptomatic who would like to be tested, but they're not able to get a test right now. And I think all of us, as soon as we could know when asymptomatic people can be tested, if you have that information, it would be great to be able to publicize it today.
I do have that information. Not readily in front of me right now, and I'm having troubles with my internet, and I apologize. I think it's my computer, but to my understanding, the trouble with the asymptomatic and symptomatic is based upon that medium, getting access to that medium and those test collection kits, so that we can move forward. So very frequently over the past couple months, we have seen asymptomatic testing be readily available for everybody, and then that pulled back because the lack of test kits available. So we've fluctuated with that, and I think that is one of the challenges that we would like to address with a number of these CARES dollars, is to make sure that there is no shortage so that we can continue on with asymptomatic testing. That was part of the governor's directive that was given down to all of us to continue to test not just symptomatic but asymptomatic as a whole. And so it is our intention to continue with asymptomatic. I believe asymptomatic, the last I did check, that there was asymptomatic testing being allowed. You'd still have to, all you have to do is go to covid19washo.com. There is a form about getting tested. You fill out the form. It's through our Acela computer database. A health department agent will reach out to you and schedule that test for you and move forward. But that, from my understanding, the last I know, but please don't quote me on this, is that it was available last I checked at the end of last week. Now that may have changed, but that is one of the issues that we will be addressing from the county commission and the county as a whole moving forward.
Great. So if people are listening and they are asymptomatic and would like to get a test, step number one is to fill out that assessment that is online, and if asymptomatic testing is available, you'll be in the queue.
That's correct.
Okay.
And they would immediately do that. And not only, and that's only one venue. You know, please be cognizant of the understanding that you can still go get that test also through your health provider. Many individuals, your health providers, your insurance companies that contracted through, you can ask to go to any of the local health providers, Renown, St. Mary's, Northern Nevada, to get that test through your insurance company, if need be. And if you really feel that if you've been contacted by somebody and feel that you've been exposed. Mm-hmm. Thank you. These late meetings, that's why I start at 10 a.m. But if you've been exposed, you have that opportunity to immediately get in and get tested.
Great. And then the last question, is the $6 million being committed by Washoe County's share of the CARES funding, or is that the region?
No, that is, at this time, that is the Washoe County's share.
Well, thank you. That's a big number out of the money that you all will be getting from CARES Act funding. That's a huge number, and we hope that we will have more participation in that from others, and we're very grateful for that. Yeah. Thank you, Chair Lucy. Thank you, Madam President.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Vice President Taylor.
Thank you, Madam President. Just one more. You mentioned the quick test, because obviously that's a real key and can help get results a lot faster and move along and take, I would imagine, some of the pressure off of the labs. Do you have any insight on when we may be able to get the kits that are involved in that?
So, the rapid tests that you're referring to, those are available. Now, we at the county are currently only offering the PCR test, the molecular test. That does have to, it takes some time in the lab to process those results. The rapid tests, though, are readily available here in the community through the health networks. They do have those tests and are testing a number of their individuals on their staffs at the hospitals. The turnarounds on those are much quicker, and I don't know, as I'm not a medical professional, so I can't tell you the levels, but we have been working on the PCRs, the PCR tests right now, and I continue to do so. But those rapid tests are available, and my understanding is that just recently Renown did receive another machine, another Abbott machine, through funding, federal funding, to allow for their rapid tests, more of their rapid tests to be turned out quicker.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Trustee Calvert.
Hi, thanks for being here. You mentioned a few zip codes. So what are you doing, or what is the LEAP team doing to either educate or get involved to find out why there's such a high concentration of those cases in those particular zip codes?
I think, Trustee Calvert, thank you for that question, and I appreciate. It's difficult to say. Yes, the zip codes have different correlations of why and where and how those tests and those cases are examined within their community. I would say that the challenge is once again providing access to tests, making sure that in those communities that we have posts available to really test those individuals, so that they not having to, if they are challenged in regards to transportation or scheduling or timing, that we provide them adequate and ample opportunities to get those tests in those zip codes. I think that's one of the discussions we've had at the County Commission, is to provide remote locations consistently, as they've done in Clark County. Clark County has done a pretty phenomenal job of moving their posts to remote locations throughout Clark County over the last few months. I would hope that as we continue to move forward, that's what we will do here in Washoe County. I think that the next step is also the public outreach, making sure that people are, as we identify those issues and those problem areas, how those areas are addressed in regards to what the proper quarantine measures that you can take, proper self-assessments to make sure if you're coming down with it, that you're isolating, that you're getting access to care sooner rather than later. I think those are going to be the major issues that we move forward with, as we've done thus far, and continue to do that. Thank you.
All right, I know our superintendent, Dr. McNeil, would like to say a few things, but I'll quickly ask two questions. I believe I read recently about an extension of the National Guard working with the county and the testing.
That's correct.
Do we know how long, and is that sort of at the whim of the governor, or who controls how long the National Guard is working with us?
That's a very complicated topic. The National Guard is directly under the guidance of Governor Sisolak through the state. But however, they do receive funding from the federal government. So it's a balance of communication, not only with the federal government and the Pentagon and Washington, D.C., but also with Carson City and our governor on how those resources are utilized. The governor did extend their deployment in a limited manner for the near future. We don't know how long that deployment will be for, but during the time we at the LEAP team have discussed what that transition will look like when their deployment ends. And so we've started working with different agencies to bring individuals online to do more of the contact tracing and support at the testing level. So there are already discussions about what that transition would look like and how we would need to staff those individuals going into the near future.
Thank you very much for that answer. And then the other question is, and I think you addressed this, but I heard for sure that the desire to speed up the turnaround time for the testing. I know I've also heard that there's just a delay to get the appointment, that you might go on a Monday or Tuesday and not be able to get an appointment until, 3 or 4 days later for the test. Is that addressed, obviously, I would say, as part of this increase in testing capacity?
Absolutely. Thank you, President Raymond. This is going to be absolutely encompass everything from start to finish, from the appointment to the actual test to the result to the contact tracing to the care provided. All of those are integral in the response time. And the longer that response time is, the longer the potential of further spread can be. So our intent is to shorten and condense that time for all steps along that testing measure to make sure that every individual is getting immediate, once they get immediate test, they get immediate result, they have an understanding of what they need to do. If they need access to care, that they're getting that care. That is really the mission of the County Commission, first and foremost, and our number one priority is to address that.
Wonderful. Thank you very much for that information. Dr. McNeil.
Well, thank you so much, Chair Lucy. It's been a very wonderful working relationship with you and your staff. They're extremely, right on point whenever we have a question. And so I just want to express that to you as the county. And then also, I know that this is a concern for our employees. It's a concern for the board. It's a concern for myself as the superintendent. And we have been working over the summer on expanding a testing contact tracing program. So I am standing in line, wanting you to know that I will be the first on your docket to get some additional contact tracers, because that actually helps our Student Health Services Department. We are taking the responsibility to hire 2 additional community health nurses to support our Student Health Services Department. But any support that you can lend on the contact tracing would be a great, great benefit to our school district. So just thank you. And then for after school and before school care, I know that your staff is working very hard with our staff. We're concerned, obviously, with our middle schoolers on the hybrid and then their off days. So just anything else that, your staff would be able to think about and problem solve with us around before and after school care. But again, just thank you so much for all of your support.
Thank you, Superintendent McNeil. And the after-school care is definitely something that is on our radar and that we are discussing through the county manager's office and staff throughout our community services department, how we would go about addressing that. And once again, exploring potential and different options to provide that care in addition to your after-school program, so that we can provide for that social distancing, that spacing, and the protection of those students.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Trustee Cottle.
Thank you, Madam President. Chair Lucy, thank you again. It's really good to hear the things that you're doing and that the numbers in Washoe are coming down. What is your number one concern for where we stand right now? Something that maybe keeps you up at night thinking about as we progress through this?
Trustee Cottle, if I could tell you all the things that keep me up at night in regards to my job at the county, would it be here for the next 3 hours? I don't mean to make light of this. I know this is not a laughing matter and this is not a joking matter, but I have to find the humor in this sometimes, because the stress of this over the last 5 months has been daunting for me. I go home as a parent and I look at my young my son who's going to start first grade this year and experience a different type of first grade than I ever knew could exist. I look at my 2-year-old that goes to daycare every day. And as my wife and I go to work and have very important jobs that we have to go to make sure our household remains whole. I think some of those are the main challenges of any of our community member. Realize I may be the chairman of the county commission, but I am just another individual, lifelong resident of Reno, Nevada. I'm a father, I'm a family member, and I worry about what's going to go forward. But when I say that I worry and I have concerns about what the future looks like, that's just a worry, but it's not going to be an inhibitor for me. I have to go forward. I have to take a step into the right direction. I have to make sure that we're moving forward because, in my opinion, and this is my opinion only, that if we continue to, we have to make sure that we're doing the right steps for our community to move forward. We cannot just be stagnant and make no choices. We have to sometimes make choices, but we at the same time have to be able to be nimble and flexible and dynamic so that we can pivot. Now, I'm not saying any decision that anybody has ever made on any dais as an elected official has always been the right decision. It's been a decision, and when things go sideways, as business owners and parents understand, sometimes we make decisions, but we have to change those decisions based upon certain outcomes and unintended consequences. We have to take a moderate stance. We have to understand that there's always some right and some wrong in everything that we do. But as we move forward, we have to make some decision and move off of center, in my opinion, and it scares me that sometimes those decisions aren't going to be the right ones. But at the end of the day, sometimes those decisions do work out. But that's what gives me the most anxiety, and that's what scares me the most, is that I am doing things with the best knowledge that I have available to me. But what gives me some resolve at the end of the day is knowing that I can pivot, change, and remaneuver if I need to, based upon new information, based upon a decision that I made. So, if I can stress anything to you, you are not bound to a decision that you make. You can change decisions, you can pivot if need be, but make a decision, move forward, adjust. That would be my recommendation. That's the thing that stresses me, and it's done for the last 6 years of my tenure as a county commissioner.
I really appreciate that answer and your honesty, so thank you. I appreciate that.
Well, thank you again, Chair Lucy, for sharing your time with us this evening and knowing how busy you are, but we really do appreciate the opportunity to hear from you and hear more about the county's plans and the work that the LEAP is doing. And we just really do appreciate the partnership, not just with you, but with all of our other entities in the community, City of Reno, City of Sparks. I think this really has been a time where we've all come together to work as a team. So appreciate your time.
Thank you, President Raymond. And like I said, I remain resolved in my commitment to this board and in this district. I want to thank you for your time tonight. I appreciate that ability to sit here in front of you and present. And I'm happy to come back and participate in any future discussions as we continue to move through this together. So thank you very much, and have a wonderful night.
Thank you so much. All right, I think I would like to, if the board would be okay with it, take one more agenda item, 4.01, which is our legislative update, before we recess for a short time. And I know this is not a very lengthy presentation, so I think we can get through it and then have our break.
Thank you, Madam President, Board of Trustees, Lindsay Anderson. I'm going to stand up here if that's okay. Angie gave me the thumbs up. It's just a little easier to stand up so I can look through my notes. I know you have a full agenda tonight, and so I'm going to try to be as quick as possible. As you read on the agenda, this slide deck was submitted before the end of the second special session, so there's no slides in there about that as these things are moving quickly. But I will just give you a very quick verbal overview of the 32nd special session of the 2020 interim. There were several pieces of legislation ultimately passed. They were in the categories of social justice and police reform, in which our Chief Trevino was involved, voting in the general election, evictions, mining taxes, unemployment, particularly related to Dieter, and then additionally, legislation signed today around business liability. So education was not the center of the universe in this particular special session, but certainly several of those pieces of legislation could did, and then ultimately some didn't impact us. So I'm happy to talk more about that, of any of those individual pieces of legislation if you'd like. Otherwise, I'll move on to looking forward to the 2021 legislative session. Doing my teacher wait time, even though I'm not a teacher. Okay.
I didn't see any lights on, so I think you can move ahead.
Okay. Oh, that's a good visual cue. Great. Thank you. So just very quickly, it's 174 days before the 2021 legislative session begins on February 21st. That's far too soon for someone like me and 2 special sessions over the summer, but we're counting down the days. There have already been 213 bill drafts requests filed by legislators. And you'll remember, bill draft requests are basically one sentence. It's simply an idea of what's going to happen. Some are more detailed than others. Some say things like bill draft requests related to education, period. So those are hard to know exactly where they're going. But there's about 85 by my count that could potentially impact the Washoe County School District. So we've already got plenty to work on. Those bills that have been filed already, the bill draft requests will be published right around the end of the year. We'll get to see more information about those. Next slide, JJ. Just in terms of timing, the executive branch agencies are working now to submit their initial budget requests September. Pre-filed bills are released in December. The State of the State, you'll recall, is in January, and that's our first real glance at the governor's major budget initiatives and themes. This board will consider a legislative platform in January, and then pre-session budget hearings begin in late January. Next slide. This is just a snapshot of the statutory language allowing for the Washoe County School District to have its own bill draft request. You can go to the next slide, JJ. When we talked about it as an internal team with the leadership of Dr. McNeil, there was a lot of emphasis around addressing items from the Pathway to Positive Progress and themes that we've been hearing from our staff over the past year. Obviously, we want to be sensitive to the current COVID environment that we're living in and try to do something that is not already being introduced by other legislators, executive branch, or interim committees, so we're not duplicating efforts. That is bound to happen since we don't know what all of those BDRs are, but based on the information that's available, we try not to double up. Next slide. So you'll see here that our staff recommendation, and I certainly defer to Dr. McNeil to talk more about it, is a temporary suspension of the statutory requirements around student learning goals, student learning objectives basically through the next biennium, June 30th of 2023. So you can see the statutory citation. I think we have, as a team, acknowledged that those student learning goals are supposed to be based on reliable assessment data for students. And given the variation in assessments that are available for our students across the board, the different learning environments they're going to be in, it's going to be very difficult to use reliable assessment data for student growth to be used in a teacher's evaluation. Teachers would still receive a full evaluation from their supervisor. It just would not include the student test data that is required as part of the student learning goals. So is there one more? So with over 1,000 bills introduced over the course of a legislative session, we can certainly come up with other ideas. If there are things that are not being addressed so far, we can look for other bill sponsors. This board has to submit your idea for the bill draft by September 1st to the Legislative Council Bureau for drafting. So we can have that conversation tonight. Alternatively, we can come back at the August 28th board meeting if there's additional research and discussion required for final adoption of our bill draft request. And I'll turn it over to Dr. McNeil if she has any comments before there's any discussion.
Thank you very much, Lindsay. So President Raymond and Board of Trustees, this is something that we have discussed quite frequently as far as a delay in student learning objectives. It's something that we've talked about for many months when I was interim superintendent, as far as taking things off teachers' plates, our principals' plates. So we felt that this was something that in this pandemic era was really important for our district. I know that, we have a couple principals here tonight, so I know that this is something that's critically important, and it's a delay. We don't have, the testing data that we would typically have, and we just felt that this was a really good, strong platform to be able to submit for Washoe County for our bill draft request. And so with that would be our staff recommendation for a delay around student learning objectives.
Trustee Simon Holland.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, Dr. McNeil. I was just curious, and I think it's a wonderful idea, and I know that teachers are very anxious about this. Do we have is there a coalition of others, Superintendent's Association, other school districts that are also interested in this?
So the NAS, the Nevada Association of School Superintendents, we meet on a weekly basis, and we had a meeting, I can't even remember when we had the meeting, but we had a meeting recently with State Superintendent Ebert and her staff going over the Nevada Education Performance Framework. And so this is something that, we would bring forward, we would discuss it, but we have not had those actual conversations at this point in time with the entire superintendents.
I have a question. So timing-wise, how would that work? The legislative session could theoretically go through the end of the actual school year. So what happens for the evaluations for the 2021 school year if that isn't approved?
You go.
Lindsay Anderson. If the bill doesn't pass, then the law as it stands right now would be in effect. I think that is a difficult factor in terms of timing because we won't necessarily know what the law will be for this school year. I think we would have to assume that the current law stands as it is right now until there was, the ink was dry on a new piece of legislation.
And I'll just say, I know, our human resources and our academics team, they're working hard to streamline and make it as easy as possible as far as the format, the quality of the student learning objective and student learning, not to put so much emphasis on it as in the past. So again, trying to streamline, trying to take things off people's plates during this time.
Thank you both. I know we do have public comment on this item, so I will turn it over to JJ Batchelder before we make a decision about action on this item.
Philip Kaiser.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen of the board, Superintendent McNeil. My name is Phil Kaiser. I've been teaching in Washoe County for more than 2 decades. I'm a National Board Certified teacher and one of the officers of the Washoe Education Association. I also served on the task force for the Nevada Department of Education evaluation framework this summer. I rise in support of the bill draft request that would suspend the use of SLOs, SLGs as part of an educator evaluation. In the past, when evaluations were based on student test scores, and currently when evaluations are related to SLOs, they're still based on student performance. And the evaluations have often been used in a punitive way to punish teachers whose students did poorly or to punish schools with a low star rating if they didn't meet their goals. Now, I'm lucky. I teach at an upper middle class school. I get to teach advanced placement courses. Guess what? My kids do great. I'm highly effective. But in other schools with high numbers of low-income students and English learners, with high transiency rates and absences, it's very difficult to try and use any student performance in the evaluation of how well a teacher is teaching. That's why we need to get rid of SLOs and SLGs as far as any teacher evaluation and focus simply on allowing the administrators and the teachers to focus with flexibility on the growth and development of educators' skills. The current situation where baselines are done in August, where forecasts for your students are done before you even get to know them, where 90% participation rate is required, these kinds of requirements of the SLO Educator Evaluator Framework don't match up. Given the current situation related to COVID-19, I would urge the board to eliminate any part of an evaluation that's based on distance learning. Most students haven't taken courses online. Most teachers haven't taught courses online. Most evaluators have not evaluated someone for online teaching. Most students are not going to be able to have the same impact as they would in a normal year. This does not mean educators will not be observed and evaluated. It just argues that evaluations should be flexible and focused on growth and development of educator skills. So I think we ought to focus on that, both in the bill draft request and in the current evaluation framework. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kaiser. All right, so this is a possible action item, as Lindsay Anderson mentioned. We can take action this evening, or we can provide more direction and take action at a future time. Does the board have any further discussion on this item? Trustee Simon Holland.
Thank you, Madam President. I'm very supportive of it being developed. Perhaps there's a way that we can initiate the discussion and take action for us to initiate the discussion and then make sure that we inform our partners throughout the state, because I don't want anyone in other school districts to feel like we're getting out in front of everybody. But if we could initiate the action tonight and then check with everybody, and if it needs to be changed, we would certainly change it. But I think it's a good idea.
Trustee Kelly?
Thank you, Madam President. I guess I had two questions, or a question and a comment. Question, I think, for Lindsay would be, is the deadline, like, do we have to do this today? Or could we recommend some potential bill draft request, one meeting, school board meeting from now, or two school board meetings from now? So, like, kind of what's the deadline that you envision for us to do this? And then comment I had was, and I'm glad that the speaker had brought up teacher evaluations, because that would be something that I would be interested in our district looking at and seeing if based on COVID-19 and the distance learning and all the things that we've seen over the last couple months, is evaluation something that we could put as a BDR? So that would be something I would be interested in knowing more about.
President Raymond, Lindsay Anderson, the statutory deadline to submit our bill draft request is September 1st. So we have one more scheduled school board meeting in order the board has to take action at that last meeting on August 28th to submit that language to the Legislative Council Bureau. So you have one more opportunity. I will say I didn't mention we don't have to sponsor a bill draft request. We have not done it in some years. We have done big things in some years and small things in some years. So we don't have to. We could find a home for this somewhere else if ultimately the board chose not to sponsor this or any piece of legislation. It's just an option.
Vice President Taylor.
Thank you, Madam President. I just want to lend support to my colleague, Trustee Simon Holland, and perhaps make a recommendation that we almost do this as we do our policies. Let's give preliminary approval that can start some discussion, and there's a built-in comment period, I guess, if you will, to do the appropriate reaching out, and then we can come back for final approval or any adjustments that we may need to on the 28th. At least we get the ball rolling. I think we're certainly all in favor of making this change for this upcoming year. So would that be appropriate? I can certainly make that motion if that's appropriate.
I see Trustee Minetto's lights on over there, but I...
Oh, absolutely. Excuse me, Ellie. Trustee Minetto.
Trustee Minetto?
I fully support this. I think that SLOs often are an awful lot of busy work for teachers. And some people love them, and some teachers really, really don't. And it ends up being a lot of time that you spend with the blah, 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 that you should be spending teaching kids. So I'm in full support of this one.
Okay. Vice President Taylor.
Thank you, Madam President. That being said, I will make a motion, if I may. I move that the Board of Trustees provides preliminary approval to the recommended BDR or bill draft request for the 2021 Nevada legislative session with the intent of making a final decision at our next Board of Trustees meeting on the 28th.
Second.
A motion by Vice President Taylor and a second by Trustee Cottle. If there's no further discussion, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. And any opposed? All right, that motion passes unanimously. Thank you very much, Lindsay, and we'll see you then at our next board meeting. Okay, it is 6:33. We will take a 15-minute recess at this time. Be back here at 6:48. Thank you. And the next agenda item for us this evening is 5.01, which is presentation, discussion, and possible action to approve the 2020-21A Major Projects Program that includes projects throughout the Washoe County School District pursuant to the attached list of program projects and associated costs for each project as recommended by the Capital Funding Protection Committee. This is for possible action, and we are joined by our Chief Capital Projects and Facilities Management Officer, Mr. Adam Searcy.
Hi, good evening. For the record, my name is Adam Searcy, Chief of Facilities for the school district. Pleased to be here this evening. I'm going to run through two separate presentations, really summarizing the backup information associated with the action item. So, as is the typical format, we presented this information to the Capital Funding Protection Committee in a public meeting just last Thursday. They made a recommendation to the Board of Trustees to approve the requested funding allocation. So I'm going to go through this information quickly, pause for any questions, but the action item is actually at the conclusion of all the information being presented. So starting off on the W. Smith Career and Technical Academy, we have identified all of the programs that are anticipated to be designed into this school. So really where we're at is a near completion of the ed specs, or the educational specifications that really define the spaces to be included in the program, but we have not advanced into really the design of the specifics of those spaces. So I'll let everybody take a look at these. These are categories and programs that have been identified as high need now and into the future with a very multidisciplinary group of community members. We'll get into a little bit more detail about those in a moment. This is a snapshot of the community members who have worked together over the past several months to come up with these ed specs and really the basis for what we're going to turn this campus into. I'll talk a little bit more about a recent virtual workshop that many of these folks and the public at large community participated in to develop really these relationship diagrams, they refer to them as. Again, this ed spec process establishes the areas, the programs to be included in the school, the relationships between the spaces, what wants to be adjacent to what, and roughly the sizes of those spaces. But these are just bubble diagrams, they are not designs, and how exactly the design team integrates those into the existing facilities and potential new facilities really is what lies ahead. But so this is just an example of one of the programs that has been included in the ed spec. This, you can see, has some potential large spaces, potentially outdoor spaces, and there has been some exciting discussion about possibly some new construction to create these spaces once we get into the design. On this slide and the next slide, we're going to talk about hospitality and teaching, as well as medical health science. Those of you who are familiar with the CTE programs at the current campus recognize that there have been significant investments in that campus, and these are some areas that we're looking to leverage and reutilize some of the existing facilities up there. Here is the medical health science layout. We've got robotics and engineering, also a very important topic to our community and the business and industry environment in Northern Nevada for many years to come. And then similarly, skilled trades is a very high demand area or program, both in the school district CTE program and within the region. So this was definitely a hot topic, and it will be included in the final scope. Some of these spaces also look to be large volume spaces. The construction lab, for example, has been discussed as a potential site for, might be the existing small gym at the current campus. You know, it remains to be seen exactly how they integrate these spaces into the design and onto the campus, bring these spaces into life. But I wanted to use that as an opportunity to sort of emphasize that athletics has always been and continues to be intended to remain as an offering at this school. That's something unique in our CTE program and something we remain committed to. So that we're all excited to bring that into shape, but really moving forward, these are going to be the programs as identified by the community in this interdisciplinary group. So here we have a high-level schedule for the entire project. We're here on the left, August 2020, about to embark on basically a year and a half of design and review as we approach summer 2022 as the time period where the student body currently attending the existing Hug High School will leave for summer break and come back at the new Proctor Hug High School at Wild Creek, thus vacating this campus for an entire year, allowing us to complete all of this reconstruction with a vacant campus. These are just some highlights, sort of backing up the vision of what this committee used to guide their decision-making as they went through the process to identify the spaces and programs that they wanted to see in the ed specs. Specific focuses on flexible learning environments, adaptable spaces. These are common themes that we see really in all of our schools to be able to, really envision the needs of the immediate and near future, but remain flexible for, the unimaginable decades to come, and still making sure that connection to the community, business, and industry, it has a very strong voice in this important project for the school district and our entire community. So I mentioned this earlier, the July 2020 was a community forum. It was actually pretty neat. We unfortunately conducted this via Zoom, as is the case these days, but we were able to break out into different subgroups, have discussions with design team members, citizens, community members, business leaders. It was relatively well attended and quite diverse, and really provided some valuable feedback to the design team that's going to help them as we transition into design. This is just a little bit more on the session, some high-level categories where some of these specific topics were discussed both as a large group and in the small group breakout sessions. Again, great participation, great feedback, and really that's what the process is all about, getting that collaborative voice from a variety of areas, develop the richest and best finished product possible. Also excited to announce and add to this team, I believe it was on the consent agenda officially this evening, but the construction manager at risk, as you guys have experienced in the past, is a general contractor who will be negotiating a construction contract with, but the agreement at this time is for pre-construction services, basically as a consultant during the design phase to add constructability review and logistical input into the design, really going to be as important on this project as any that we've constructed because of the remodel and complex nature of attacking a project on an existing campus. The value that these folks can bring to the design phase is really going to pay dividends, both in guiding us to the most cost-effective solutions with the assets that we have in place, but also moving into construction with a much more well-understood scope of services. Anytime that we're knocking down a wall, there's a chance we're going to find something that we didn't expect behind that wall. And with the contractor as a part of the design team for many months in advance of construction, it's going to allow them to explore those risk factors and make changes or mitigate those risks before we ever get into construction and the costs rise significantly. So really excited to see them joining the team here immediately after this meeting and moving forward into design. And that's really the punchline for this portion, and the action item later on this item is to approve the funding allocation for the design phase only of this project. This recommended budget will include all architect and engineer fees and expenses. This will also include preliminary, or rather exploratory services, whether it be hazardous materials, existing conditions, as I said, and also permitting fees as we move from design into construction. This is the recommended budget to get us all the way there. Of course, we'll come back to the board with individual agreements executed against this budget, but this is the funding allocation request later in this item. So that's the content and the update that I have for the Debbie Smith CTA High School. And I'll just pause for a moment and see if there's any discussion about this project. If not, I'll carry on into a brief update on the O'Brien Middle School Rebuild Progress Report. Similarly, we presented to the Capital Funding Protection Committee and the school board in June. Since that time, we've gone through a public site plan review process with the city of Reno. This involves mailers to citizens, public noticing, presentation to the Neighborhood Advisory Committee in the North Valleys, as well as a public hearing through the city of Reno. We were approved by the city of Reno through that process back in mid-June, and then since then really have been just noses to the grindstone on the design of this building. It's come a long way and is really, really starting to come into focus. We've also been working closely with the Sky Vista HOA. There are adjacent landowners to the east, and we're negotiating a purchase of a small piece of common area property. No homes are impacted. They've been highly supportive of this, and just working through the acquisition process and continued public engagement with them, the school community, and other neighbors in that school zone. So that's all been ongoing. And many of you, hopefully on this slide and the next slide, have had a chance to see the recently published 3D visual fly-through. Because of the logistics with the live stream and sort of the technology here, I'm not going to play it for the board, but please take a moment to look on, for sure, the WCSD building Facebook page. There's about a 4-minute 3D video fly-through of the new design. As we've talked about before, this is a 3-story middle school, as you can see better on this slide. It represents a full middle school ed spec, so it essentially has the same capacity and the same pieces and parts, you know, major media center, multi-purpose room, band, choir, orchestra, et cetera, as our most recent middle schools, but it is a completely new design with a substantially more compact and efficient footprint, which then of course translates into more efficient construction dollars. So anyway, we're very excited about the progress and the look of this building, and we want everybody in the community also to take a look at where this is going. So since that time, and really the primary update to the Capital Funding Protection Committee has to do with the updated cost estimates for the project. As with the W. Smith campus, we have a construction manager at risk hired to help us with constructability and cost estimating as we go forward. We also presented detailed updates on the professional services budget for the construction phase. So your consultant testing and inspection, commissioning, construction management, things of that nature, as well as an introduction to the furniture, fixture, and equipment budget that are all part of making these projects become reality. So this was sort of just a recap of what we presented in June. I feel like it's always helpful. The Capital Funding Protection Committee meets every other month, so we like to sort of recap what we've talked about previously, make sure to stay consistent with our message and reiterate these points. You know, this is a very unique project in that we'll be constructing a new facility essentially in the backyard of O'Brien Middle School, and then demolishing and replacing the existing middle school. So salvage and reuse of the existing FF&E infrastructure, demolition, careful hazardous waste handling, et cetera, is a unique challenge that we're careful to consider on this estimating process. So in addition to the core construction company is the CMAR, Construction Manager at Risk, and then O'Connor Construction Management Incorporated, OCMI, is a independent third-party cost estimator that we hired to present an independent cost estimate to basically review or compare with the CMAR's cost estimate. So the good news is they compared very, very favorably. OCMI was presented the documents without prior knowledge, and we discussed them at length and really found the documents to be in close agreement with one another. This is really a detailed breakdown of Again, going back in time just a little bit to make sure that everybody's tracking with the progress here. We had originally projected costs in the $60 to $65 million range for construction costs only. In April 2020, we presented some added square footage to increase the equity, safety, and operations of this design. Basically put it on a level par with our most recent middle schools, and noted at that time that that would likely increase the construction costs by 10 to 12 million. So you can see below the numbers that were presented specifically in June. Again, these are the same numbers that were presented in June, and on a couple slides we'll juxtapose them with where we're at today. So similar to how we've delivered some of these projects in the past, we've got an anticipated 2 construction contracts, really an initial smaller earthwork and building pad only contract, then followed with a much larger GMP or guaranteed maximum price 2 contract, really for the balance of the scope of work. So GMP 1, the demolition of the existing ball fields in the rear of the campus. There's a small restroom and septic tank out there, things of that nature. But then the mass grading and the structural pad that's going to allow us to begin construction of the new school as quickly as possible next spring. So this GMP 1, August 2020 at the bottom line here is where we landed as a budgetary recommendation going forward here this evening. And this is an area highlight of the footprint of GMP 1. So if you're familiar with the O'Brien Middle School, you recognize the access to, in the upper right-hand corner, that's actually the northeast corner off of Silver Lake Road. We're going to put up a detailed perimeter fence. We'll make appropriate accommodations for outdoor play areas and areas of emergency refuge, but then basically contain that rear property of the O'Brien campus for demolition and construction on the mass grading GMP 1. This GMP 2, as I said, represents the balance of the project. This is not for action. This is preliminary information only. As I said, it includes the balance of the project, the construction of the new middle school, but then of course demolition of the existing school and repurposing of that portion of the campus into new ball fields. On this slide, we also introduced the projected budget range for furniture, fixtures, and equipment, as well as construction professional services. We've gone through those items before. They compare very similarly with the costs in those categories for recent new middle school constructions. Every effort will be made to repurpose existing FF&E where it's appropriate. And then again, construction professional services are really truly the necessary human resource expenses associated with delivering this project with quality and timely fashion. You know, I did note that the construction estimate for this project scope has risen slightly, and highlighted in green that this value engineering opportunity in consultation with the construction manager, the general contractor, and the architect really does represent the value that this, part of the value that this process provides to us. The fact that we're able to identify with a relatively high degree of certainty that the project costs are moving in a direction that we don't feel comfortable with, and intervene in a thoughtful, calm manner at this point, rather than after opening the bids, for example, and realizing that we're a couple $1 million over budget. We have already identified a number of areas where we can tighten things up and move that needle back down to where we need to be. It's not going to be a scope reduction, but really just finding some efficiencies and tightening some things up across the board. So really moving in the right direction here and presenting these costs kind of in sum total. It's always important for me to be clear about what represents construction contract costs and what represents total construction phase budgets, because often people throw out different numbers and misconstrue what is sort of apples to apples, so to speak, same scope versus same scope. So this is really where we're at August 2020 on both GMPs for total project budgetary estimate. The GMP 1 line items are presented for action this evening. We are looking on the next slide to go forward with advertising, bidding, and awarding of that scope of work. We'll come back in October and/or December to the Capital Funding Protection Committee and the school board for budget allocation that's on GMP 2. But this is where we're at this time, moving in a great direction. So just a couple of bullets here on next steps, as I mentioned. We've got October and December potentially for the Capital Funding Protection Committee. We anticipate moving forward pending action this evening on bidding and awarding of GMP 1, which would result in a potential groundbreaking December of this year. Start of construction then potentially of GMP 2 spring of 2021. Again, we've got that building pad constructed coming out of winter. We execute a contract and we're moving immediately into vertical construction on the new building. As we've previously reported, the new school is anticipated to be completed summer of 2022. That'll allow those students to come back to school August 2022 into the new building, while then at the same time, the old building, having been vacated, can be demolished and that space repurposed, all in time for a substantial completion spring of 2023. All right, so I know that's a lot about O'Brien, but that's the end of my content, and ready for action or discussion. Thank you.
Trustee Simon Holland.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, Adam. Great to see all this moving forward. I have two questions. Maybe you could give some examples for people who might be listening of what kinds of things might be looked at in the value-adding process, and what's your guess about how close we can get to our original budget on that?
So some of the areas, oftentimes we look at areas of material replacement. If we're using one type of material, can we find a similar material that will accomplish the same end result that maybe has a lower unit price? Some of the masonry units, whether we're using a brick facade or a structural masonry, those are areas that we looked at. We also look at incremental quantity reductions. So you see some areas in that exhibit. This is a dated image, but you can get the idea. Some of the walkway overhangs are areas, hey, if we can just reduce those by 3 feet, that'll save $150,000. We still have an overhang. It provides shade. It provides, some shelter from the weather. It's a good feature. We don't want to delete it, but can we just reduce it by 10%? And that's in some areas where we look to windows. Glass is also one that's very expensive. Can we reduce the total square footage by 10% without anyone really ever feeling the impact from a negative standpoint? So it doesn't feel like we're getting less of a building, but can we just sort of tighten that scope up? Those are some examples. Now I want to be clear, when we talked early on about a $60 to $65 million number, that included a number of less than full ed spec scope elements. So having the same number of students in this school, the same spaces that our newest middle schools have, that's where we have that $10 to $12 million add. So if you just take that in a literal sense, you're up to 75 million now. And when we're sitting here looking at 76 to 79 right now, and trying to get that number back down into the $70 to $75 million range, I'm very confident that we found specific areas that we have already taken action to make those adjustments to get us back down into that range.
So thank you. If I might, Madam President, two more questions. Sorry, Adam. So one is we have benefited in the recent past from bidding that was more favorable. Has the environment changed, or might that happen again?
That is quite the multi-million-dollar question. I will say at this time, it is not believed to. I mean, let me put it another way. In October, we'll be conducting another detailed cost estimate, and as a part of that exercise, we've already contracted with that independent cost estimator to conduct an updated market analysis that's really going to help inform us. We typically carry a certain level of market escalation. So these contractors are doing business throughout the community with public and private agencies, really have the pulse on the unit prices, and everyone's crystal ball looking at what the market will hold going forward. It doesn't appear to be as weak as one might think, which is really, I think, a good thing. But we want to plan conservatively and appropriately. We're going to be taking another really close look at it before we come back to you guys for action on the GMP2, and we'll make any adjustments based on the best information we have.
Okay, thank you. And then my last question, if I might, I hate to call out a staff member who's not here, but I don't see CFO Mark Mathers. Is he around still? Is he there? Oh, there he is. Okay. Thank you, Mark. I think it's important just for the public record to make some reference to will declines in sales taxes impact our projects going forward. I know we've done a lot of work in preparation for the bonds that we approved months ago, but Mark, if you could maybe just comment on how the economic outlook may or may not impact some of the decisions that we're making.
Thank you. So far, we've actually seen not as bad of numbers as what was forecasted. We saw drops of 15% 2 months ago, and then last month was actually level with 2019 numbers. So at this point, we feel really good about kind of where we're at compared to the forecast that what we had done. And so I don't expect any delay in the financing of new schools. As a result of the current recession, we'll continue to monitor it and see if it declines from here, which is a possibility. And then so if that happens, we certainly would have internal discussions and then share with you what that implication would be.
Thank you. And I know a lot of things are happening or not happening at the federal level that are impacting people's ability to purchase things. We've seen a spike in purchasing as a result of the additional unemployment dollars, but if that doesn't return, it could really hit us hard. So, okay, thank you for that, Mark.
Just one additional comment, if I may. O'Brien actually would be financed with rollover bonds that are backed by our property tax revenues, and those have absolutely held in there. Mm-hmm. So there is no expectation at all that we would be impaired in financing the O'Brien Middle School.
Great. Okay, thank you.
If I could also on that point, is a great point, and in fact, CFO Mathers made an informational presentation to the Capital Funding Protection Committee in detail on that topic specifically. So for the public record, if they want to see graphs and charts and more specific presentation, that was presented last Thursday to the Capital Funding Protection Committee as well.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
So this is the action slide that we historically bring associated with these items. We feel like it's very important to recognize that the left-hand column list of projects is representative of the same list of projects that was represented in the 2016 ballot measure, WC1. You can see the three columns, the total allocated by the Capital Funding Committee and this board in purple, and then the total committed as of late July. You can see many of our completed projects coming in under budget or under the total amount allocated, but just a comprehensive accounting of the money that's been approved and the money that's actually been committed to date. What we're really here for action this evening is the $12 million for design phase budget of the new Debbie Smith CTA and the $4 million construction phase budget for the GMP1 on the O'Brien Middle School project for a total of $16 million.
Trustee Cottle.
Thank you, Madam President. I'm ready to make a motion.
All right. Let me just double check Trustee Kelly and then see if we have any public comment.
Thank you. Before we move on to the motion, I was just wondering if you can talk a little bit about, and that's great to see that the committed amount is less than the allocated amount. Can you just share a little bit of your thoughts on why those positive numbers are there for almost every project?
There's a lot of factors that go into delivering a project successfully and within budget. It really starts with the upfront planning and an accurate proposed recommended budget. It then involves hundreds and hundreds of trade partners and team members to actually execute that successfully within any contingencies and on time. We've been extremely fortunate on all of those accounts. Even frankly, through this recent pandemic, you guys will all hopefully have an opportunity to celebrate the opening of Bohatch and Hers middle schools. But there are a lot of people who worked very hard in these past few months to bring those to a reality also on time and under budget. So it's a very long list of people who have done their jobs very well to achieve, to execute these types of projects. And we've been fortunate to date to not have any of them go sideways or to go over budget.
All right. JJ, do we have any public comment on this?
We do not.
All right, thank you. And I will turn it back over to you, Trustee Cottle.
Thank you, Madam President. I move the Board of Trustees approves the Washoe County School District Capital Improvement Program to include the 2020-21A Major Projects Program in the amount of $16 million to include projects throughout the district pursuant to the attached list of program projects and associated costs for each project as recommended by the Capital Funding Protection Committee.
Second.
I've heard a motion from Trustee Cottle and a second from Vice President Taylor. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. And any opposed? All right, that motion passes unanimously. We move on to agenda item 5.02, which is approval of the guaranteed maximum price, number 2, from United Construction Company as the construction manager at risk for the expansion and renovation of Darrell C. Swope Middle School, CMAR number C-62335A, in the amount of $10,032,057, and approval of owner's contingencies in the amount of $250,000 for a total of $10,282,057. This is for possible action, and our Chief Capital Projects and Facilities Management Officer, Adam Searcy, is still with us, and we are also joined by our Director of Procurement and Contracts, Ms. Andrea Sullivan. I'll pass it over to you.
All right, thank you. Again, for the record, Adam Searcy, Chief of Facilities. This is going to be my favorite and maybe the most fun that everybody gets to have all night. I'm a little biased here, but this is good news, and I'm pleased to be able to share this with the board and with Andrea here tonight. This is kind of what we want to go through. We've done this with you guys before, talk about the scope, the process, and really what we're here to award. If anybody hasn't been by Swope Middle School in the past days and weeks, please take an opportunity to. I know Superintendent McNeil was out there last week. As with all of our active construction sites during the summer months, it's coming down to the wire, and they are going to be ready for school by the end of this week, coming into next week. But that picture on the left-hand side speaks volumes. Again, if you haven't been by there, please try and take a moment. That's the new front entry vestibule. That old one is on the right. That contains some necessary HVAC equipment and upgrades, and we were able to incorporate that into design, but it really is a game changer for the front facade of that school. And we'll see later the GMP 1 we're referring to, the initial construction contract that's underway at that school. It included some behind-the-scenes work, some underground utilities, some attic insulation, fire sprinklers, et cetera. But really what you're going to see is that front entry and that rear play area, a new turf area in the backyard that's been completed and really is exciting and spectacular. We're here today to talk about GMP 2, which hopefully is about to get underway. And really what that includes is the construction of a new gym. So you guys have seen presentations on this project before. We're basically going to replace the old gym with a new one and build a 2-story classroom wing in its place. GMP 2 is going to initiate that construction of a new gym. It also includes some interesting sort of musical chairs. I'll go into a little bit of detail here in a moment. The construction of a new or remodel of the kitchen, expansion of the band choir area, and new hallway floor finishes, all stuff that's going to happen a little bit further into the future, but the construction of that new gym is going to start essentially right away. This next slide is an image that you've seen in the past, detailing out the scope of this GMP2 as also an aerial footprint of the existing Swope Middle School. In the sort of the brown green is where the new gym is going to be constructed, and the construction safety fence perimeter. So this is going to be, we did GMP 1 during the summer, so nobody was there. In the spring, nobody was there, and it was very impactful to the campus, but active teaching and learning wasn't taking place there. This one's going to be going on throughout the school year. So we've made exhaustive preparations with, again, the construction manager by our side during design, with principal by our side during design as an active participant in the conversation, to develop safety and logistical plans to ensure, first and foremost, that the academic environment will be preserved throughout the duration of construction. You can see here mention of sound attenuation blankets on the exterior classroom walls and openings. Those are a part of the base bid, and we do have contingency to make adjustments wherever necessary based on really, we'll call it customer feedback. We need to be sensitive to the environment that we're working in. But I'm really excited to delve into this further. We haven't gotten into a lot of detail yet because of the current priorities of the day, but there's been a very active conversation with the design and construction team members, as well as Principal Mike Nakashima at Swope and his staff, about how instead of turning this from a potentially negative impact and just avoiding negative, really trying to turn this into an active learning opportunity. It is basically never going to be an opportunity for a kid to look out their window and see a construction site like this. And every person on that team is genuinely interested in finding ways to integrate the construction materials, processes, and all aspects of what's happening right outside the classroom windows into the curriculum. So we're really excited to explore that. I don't have it detailed because we have been so preoccupied with other things, but we have really 2 full school years to make this a reality. And that's really partially my commitment. I've been championing that. Many dedicated folks have been bringing the details of this into a reality, but I want to see it be more than just not a negative. I want to see these kids who are going to be impacted by the construction taking place while they are in that school and not being able to experience the benefits of the finished product, to still come out of that experience, saying, I got to see some construction up close and personal, and I learned about it as a part of my class with my teacher and with some of the people who are actually doing that construction, and that was special and really positive. So I wanted to share that with everybody. To get into the weeds, we're going to build that new gym first. And then once we build the gym, the library is going to move into the activity room. We're going to remodel the library in conjunction with the existing kitchen and multi-purpose room. I don't have my laser pointer fired up, so if you don't know the layout of SWOPE, this isn't meaning as much. But then we're going to, in GMP3, build that new 2-story classroom where the old gym was. That's going to contain a new media center. So that's where the library's ultimate home is going to be. Like I said, it's a little bit of a musical chairs thing to keep the school completely functional while we're building this new scope. But they've got it very well planned out, thought out in conjunction with the principal, and we're ready to move into construction. So this is also a rendering that you've seen previously. This represents what the completed layout of GMP2 will result in. So you see the new gym building kind of to the rear of the campus. You can see the new entry vestibule that was pictured previously that's already nearly complete. And then you can see the existing gym still in the center in GMP3. That's going to be demolished and replaced with a 2-story classroom wing later to come. And this is a total completion image that you've seen before, again, with that new gym in the rear of the campus, that new field existing largely completed through GMP1, and then in GMP3, we'll come back with that 2-story classroom wing connecting it all together. So a lot of hard work. I want to mention Architects Plus, the architect of record firm working very hard on this, Director of Design for the school district, Teresa Golden. As I mentioned a couple times, Principal Mike Nakashima, and our general contractor, United Construction. Many, many more folks have worked very hard to get us to where we are today. And our purchasing department has worked even just as hard the last several weeks to really put this contract together in a tight format. So I'll turn it over now to Andrea Sullivan. Thank you.
Thanks, Adam. Andrea Sullivan, for the record, Director of Procurement and Contracts for the school district. I'm just going to walk you through how we got to the GMP that we're going to ask you to award at the end of this presentation. As you know, the process is tightly governed by NRS 338, and our construction manager at risk, who is United Construction, is required by law to advertise for and go through a pre-qualification process for subcontractors. So they advertised for that on March 20th. And as part of that, they did a huge outreach to the local subcontractor pool and beyond. In total, they solicited over 230 subcontractors, and at the end of the pre-qualification process, we had 102 subcontractors pre-qualified by United Construction. After that process, they issued the bids for all the various trades and opened bids on June 24th, 2020. And as required by law, Washoe County School District staff was present at the bid opening. They immediately moved into what we call descoping interviews of subcontractors, which is a meeting with them, which this time was all via Zoom, of course, or Teams. And the point of this is to sit down with these subcontractors, make sure that they have bid a complete scope, and it is per the specifications, and that nothing's been left out. After that process is over, they submit to us their 1% subcontractor list, as required by law, of who they are intending to select as subs for the job. In total, there were 42 subcontractors chosen, so there are 42 trades and scopes involved, and 36 of the 42 were awarded to local subcontractors. After we get the subcontractors list, we move into GMP discussion, so they present to us their first draft of the GMP. Internally, we go through that with a fine-tooth comb to make sure that they've covered everything, but not also over-covered anything. Make sure the job's going to be successful. We ask our questions, we get the clarifications we need. They ultimately submit a final GMP, which is what we're presenting to you tonight, that both staff in capital projects and purchasing and the CMAR agree to. So as you probably know by now, because we've done several of these, there are a lot of benefits to the CMAR process. I just wanted to highlight a few of them for you quickly. One of the ones I think, for me personally, is one of the more important ones is the quality of the design documents that are put out to bid to the subcontractors. Normally in the traditional design bid build delivery method, you have a design team working independent of the contractor, and they get full documents, and then you send those out to bid, and the contractor just bids on whatever those documents are. In the CMAR process, the CMAR selected early in the process, and they're at the table with the design team, weekly meeting with them, and they can bring their constructability expertise, their logistics expertise. They can figure out how to best phase the project, and they provide really good estimating throughout the project. And so as a result, the quality of the documents are better when they're issued to the subcontractors. And it's one of the main benefits from my perspective that we get out of this process. Obviously, as a procurement person, participation and competition is at the heart of what I do. So I really appreciate the CMARs and the work they go through to ensure that they get participation in their bids. As a result, we had multiple quality bids for all of the scopes. And we are coming in very close to break even, but slightly under the budget on GMP2. I think it's really just important to highlight that the CMAR process brings interest from some of these highly qualified subcontractors, and as a result, the more subcontractors we get interested in a project like this, the more competition we have. The more competition we have, we think it improves the quality of the project, and it certainly improves the value to the taxpayers. So just a reminder, what is included in the guaranteed maximum price? It's the cost of construction for all the trades, so those 42 trades we told you about. Then there is a contractor contingency that they put in there, along with their CMAR fee, which you may recall is fixed by contract when they're selected. They have to submit what their fee is going to be. It's part of the selection criteria. And then separately, we also ask for an owner's contingency to be awarded tonight. So we're here and we're asking you to award GMP2 in the amount of $10,032,057, plus an owner's contingency of $250,000, with a total cost of $10,282,057. And the estimate on this project was $10,400,000, so we are just under it. And then we provided you a table at the bottom to show you sort of the progress of the project, the entire project to date. GMP1 came in about $1.5 million under the estimate, and GMP2 is basically a break even with being slightly under. So we feel like we're in good shape for GMP3 and have full confidence we'll be able to deliver this project in its entirety within the overall estimate. That will open it up to any questions you might have.
Wonderful. Thank you both for the information. I'll look to my colleagues, see if anyone, Trustee Simon Holland.
Thank you, Madam President. Andrea, if you all have it, on the slide that says guaranteed maximum price overview, next one back, I think. Yeah. Do you have the breakdown of each of those bullet points? I know we have the owner's contingency at $250,000, but what the breakdown of those other three components are?
You know, I don't have it in front of me, but it is in your packet. There's a GMP summary sheet in that packet that you have that'll break that down for you.
Okay, great, thank you. I'll go over to that.
The CMAR contingency is 2.5%. I do know that, of the construction piece.
Let's see.
I have it in front of me. It says the
Well, and
cost
always
of,
noteworthy, if I could add, the CMAR fee is a fixed amount of set through their selection process. So as a part of their RFP, they have to propose a fee that they will be held to, and that fee is actually used as a scoring criteria to make that final selection. So that's been known since this contractor was identified and is just being applied now to the cost of the construction scope.
Okay, and I have that too, Madam President. So the cost of the work, construction, excluding general conditions, is $7,792,921. General conditions are $1,574,079. And could you just give us a thumbnail of what general conditions are?
It's typically their staff on the project, so their project manager, their superintendent, their project administrator and engineer, as well as any equipment that they're renting or any labor that they're hiring to do specific work that they're self-performing.
Great, okay, and then the CMAR contingency fee of 2.5% is $234,175. CMAR construction services fee of 4.6% is $430,882. and then the owner's contingency would be added in. So, okay, great, thank you. Thanks for pointing that out to me. And I think it's just always good for the public to know what the pieces are. I appreciate that.
Is it worth noting also, I believe the contractor contingency, a portion of the, I mean, that money that is not used comes back to the district.
Uh-huh. Okay.
Well, thank you. I have been driving past Swope almost every day, checking on it, since my daughter will be going there on Monday. It's amazing how much happens every day to get closer and closer to be, and I have full faith that it'll be ready on Monday, so.
They're there.
If there are no other questions or comments, JJ, do we have any public comment on this item?
We do not.
All right. Then I would be looking for action. Trustee Simon Holland.
Thank you, Madam President. You're welcome to make the motion too if you want to. But
go ahead.
We share that one. I move that the Board of Trustees approves the guaranteed maximum price, GMP number 2, from United Construction Company as the construction manager at risk for the management of construction for the expansion and renovation at Darrell C. Swope Middle School, CMAR number C-62335A, in the amount of $10,032,057, and approves an owner's contingency in the amount of $250,000 for a total of $10,282,057.
Motion by Trustee Simon Holland, second by Trustee Cottle. If there's no further discussion, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. And any opposed? All right, that motion passes unanimously. Thank you both very much for all the great information, and we'll, I'm sure, be seeing you again for the next one. All right, we move on now to agenda item 5.04, which is presentation, discussion, and possible action to approve a threshold metric to be used to determine the district's ability to maneuver between in-person hybrid learning to full distance learning. This is for possible action, and we have a few presenters joining us for this item. I see our Chief Strategies Officer, Dr. Paul Lamarca, and then we have our Director of Student Health Services, Margaret Allen, and I think if we need them, our Emergency Manager, Mr. Roy Anderson, and our Special Projects Administrator, Mr. Rick Harris, are available as well. I will turn it over to you, Dr. Lamarca.
President Raymond, Superintendent McNeil, members of the board, thank you for this opportunity. For the record, Paul Lamarca, Chief Strategies Officer. I'm joined by Margaret Allen, the Director of Student Health Services. Margaret's primarily going to answer questions. We're kind of anticipating there might be quite a few questions. I don't think Mr. Anderson is here in the theater, but we can certainly take questions back to him. I've been in educational administration for 25 years, and I can tell you I never, ever would have predicted I'd be making this presentation. So do we have the clicker? You're going to do the clicker? Okay. So I'll turn it over to Dr. McNeil to begin, I think.
It's this little awkward presentation here. So JJ, can you, there you go. Okay. So obviously, as always, our guiding principles talk about the foundation of doing no harm, ensuring that our student, family, and staff basic needs are met, and making sure that we have equitable access for our students, maintaining high academic expectations, and then following practical federal, state, and all local health-related guidelines. This was a agenda request from Vice President Taylor, and the staff has worked hard to go out and find information to make sure that this is going to be a robust discussion. It's an extremely important discussion, and that we inform the trustees of the information that we have around a threshold and a metric. You're going to see within the presentation a suggestion from another school district, San Antonio Independent School District, on a method in which they will pivot in and out of a hybrid or an in-person or a full distance learning model. And we felt that that was an easily understandable type of presentation. Not necessarily the actual metrics within that document, but the way that it was laid out. I felt that it was a good representation. So Dr. LaMarca and Margaret Allen are going to be leading the presentation and available for any questions that may come up.
Thank you. So, JG, why don't you turn to the next slide? So, as Dr. McNeil indicated, early last week, we started working really feverishly on this. We know at your last board meeting, you had, toward the close of the meeting, talked about the possibility of some sort of a metric to help the superintendent in making decisions about reopening, without needing to go to the board because of the timing in which that might need to be made. Roy Anderson, our emergency manager, did share this report with us last Tuesday. I believe this is the one from August 3rd. And you're going to see on here, this is from the United States Department of Homeland Security, and under the gray area, it's called stable locations. You actually see Washoe County listed. We're not always listed. It's kind of a daily report, and they just list the districts that fit, like the top 10 districts that fit within these particular categories. There's 4 categories. There are locations with increasing cases, there are stable locations, locations with decreasing cases, that's where we want to be, and locations to watch. With the stable locations, actually, let me back up. We're going to go to the next slide. However, this report is interesting. It actually builds on some metrics that Chairman Lucy talked about, the 7-day rolling averages. The problem with trying to rely on it is every time we receive it from the federal government, it comes with the caveat, please send in your comments. This report will be changing. It may not be available. So it's not something that we can be sure will be available to us. If we look at the definitions for stable locations and locations with decreasing cases, this is where we want to be. Stable locations, this is not an indication that a county is in good shape. It's actually including counties where there are high rates of virus. However, it's looking to see that, given those high rates, if there are changes up and down. We want to see changes down, but basically the key metric here is whether or not the changes on a week-to-week basis are greater or less than 10%. Locations with decreasing cases, these are districts in which, or counties in which there is many days in a row in which there is a steady decline. If you go back to the previous page and you look at the report, these are very small locations, or at least they have very small numbers of COVID cases to begin with. It's not in our current reality, but it is what we want to eventually get toward. JG, can you move it forward? So we are, and I believe actually the federal government, there's some differences, but they're sourcing the same data. We are able to source data from our county through our partners, the Washoe County Health Division, and their data dashboard. And you're probably all familiar with this. As Chairman Lucy was giving his presentation, I'm pretty sure he was looking at this as he made a couple of comments given some changes. This is a very useful piece of information, or pieces of information. Tells us our total cases, our recovered cases, unfortunately our deaths, our active cases, released from hospital and current hospitalizations. There's also an ability to download data from this website on a daily basis, and that's what we've been doing for the last week. All the slides that you're going to see going forward end as of August 4th, but I've got some updated figures that I will try and share with you. If we look at the next slide, so from that dashboard, and this is part of what Mr. Dick was discussing with us a couple weeks back. If you look at the dashboard as of August 4th, we had 1,144 active COVID cases. Population district-wide is 478,155. So if you divide 1144 by the total population and you multiply that by 100,000, you get the rate per 100,000, which is on this date, it was 239.25. That's certainly well above kind of that magic number of 100 that gets thrown around. I do believe, I don't hold me to it, I could probably look it up. I do believe our number was just slightly below that on the week the board acted to continue with our reopening plans. If we look today, and I was able to update the numbers as we were having the earlier presentations, there's actually only 1,082 active cases in the county, and our per 100,000 rate is 226.29. I forgot to mention something. On that federal report, the one, can you go back 2 slides, I think? 3, 1, right there. This is one page of about a 10-page report. It breaks information down by states and by counties. Today, they issued another report, and the state of Nevada is on, I think it's on page 10. It's a color-coded chart that's looking at basically changes in COVID cases. And so the state of Nevada has had it's had a couple of good weeks. We're in the report as under sort of significant decline, which is a good thing. Can you jump back forward? So we can get a lot from the Washoe County website. Again, we are downloading data daily, and we're starting to look at some different things. You did hear earlier mention of the positivity rate, which I think Chairman Lucy said was at 7.3. Trustee Cottle did ask a very important question. Mr. Dick has before told us that he does not feel that that is a great indicator for us because of what was mentioned. The lag in test turnaround time means that there's fluctuations with that statistic that don't make sense. It's just because there's a backlog of tests and then suddenly a whole bunch are reported on a particular day. However, 7.3 is not nearly as bad as it is in many locations, so that's not bad information that that's our positivity rate. We see hospitalizations, too many people in the hospital, but we are not hearing that we are at any real risk in terms of hospitalization capacity, at least at this particular juncture. What we're beginning to do, and we're working with the health division to get some additional data on a daily basis. We're beginning to track cases among children 0 to age 5, 6 to age 10, and on. That data is not readily available, but we are hoping to be able to get that. Right at this point, we have some idea of what it looks like, but we're having to do a lot of interpolation, and so I hesitate to say too much about it. What we can tell you is that the per 100,000 active cases among children 0 to age 9 is far less than this 226.29 per 100,000. I believe it's probably somewhere around 70, but I don't have clear, accurate data from the health division yet in which I can report that to you. We're hoping that we will get that shortly and have it on a daily basis. Okay, let's go to the next one. So what we've done is we've tried to provide some data displays, and I have to be honest with you, part of the reason why we displayed the data was just to figure out what it meant for ourselves. So this is a work in progress for all of us. This right here is just basically daily trend in new cases. And I started around June 30th just because this is about the period of time in which we started coming to the board. You're going to see on some of the subsequent slides that I've tried to mark the board dates as key points in our analysis. Really what this slide is telling you is that it's very volatile. So, looks like on June 30th, we had 110 cases, where on July 1st, we had 38. And then it pops back up and goes even higher, and then it's back down. And then it goes up and it comes back down. I can tell you that in the last few days, we have seen somewhat of a decline. So on August 5th, we had 57 cases. On the 6th, it popped back up to 123. On the 7th, it was at 88. The 8th, it was 41. The 9th, it was 36. The 10th, 43. Those were really good days. It jumped back up a little bit today to 72. Okay? On the next slide, what we've tried to do is look at this, but we're just counting up the number of cases on a weekly basis. So when we made the decision to stick with our reopening models on the 28th, we did see a spike at that point, a weekly spike in the number of cases. That dropped down significantly. In the following week, as of August 4th, it was down to 546, and I'm happy to say in the last week it went down to 460. So knock on something hard nearby, because at least at this point we're going in the right direction. What we can't know is what it's going to look like in a week, and what it's going to look like in 2 weeks, and what it's going to look like in 3 weeks. We don't have actually. Any prediction we would say is it's as likely to go up as down, because you see the jagged lines on most of our trends, okay? But at least right now, it's headed in the right direction, and for the day, I'm good with that. If we look at the next slide, what we've tried to do here, and the title's a little bit misleading, this is really a display that converts the 7-day rolling trend into cases per 100,000. So what you're seeing here, and this is a little bit different, and I want to make sure we make a distinction. When we look at 7-day rolling averages, our rate has been hovering around 100, a little bit above 100, and that's different than that total case count, where we're well over 200 per 100,000. So I don't want you to think we've gone from 200 suddenly down to 100. It's a different way of looking at the data. If we were actually to look at a 14-day rolling window as opposed to a 7-day, those figures would be closer to that 200 level and above. But we went with the 7-day window because the federal report that talks about stability goes with 7-day windows. And I also think Chairman Lucy was talking about the use of 7-day windows in his presentation. Again, from this slide, really what we're seeing is volatility. What I am, again, happy to say is this stopped at August 4th because of when we were trying to post the presentation, but if you go out to the following week, it drops all the way down to 97.6 per 100,000. So again, we're headed in the right direction for the time being. The next slide. So as opposed to a rolling average, what we tried to do is just a week-to-week change. And there is a mistake on this slide, and I apologize for that. For August 4th, instead of 107.74, that figure should be 119.83. So that's the furthest point to the right. Instead of 107.74, it should be 119.83. If we look at the following week, because we now have August 11 data, that's down to 97.6 per 100,000. So we see a significant decrease week to week in the cases per 100,000. Again, good news, we just don't know what's going to happen next week. So here, what we tried to do is bring something to your attention that might highlight that stability metric recommended or used by the Department of Homeland Security. So you have this white bar up above and this orange bar down below, and that's basically the 10% change bars. if you recall with the stable locations metric, they're just looking to see that the change is sort of relatively flat over time. So the county might be in bad shape, but it's at least holding steady. We're holding steady. Based on that federal metric, we're holding steady, especially when we look at this rolling 7-day average. Now, what we really want to do is have it go down below that orange line and then stay stable below the orange line. And maybe we're starting to get there. I don't know that for sure. We do know that, yes.
Trustee Simon Hall.
Thank you. I didn't want to interrupt you mid-sentence, Paul, and thank you for all this data. Where I'm trying to find that band, and I appreciate the band that is there, what we're going to have to decide tonight is what's the top of the band that would cause us to close. And I think it's great that we're seeing a downward trend. What I need your help on is what do the CDC and health officials say about that top? I mean, obviously the state already has said it should be below 100 and we're at 200. But is there some guidance, some scientific guidance about where the top should be? That's what we're going to have to struggle with. And 10% sounds like a lot. You know, if we're talking about 2 7-day periods where we had 10% changes, that's, you know, that's really serious. So if we could kind of add that dimension to the conversation, it's great that we're looking stable and it's great that we're going down. What we have to decide is what's the upper that would cause us to close.
Okay. May we kind of go through this and then get to that question, because I fully agree with you that that's the elephant in the room. And when we get to the point of the recommendation, I think we have a lot to talk about. If JJ, can you go to the next slide? This again is just like the previous slide, but it's week to week change. It doesn't look as good because these are less stable figures. When you're rolling, when I say a rolling change, what I'm saying is every day we look at the window, the 7-day window, like change every day. Here we're doing it 7 days and then we're waiting 7 days and then we're waiting 7 days. It's less stable, okay? So you see greater volatility with this kind of a analysis. I do think that we are going, because we have gone down, we are going to see, when I do this slide next and have August 11th, we will be below that orange line, which, to Trustee Holland's point, that's a good thing, but it doesn't answer our question ultimately. It's a good trend, and hopefully we will maintain it, but it doesn't answer that question, and we're going to try to get there. I'm going to go to the last slide and then, or last data slide. This again is very similar to the first slide, but instead of just daily cases, we're looking at the differences in daily cases. So it's just a different picture, but it's sort of related to what we want to see is it going down, and it's not going down. It's just volatile, okay? Some days we're up, some days we're down. We've been having, in the last couple weeks, more downs than ups. Good thing. But we're still having some ups. Today was an up relative to yesterday. Okay, I want to mention very briefly before we get to sort of, I think, the heart of the discussion, and then we can go back to the slides as necessary. The next slide, which Dr. McNeil already referenced. So we look every day well, we're inundated with information just like you are, and we are getting information from other school districts. We're not the only school district looking for metrics to help us decide on what's best for our students and for our staff. and for our families. This is an example from San Antonio. They have different models that they are depicting here than we have, but to Dr. McNeil's point, we may try to build something that looks similar so that on one page we can look at the operational and academic impacts based on hybrid, based on a full in-person, which we're doing at the elementary right now, based on full distance, and any changes that would occur. If we make those changes, we would see how those operational and academic impacts, or what those operational and academic impacts would be. So the next slide is the recommendation slide. And let me just say a couple of things, and then I'm sure you have lots of questions and we'll open it up. There's not going to be a single metric. At least I can't recommend a single metric today. I want you to know that the Health Division came a couple weeks back and made a recommendation. I think that's still their recommendation. I do want you to know that they've been in contact with us every day. They've been very responsive to us. They are trying to get us data. They took a look at what we were presenting. They didn't make any real specific comments about it because of their standing recommendation, but they have been a good partner to us, and we intend for them to continue to be a good partner with us. They're thinking partners. We have our COVID meetings. We are continuing. We thought, I don't know, strangely, I think I suggested it. Someone should have smacked me in the back of the head. We thought we were going to be able to meet once a week, but no, we're meeting like 3 or 4 times a week now, but at least a couple of times a week. So I do think what you can expect from us is that we are going to be analyzing this data virtually on a daily basis. We're going to be sharing it at our COVID meetings. And if we see some trends that are going in the wrong directions based on some of the things we may establish, as a team, we are going to be giving input to our superintendent, who might have to make one of these changes depending on the actions you take. Essentially what we're suggesting is the following. The board and administration has already made the decision to reopen. And we see that there is some community support for this. Obviously, we heard some non-support tonight as well. So there are varied opinions on what we are doing. We are doing what we can that's feasible, everything we can that's feasible to strengthen or to buttress the safety and health within our schools to mitigate the spread of the virus. We're doing everything we can at this point. Regardless of these efforts, if we were to see worsening conditions community-wide or just within our schools, the superintendent might need to make a decision. Whether it's community spread or school spread, it is going to further tax all of our resources, whether that's hospital resources, that's contact tracing, whether it's our ability to manage and deliver instruction in a quality way. It's all going to affect us. I do believe, and I can't give you the reference, and I apologize for that, the health department can also has the statutory authority to close us if necessary, to make the recommendation, strong recommendation, I guess direct us to change our model for the safety and health of students and the staff within the schools. We've had to shut schools down because of outbreaks in the past, okay? So that's what leads to sort of this wordy recommendation. Pretty much what we are suggesting is, while we want to look at data on a daily basis, we have to look at, you've seen volatility, so we don't want to make a decision too hastily. So that's where the 14 days comes in. The Health Division has told us that they feel that a 14-day window is a more stable window within which to make decisions. So my sense is, depending on the direction we take, if we see that we aren't stable and we're moving in the wrong direction, okay, so that's where this gets tricky. We don't want to be stable, but we want to be moving down. But if we're not stable and we're moving up and we see that for a week, we need to watch that very closely, because if we hit a couple of weeks of that, Superintendent McNeil may need to make the decision to shut down. At least that's the recommendation in front of you at this point. Just briefly, and then I promise I'll be quiet or try to respond to questions. To Trustee Holland's question, we reopened and we continued to move for reopening based on a rate that was approaching, it was between 230 and 240 per 100,000. We want to see that decline. I don't know. I think we just have to look at trends, and if we see, even at this point, a 10% and 10% increase might not get us back up to that level. We may be low enough over another week where 10% over 2 weeks might not be where we were when we made the original decision. I don't think that we're going to be able to come up with a 250 and then we shut. We certainly could, but as you've mentioned, the goal is to be somewhere at around 100. So we're well above that, and we know that we're going to be well above that for some period of time. We would be happy to answer any questions.
Well, thank you, Dr. LaMarca and Margaret, for the work on this. I know there are lots of questions, so I will go to Trustee Cottle.
Thank you, Madam President. Just to kind of get the discussion going, my initial thoughts on the recommended action is that it's too open-ended and it's too vague. I think if we polled everybody in the room and we asked them, what does decline significantly mean? You might get 25 different thoughts and opinions. And I think it would be a struggle for us to explain that. We won't be able to explain it in a sentence. I also believe truly this is our decision to make. And I have a concern with the Board of Trustees saying, Superintendent, it's your call. I think it's our call. And I think we need to make that choice. So I would like us to come up with a metric that we all can hang our hat on and explain it in not a paragraph and try to explain what decline significantly means, because that's too open-ended for me. So initially, in thinking about this, I was looking at the White House task force metric, where they look at every county in the United States. And Washoe is currently yellow, and there are a number of counties in Nevada that are red. So I was looking at that as, okay, if Washoe becomes red, we close. That's easy for everyone to see, to explain. A lot of metrics go into that. And so that's kind of what I'm looking for, is it's independent of the Washoe County School District. We've hit this, we close. End of story. So that's kind of what I'm looking for. And so I'll kind of open it up. I know my colleagues have other things to add, but my initial thoughts on this is that it's too open-ended for me right now. So, but thank you for your presentation. Appreciate all the numbers. So, Madam President, I'll go ahead and turn it back to you.
Thank you, Trustee Cottle. Trustee Simon Holland.
Thank you, Madam President. Again, I appreciate all the work that's going into this, and I think part of the challenge is that all of the data points mean something different. You know, there's a 7-day, there's a 14-day, there's a rolling average, there's a fixed point in time, there's cumulative cases, and so I know it's a struggle, and I appreciate how many of those different metrics you've shown us, and that is really, really useful information. I share the frustration that we don't have something that is more objective and specific. I would love for us to be able to post something so that parents know and teachers know and bus drivers know and child care centers know here's the deal, and I certainly like my colleague Trustee Caudill's suggestion. I don't know what the metrics are that contribute to that, and I think that's important for us to clarify as well, and maybe you could share some of that with us. And there are different, on one chart we're stable, on another chart we're yellow, so we would need to clarify that. But I think we owe it to be able to transparently tell people this is the status, these are the metrics that will cause us to close. And I feel really strongly about that. I also share that I don't want to put this on the superintendent. I think we were elected to make these very difficult and challenging decisions, and I wouldn't want to put that on you. I realize that we want to have the flexibility, but if we had a definitive number, such as going to a red status based on somebody else's metrics, then you wouldn't have to come back to us, and you wouldn't have to feel like it was your decision. I think we owe it to people to have more definition. I know Dr. LaMarca and Dr. McNeil saw a chart that that a citizen had referred us to at the Lake Tahoe Unified School District in South Lake Tahoe. Had a similar matrix, and I love the matrix from San Antonio, but it had very specific data points that if this happens, then this will be our state. So I would like us to be able to find that, and I don't know what the numbers are. Of course, you all know, I remain opposed to opening. And I want to tell people that we've gotten a lot of emails tonight about delaying, and that's not on our agenda tonight. We don't have an opportunity to take action on that tonight. That's not on our agenda, and we can't take that action this evening. So I just want to clarify for folks, this is about when we would close. So I struggle with it because I'm in a different place, just even going into it. But I do think we need to have transparency of some data that is objective, that people can point to. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Simon Holland. Vice President Taylor.
Thank you, Madam President, and Dr. LaMarca, thank you so much for really pulling a lot of different things in. There's so much out there, as you said. At least this gave us a chance to have a bigger picture all in one place, and I certainly appreciate that. My intention in asking for this on the agenda was really in line with what my colleagues are saying. Take the we aren't quite sure what's going to happen off of the table. Here is something, and because we know timing means a lot, so that the superintendent wouldn't have to come back to us. He wouldn't have to have, well, something's happening, we have to post a meeting, and then when we post a meeting, we have to, and sometimes movement should happen faster than that. And so that was my intention of that, is to have something there, so that people can plan. I mean, at the end of it, people can watch numbers. We're all watching numbers every day. And I'm sure many of us in this community are watching numbers every day, so people can watch and start saying, okay, it's going this way, we see what's happening, I need to start thinking about it. And maybe there is when you get to a certain point, maybe there's a certain period of time that staff may need. We get to a certain point, and then the week, whatever, how, cause this is a big ship to move, you can't just move, okay, the number got here on Wednesday, boom, but then we move it on Thursday, and then Thursday is back, especially because we know how there's a lag in testing. And sometimes you don't really know where you're going because this lab got behind, and so now they dumped off 50 of their results on this one day, and it looks like it's a horrible day, and it may not. So I like the color-codedness of the example that you gave us. I'm interested in seeing what my colleague, Trustee Simon Holland, saw from the Tahoe Truckee School District, because I like that. It's really clear. And again, I'm with you. I'm not saying I want these same kind of levels or matrices for us, but I think this is something more in line with what I would like to see, because then it does take it off of you to just say, this is what I think, and I'm reading this one, and this one's leaning, and this one's stable, and this one's yellow, and that's a lot. And I think that's not a fair thing to put on you. And I would like for us as a board, if we can get to a place, and tonight may not be the night, where we set those things up so we have made the decisions and given you some ranges, some areas to work with, and then everyone can plan accordingly. And that's not an easy thing to do because there's so many numbers that mean so many things. But that was my intention, Madam President, in asking for this to be on the agenda.
Thank you, Vice President. Trustee Kelly.
Thank you, Madam President. I agree with my colleagues. I think that this should be a school board decision. And we've already set a precedent, right? As a school board, we voted on July 7th, and then we reaffirmed that vote, a couple weeks later to continue with reopening. And so I do think that based on the fact that we were elected by the community, that we've set the precedent, we should be the ones that would say it's time to go to full distance learning, or it's time to open up more of our schools because the trends show this. So I agree with everybody on that. And I think that we're right. There's so many data points and there's so many different numbers that we can look at. And it would be helpful for me to know, out of all those data points that are out there, what are the ones that we feel as a school board are the most important to us and the most important to our community. I think that the Washoe County Health Department, their numbers are obviously very important to a lot of people. And so that one I think is obvious. But what other types of data points from what other sources should we also be looking at in terms of making this decision? I would also like to, I'm very interested to know about the COVID rates of our youth. I think that's really important for us to know. And I think really, for me, one of the biggest worries that I have is that if we saw a countywide increase, we don't really know if that increase is because we've reopened schools. If we're talking about 100 people more, like let's say you had 100 tests one week and the next week it's 200, does that mean that we necessarily have to go to distance learning? Because that extra 100, it might have been because there was a concert or a biker rally or somebody did an event. And so does some other event that causes a bunch of COVID-19 cases mean that we need to shut down schools when the schools might not be the reason that there's been an increase at all? And I don't know if it's possible to determine why we see an increase, for instance, during holidays. Does July 4th, did we see a big increase during the July 4th weekend because everyone's going out to the beaches and stuff? And I think, well, now we've got Labor Day coming up. So let's say we start school on the 17th and the trends are going down a little bit, things are looking good. And then after Labor Day, suddenly there's a big increase and we think, oh gosh, we got to close down our schools. But maybe that increase is because people were out partying at the beaches, not because of anything that was happening at our schools. So for me, that's one of the big concerns I have, is knowing more of why there might be trends going up or down, and does it relate to schools or not? So that's my 2 cents. But I do agree, more being specific on data points, and then I think that this should be a school board recommendation or decision.
May I comment?
Yes, go ahead.
I appreciate, and I'm sure there are other questions or comments that people want to make. I appreciate what Trustee Kelly and all of you are saying. We do, as I mentioned, and I don't have a guarantee on the data source yet, we do want to track trends among children as well as trends community-wide, because there could be some differences. However, I hesitate to say that as you said, we won't necessarily know exactly where the transmission took place. I'm not sure how much it matters, because if there are increasing cases in the community, it's just going to stretch everyone's resources. And so the likelihood of sort of real negative outcomes just grows under that scenario. But to your point, we intend to track what it's looking like among our different age groups, as well as the community as a whole. one more quick comment, and then I'll turn it back to you. I do believe, and I could be wrong, but I do believe that the reason why, based on the federal government's metric, that the state is red and Clark County is red, but Washoe is yellow, is because of our positivity rate. I think the two key indicators are cases per 100,000. So if you're over 100, you're in trouble, and if your positivity rate is 10% or greater, or over 10%, it might be over 10%, I'm not sure. We're, as we talked about, at about 7.3. My concern is that we are being told that within our district, that's not a very stable, reliable metric. President Raymond was gracious and shared links to a variety of reports that we looked at. And I will tell you that based on 2 or 3 of those different reports, if we had used those color-coded reports 4 weeks ago, you might have, and you used it as a yes or no, you would have said full distance. So what we're trying to do is, we know the decisions we've made, and so how do we know when we've gone beyond where we were when we made that decision? And I don't know. And again, I'm not here to tell you what the perfect metric is. I don't have that for you. The federal document that we looked at to begin with is basically saying the 10%, more than a 10% gain in a weekly case count over a 2-week period. That's what we're suggesting. So it's basically saying if you have an increase in over 10% for a week, you're not stable. And what we're saying, if we're not stable for 2 weeks, we would see that as putting us into that red category. That's using the federal report. There are problems with that.
Thank you, Dr. LaMarca. I think this one thing almost perfectly encapsulates all of the problems that we're faced with across the district with everything we're doing, and that there is no roadmap on how to move forward with this. There's no guidance on what, the right approach is. A lot of what I looked at from states was totally variable. Different states had completely different ways of setting their thresholds, different metrics they were looking at. Every state had a different way. Every school district that I looked at seemed to have a different way. Many of them were given the guidance by their state Department of Education or their governor, and some of them weren't. I've also participated in many of the weekly calls I participated in the weekly calls for the Council of Great City Schools, and heard from districts across the country that are in similar situations as us, trying to navigate this, where they don't have that guidance. One of the things that, I think it's like we're all sitting at home trying to be statisticians and looking at these numbers and figuring out what they mean. And one of the things that has been important to me with figuring this out, and I do, I want to try to find something that we can put out into the community that is easy to understand, that gives guidance on what to expect when certain things are reached. But for me, it is important that it's not one number, and that it's, we hit 2 or 3 out of 4, or 2 out of 3 or something, I think I like the San Antonio example for that reason, because they have more than just one data point that they're looking at to kind of look for this overall number. And to me, that's important, because that, my kind of concern that I've had with the cases per 100,000 has been that we live in a state where our governor and our counties are making decisions about businesses being reopened that, we don't, as a school district, have control over what those are. And there's no indication that that's going to change. Casinos are open, and restaurants and bars in some places are open. movie theaters, water parks, these things are open. We don't live in a place that has a current shelter-in-place order, and there is no indication that our governor would change that anytime soon. I know that they're working on their own, guidance for the counties, but I think when I look at the cases per 100,000, and I've looked at other states too, to get down to that 100 per 100,000, it to me looks like you have to be essentially in a shelter in place. And so that is a decision that, we would have had to have made back when, that if that was the number that we were gonna live and die by, that's that is the consequence of it, that, you can see pretty clearly that once things started opening up 2 weeks later, the numbers start to climb. And I think Chair Lucy referenced that when he was here today. So I don't feel comfortable picking that metric as our one and only metric, because I don't think first of all, it accurately, to me, indicates kind of where we are when we can look at all, the various metrics, but also, we're just living in a community that is open. And so if everything is open, and we're not, I don't think that number is going to change because of us not being, we don't know what will happen when we open, but our staying on distance learning may not change that number. That number will continue to maybe hover where it is. And I think you pointed out, Dr. LaMarca, that we just don't know. We don't know where we'll be in a week. We don't know where we'll be in 2 weeks, a month, and it's a guess for many of us. So I am, I think I'm so appreciative of the work you did and all of the time you spent on this. And I'm frustrated that, we don't have more clear data. Sorry. I mean, not from you, but from just somebody else.
Yes.
Forgot that I'm running the meeting. I think Trustee Mineta was next.
I wanted to say that I agree with Dr. LaMarca in that it's a community thing. It can't just be the schools. It can't just be, and there's no way to find out if the numbers are up because we open or we don't, because if you can track this, you don't know where you got it. Could have been the grocery store. You don't know. And so I agree that we can't, it's a community thing. It's got to be the community.
Can I comment on that just briefly? I do think some of what Chairman Lucy talked about is key. Otherwise, we will see spread in schools. Margaret's department has been inundated already, and we're not there yet with contact tracing, because we have to assist the health division in doing that. That's where the community problem is sort of bigger than the school problem, because they're dealing with the whole community. They contract that work out. It's going to take them at least 24 hours before they get onto a contact tracing situation. We at times need to be able to make decisions prior to that, whether or not we are excluding students or we're excluding other staff members. So we are trying to reassign some staff in other departments to assist Margaret's department. I think Margaret just was able to hire a community nurse that will help with that. The contact tracing is key. The turnaround times on tests are key. And with those things lagging, that is part of why we're seeing this, because we don't have all the controls in place that we need, to your point, to get down. If the board, and I don't know where you're going, if the board is not comfortable yet, we will continue to work hard, and we'll come back in 2 weeks and try and work with the health division and look, under every corner we can find to see if there are some ways to put together 3 or 4 indicators that make some sense given our context. That's our commitment to you and to the community. I don't know what we'll find yet, but that's an option for us.
Thank you, Dr. Lamarca. Vice President Taylor.
Thank you, Madam President. One of the things that I shouldn't say one of the things, as we were having this discussion, it's clear that we do need more than one metric just because of the variability and the volatility based upon a lot of things that we can't control, mostly things we can't control. I would certainly agree that we can't separate us from the community because part of it is the community that we're in and what's going on, even though we can't control that. And it's frustrating if someone has a big event or, like you said, it's Labor Day weekend, like we saw after the 4th of July, Memorial Day, but that impacts everyone. So unfortunately, I think we're connected, in that. But I would recommend as we look, maybe the things that there seems to be some level of comfort around is perhaps the federal guideline of more than the 10% move up. We want more than a 10% move over 2 weeks down, right? And perhaps it's our positivity rate. Where we would put that, there are recommendations out there. The American Federation of Teachers says 5%. There's something else that says 10%. Where is that? And if we're looking at color coding, it can be different based upon that. And the third one we talk a lot about, of course, and Kevin Dick spoke a lot about it, is cases per 100,000. And we know that needs to be over an average as well, because we know how the reporting is on those cases. Those are three matrices, help me. Trustee Simon Holland, help me. Three matrices, thank you. I knew you knew. 3 matrices that I would recommend because they're the ones that we talk more about. It gives us, we're looking at things that matter, but it doesn't put any pressure on one thing, and maybe it might be if 2 of 3 of these, or 3 or whatever, if we can land on with it, then that's when it would cause a change from red to yellow or to green or to blue or whatever like that. And in changing it, and I love to see, I'm so glad you gave us this example, Superintendent McNeil, because as we look at these, then it says, so if we're yellow, it means this for safety and this for activities and this for buses and this for, again, ours would look different. We don't necessarily have a 25% in school thing, so ours might go right to 50, and then, man, it answers a lot of questions. And since we agree as a board, this is our making the decision, because I absolutely agree, and I think we all do, it isn't fair for this to be on the superintendent. But this is our making the decision, and then it's for her and her team to look at what's it take to move it, and here's a window, or whatever those other details that we don't know anything about because we aren't the educators, right? But you do. So I would recommend maybe an approach like that as we look at maybe having this come back and giving us something to kind of plan around. And I would say one more thing. I don't necessarily think that I don't want what decision-making we've done, that we're opening and this is where we are. When we made that decision, this number was that. So therefore, we have to start there. I don't want that to be the case, because now that we've gone further and all learned more and done more research, right, there's other things I would look at. Maybe I may not land there again. You know what I mean? So let's look at what's best as we go forward, and as we look at what those matrices should be, perhaps, and what that color coding, and then the details around that might give the superintendent some things that she can put arms around with her team, and then let the community know this is what you can expect. The three matrices. Yeah, those 3 things. We talked about 10% movement on that federal guidelines. And I would obviously in the negative direction, the positivity rate. And I just looked at things such as, 10% of course has been talked about, and I know the American Federation of Teachers talks about 5%. Right now we're at 7 point something, so wherever that might land. And then cases per 100,000. And we know Kevin Dick and our health district here would like to look at 100. I am certainly mindful that the last time we were at 100, we were still in lockdown. So I don't know how easy it might be to get back to 100, but what does that number look like for us? Where are we today? Much different than where we were, when we made that decision. So again, not knowing exactly where we should land, but I think that would be 3 to at least begin with as we start this conversation.
Trustee Cottle.
Thank you, Madam President. So going back to my original point, on the federal report, if counties that are in the red zone are reporting both new cases, so new cases above 100 per 100,000, and a positivity result of 10% or higher, and counties in the yellow zone are reporting both new cases between 10 and 100 per 100,000 and have a positivity rate between 5 and 10%, or the county meets one of those items and the second item would be a red zone item. And so, and I've seen this report come out every 2 weeks. And so we're actually, one should be out today. And so I just think we need to look at something independent. And then this report takes into account a lot of what we've already been discussing. So I just wanted to share that because I threw that out there before without giving more on what it's actually taking into account. And so that's why Washoe is currently a yellow, because our new positives are between 10 and 100 and our positivity rate is between 5 and 10, which is why we're yellow. So that's what I would want to share. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you. Is there any other guidance, or Trustee Simon Holland?
Thank you, Madam President. I know it's hard for us to make definitive decisions tonight without more information and more opportunity to deliberate. That being said, we will have been in school for a couple of weeks by the time we're back together again. I'm thinking that I appreciate the need to have greater definition. I'd love to see us get as far as we can tonight. I really would. I also think that if we're going to be able, as Dr. LaMarca has mentioned, if we're going to be able to get student data as a percentage of that age cohort, that would be a helpful metric, and or the percentage of the student population testing positive. That we're seeing, across the United States, there are some huge outbreaks in schools, and I think that might be another component for us to look at. Obviously, we don't want any students to be positive, but at some point, it's conceivable, it's possible that it would go beyond a classroom needs to be, excluded, or a school needs to be closed. We're talking about closure of all schools. And so at some point, if there is a significant penetration of the entire student population, that might be another metric. I don't know if anybody's using that elsewhere, but that might be another part of our components. Because that's what they're looking at when they look at community population nationally per 100,000. We would be looking at a rate within our student cohort as a percentage of total population. But I'd love for us to get as far as we can tonight and give people some certainty. As has been said, we can't flip the switch and have something change the next day. So if we don't make any decisions at all until the 28th of August, we're that much farther out if something should happen. And I am very hopeful that it won't. I'm very hopeful that it won't, and I'm so, again, appreciative of all the work that the staff is doing to try to make things as safe as we can. We're trying to deal with contingency planning right now, and what happens if.
Trustee Cottle.
Thank you, Madam President. I would agree with Trustee Simon Holland. I would say that we come to a decision today, And as more information becomes available on what's happening with kids, I think we can always come back and add to the decision. But I would agree, I would have a hard time leaving the meeting tonight without a decision. I don't think that will play very well. So I do think we should come to some sort of decision tonight on how we want to move forward, and we can add to it later with more information about younger populations. That would be my recommendation. Thank you, Madam President.
All right, thank you. So I imagine you need more from us, though, than just...
I think in response, I think from what I'm hearing, Trustee Cottle's idea of using the federal report, if you want to have a decision tonight, is probably the best decision we could make. It uses multiple indicators. It is looking at new case trends, which is basically what we presented to you. We could use that until we have something stronger. I mean, if that's your choice. I mean, it's using positivity, it's using new cases. It gives some assurance to the community, the public, of the directions we're taking. And we should be getting a report right away. Now, what the report tells us, we don't know. Given the trends since, I think the last report was on the 26th. So we had a few bad days just after the 26th, and then we've had some good days.
And this is, are you, Dr. Lamarca, referring to the Department of Homeland Security, or the one that Trustee Cottle mentioned from the White House Task Force, did you say?
Yes, White House Task Force. I was trying to find, I have the report, but we only cut out Nevada, so I don't have some of the introductory pieces of the report. So we probably do want to make sure we're looking at the same thing.
Madam President, if I may.
Oh, yeah, sorry.
So the reason that I looked at this report is, like I said, I've only seen a new one come out every other Tuesday. And so the report that was in our presentation, I believe that comes out every day. And so using something that has a daily update would be hard because it could change day to day, versus if we're looking at a larger period of time, it's gonna not, outliers aren't gonna impact it as much. Either a really bad day or a really good day. It's gonna look at more of the trend over time. Like I said, I've only seen this come out every 2 weeks. It doesn't mean they don't put it out every week, but I saw one July 14th, I saw one July 28th, and today would be 2 weeks later, so I would assume a new one came out at some point today. That's the reason why I looked at something like this versus a daily update. Well, that's really good. Making decisions for a large school district on something that comes out daily could prove to be a very difficult task for not just the school district, but for our community. So I just wanted to add that. Thank you, Madam President.
Vice President Taylor.
Thank you, Madam President. I would just say if we chose something that came out daily, then what I would want to say is you don't do it every day. It has to be something for X amount of days, X amount of consecutive days. For an example, if we took positivity rate and the positivity rate had to be 5%, or if it got to 10% for 7 days or something like that, because there is a lot of volatility in that. So if we wanted to do something that we could watch more readily, and that's easier to follow, because the challenge with the 2-week grid is it's hard to follow. You don't get much lead time. You know, it comes out and then there it is. versus something that comes out on the that comes out more regularly. Like I said, maybe it comes out more regularly, and so because it pulls in several matrix, you know what I mean? Numbers, thank you. Because it pulls in a lot of data points, it will be harder for us or a parent or a teacher, someone in the community, to follow it on the regular, to kind of see what all of them are. So I would suggest hearing what you're saying, because we don't want to try to move this thing every day because it goes back and forth, is look for a certain number of days in a row, and that would hopefully mitigate that, but it will be easier for the public to follow and for us to follow, quite frankly. That's my comment. So I think you're right. We don't want to move it. We don't want it to come out. We don't want to try to move this thing every day, but I think we want people to be able to follow a little bit more frequently than every 2 weeks if possible. I would.
Madam President?
Trustee Simon Holland and then Trustee Minetto.
Oh, I'm sorry, were you ahead?
Oh, go ahead.
No, go ahead.
I asked my question.
I'm thinking that, and if you said it this way, Dr. Taylor, and I missed it, I apologize. So the new cases per 100,000 population is part of the White House report. Positivity rate is part of the White House report. But I also like the idea of an increase greater than or equal to 10% over 2 weeks. And I like the idea of using some data points that we can be watching along the way. We don't have to wait for the White House Task Force report to come out if we've adopted the metrics that are embedded in it and that cause those results. So I think we would want to use new cases per 100,000 and increase of greater than or equal to 10% over 2 weeks, and then the positivity rate. That's where I'm thinking we might land. And the positivity rate, again, over 10% would be a real red flag for us. But again, we wouldn't be doing all of those metrics. We would be doing 2 of 3 or whatever would cause it. But that's just a starting point.
If I may just add to that, Trustee Minetto, if I may, I would also want to agree with yourself as well as Trustee Cotto in that when we can grab some numbers in terms of students, that we add that as another data point to follow. We don't wait for that because we don't have it, but we certainly, I would think, would want that to be on this radar as well.
Trustee Minetto.
I'm thinking along the lines, Vice President Taylor, is that, watching this every day can be grueling, but that way, we know the big picture. Because if we wait 2 weeks, how long has it been in the red? And that's kind of scary to me. So, yeah, I think we need to kind of plod along as we go.
Trustee Cotto.
Thank you, Madam President. I see what Dr. Taylor is saying. The only reason I like this report is because it's easy to explain. It's if Washoe's red, that means we're going to close it. We don't have to get into all of the other stuff. It's a quick color. And I understand it comes out on Tuesday, and I understand that's like, oh, wow, it's Tuesdays. That means we're closing tomorrow. It could be something where it comes out on Tuesday, and then by Monday, we go distance learning district-wide, and then it's closed until 2 weeks later. I'm just thinking out loud. I see what you're saying. It's hard to you don't see it coming, and it's here, and it's like, wow, we got to stop now. But I was only looking at the report because it's easy on a color versus trying to say all the numbers. It's very easy to explain to people. And so, but I like what Trustee Simon Holland's saying. Those numbers are numbers that should be concerning. If you're over 100 new cases per 100,000 and a positivity rate of 10% or more over 2 weeks, your county's struggling. That's where Clark has been for a while now, and luckily Washoe hasn't been at that point. So that's kind of where I was thinking with the report. But I think we're all kind of saying the same thing. It's just a matter of coming to a final resolution.
May I
Trustee
respond?
Kelly? Oh, yeah, go ahead, Dr. Lamarca, and then
I
Trustee
just
Kelly.
want to point out a couple of things, and I'm not trying to make this more complicated. I think the report's the governor's report. It is presenting in sort of some of the material, like the weeks that it's looking at. It's not clear whether it's using rolling averages or week-to-week averages. It's also indicating that some of the data that they're using, because it's aggregated, may not match what the state is reporting. So I kind of feel like if we're given the space that we should use the Washoe County data, because it is going to be our most accurate data. It's essentially what's being sourced here. The problem is it's being aggregated a couple of times till it gets there. We can define our own intervals, our own 7-day intervals. We can decide whether it's a rolling, if we look at 7 days on a kind of a rolling basis versus just 7 to 7 to 7. I think the rolling data would be a little bit more stable. That's what I would suggest given what you're saying. I mean, back to Dr. Taylor's earlier comment, the 3 indicators or the 3 metrics that you talked about, if the idea was that we'd have to be, in a bad shape on 2 or 3 of them in order to make this shift, we already know that one of them, at least one of the ones that you mentioned, the cases per 100,000, we're way up. So we're already red on that particular indicator if we include it, and that's fine, we probably should. It would be positivity rate, and then it would be this rolling change, this 10% rolling change.
Thank you. Trustee Kelly.
Thank you, Madam President. I would just ask Paul if, in addition to knowing students, the number of students that are testing positive, I'd also like to know the number of our staff that are testing positive. And if we know the number of staff, it might also be helpful to know, I mean, are they bus drivers? Are they teachers? Are they, who are they? I think that's an important data point for us to be able to know. And somebody had just sent in a public comment a little while ago, and they brought up a good point that if we made a decision too quickly, like let's say whatever report or data points that we look at, and they're in the red, and we think, okay, we need to make a decision, but if we did it too quickly, in a matter of just a couple days, then that doesn't give thousands and thousands of parents an opportunity to quickly rearrange their work schedule. And so I think that anything that, like, we owe it to the community, first off, to set some sort of metric as to what could lead to a full distance learning, but we also owe it to the community to still give enough time where they can provide feedback, and then if we make a decision, that they have time to rearrange their schedules and their work schedules and get their daycare, their grandparents to watch their kids. I mean, we owe it to them to give them a little bit of time. I'm just saying we don't want to make a decision so quickly and people just wake up the next morning and they're like, wait, what? School is back to distance learning all of a sudden? So that's just something that I think we should also keep in mind.
We are trying to work with the health division on sort of running log. So every time we do become aware of a potential positive case or a positive case and then exclusions, we are communicating with the health division. We're creating a log. We could do some of this. I do think that so the closure of a classroom or the closure of a school is likely to happen, especially when too many kids test positive or too many teachers test positive, if we have a breakdown in busing due to unavailable staff. Those are critical indicators, and there could be a critical mass that would mean that we have to shut down whole areas or the district as a whole. Some of this is going to be case by case, and I hear you that we need to be able to provide notice, and we're kind of in a, well, I mean, we're in a pandemic, and we kind of all have to be on notice that things could change on a daily basis. That's a hard reality that we have. But I guess what I'm saying is, if we do come up with something and it triggers, then I don't think we should wait for 2 weeks to make that decision. So that's a hard place.
I have a couple quick questions, and I don't know if you'll be able to answer them or not, but the 7-day lag comes up in a lot of these matrices that should be included, and then sometimes you hear about a 14-day lag, and then the 7-day window versus the 14-day window. And then I'm noticing in the San Antonio model, they then also talk about this doubling time. I mean, there's all these other things out there. Do you have an opinion on any of that or know much about it?
I tried to replicate what I think they're talking about in the doubling metric. We'd be okay with that particular metric. I assume they're just talking about doubling of either active cases or total cases. And I've looked at our trends, and we're not like, given the windows that San Antonio reports, we wouldn't be in their most restrictive model. Let me just say it that way. Yeah, the 7-day window versus the 14-day window, what I can tell you is that using the 7-day rolling average, we're hovering just above 100, and now we're hopefully just below 100. Basically, if you go to 14 days, double it. So we would be hovering at 200 or above or just below it.
Is it?
And basically, it's just because it's the total number of cases. So you're doubling the number of cases, essentially.
Is it more representative to look at the 14-day because of that, the oddities and reporting? Do you know why? I think the governor was using 7 days and moved to 14. Or maybe it was vice versa. I don't know.
I apologize. Mr. Dick recommended the 14-day window simply because he felt like over that longer period of time, the data is more reliable. You're going to have more of the up and down changes, and so it's going to even out a little bit more with more time. But in terms of the calculation where you're turning it into a per 100,000 rate, it's a double the number of cases because it's double the number of days. Or it's not double the number of cases, but it's double the number of days. So it's going to be a lot more cases. If we go back, JJ, can you go back to one of the slides that has, keep going, right there. Or actually go to the one that's got numbers. It's the first blue one, right there. So essentially you'd add up any of those 2 points, and that's going to be your total count for 14 days. And then you're still dividing it by the same total population and multiplying it by 100,000. It's essentially going to close to double your per $100,000 rate. 100, not dollar. I'm getting tired. It's been a long 5 months.
Are you, I guess, looking more to my fellow trustees, thinking that we'd have the 7-day lag? Where does this count begin and end for the window, for the 14 or 17-day window?
The governor's report, the Homeland Security report, they're using the 7-day.
7-day lag. And so you pick a Monday through a Sunday or something like that. And
yeah, I think because your approach,
or is it rolling 7-day? It's a rolling 7-day?
Yeah,
okay.
It is,
Right.
but I think because you're using the total number of cases per 100,000 as one of the indicators as well, then it's fine to go to the 7 days because we're already recognizing that overall we're at 230 or 225 to 100,000. We're in the red with that particular indicator.
Thank you. Trustee Cottle.
Thank you, Madam President. Does the governor use new cases per 100,000 or total cases, current cases for 100,000?
New cases.
New cases, okay. And, okay, I mean, if we're doing 14 days and we're looking at it every week, we would have, each week's going to count in 2 different, is that what we're talking about?
I think the governor's report's actually, it's reporting every 2 weeks, but it's using 3 weeks of data. So because it's lagging. So it's looking at 3-week trends.
Okay. I'm just trying
The choice we can make is whether we look at just a rolling average, a rolling 7-day average, or if we look at week-to-week change. And to be perfectly honest with you, I would prefer time to make that decision. I think the rolling average is going to be flatter, and I don't know if that's, I don't know if it's better for it to be rolling or not at this point. I really have to talk to a couple of other people, health division, and maybe look to some other counties or states.
Vice President Taylor.
Thank you, Madam President. Margaret, what do you think about that? I mean, you spend a lot of time in this data and reading it and analyzing it. We haven't heard from you at all on this conversation, so I'd love to hear your thoughts, and in particular, love to hear your thoughts on 7 days versus 14.
Margaret Allen, for the record, President Raymond, Superintendent McNeil. I actually came in late to this conversation. I have to say that Paul has done most of the work. We have, however, been in communication with the health department, and they do have statisticians that the last email we got said that they are very interested in helping us gather data on children so that we have a clearer picture of what's happening in the schools with the children. I do think that we do need to look at number of staff, in different areas, and make some decisions based on staffing, which Dr. McNeil is, we are constantly looking at numbers, looking at exclusions, and trying to manage it. I think that if we had a 14-day view, but we have to be able to get some kind of picture of what the trigger point is. And we have asked the health district, when we're looking at the data, are there any trigger points that you can call us immediately and say, we have concerns? And so we have to work with them using some of the data they're using, if they're using some of these graphs that Paul pulled together. I think we have to be using some of those same graphs, and then maybe working with the health district on a weekly basis saying, let's look at this data together. Is there any concerns, so that we have some kind of notice that they're going to pull the trigger, because we want to be able to react sooner than the health district does. And I think they're willing. Kevin Dick said, the school board has a decision, of opening the schools. He will intervene at the time he sees something is happening. But I think they're very willing to help us identify early on what those trends are. And I think we have to be on the same page with what they're looking at.
Trustee Simon Holland.
Thank you, Madam President. One of the other examples we looked at provided a regular interval at which the data summary would be assessed. And I thought that was a really wise plan, rather than saying, okay, we're getting close, okay, in 2 weeks we're going to close. But that every 4 weeks, for example, there would be an assessment made for the next period, and nothing would happen for 2 weeks, because it would take 2 weeks to unravel everything. And in this case, I think the one I was looking at was 6 weeks. I'm not sure we would want to wait that long, but that we would look at each 4 weeks, we would look at what's been happening over the past 4 weeks. We would determine, again, the consistent metrics, and I don't think we have to wait to know what those are from the health department. We already know what they've been looking at. So define that every 4 weeks we would look at, and I have lost track of where we are with it, whether it's rolling average or new cases per 100,000. But we would look at the cases, we would look at the positivity, and we would look at the percent increase each 4 weeks and we wouldn't make a change sooner than 2 weeks from that point in time. And of course, as we've talked about, get the data on students and staff that have positivity in the meantime. We won't have that tonight, but I think we could act on the rest of it tonight and then add the student and staff data later.
Madam President?
Vice President Taylor, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam President. What if if we looked at it, I like the interval, I do. If we looked at it every 4 weeks, and then knowing it would take 2 weeks to turn the ship, that's a 6-week look. What if we looked at it every 2 weeks? And then knowing it would take 2 weeks to make the shift, and then that's a month. We looked at 4 weeks worth of data, but every 2 weeks. That way we don't have to just have a dive or a rise for a month before we can do anything about it. That's what I think about it. Things turn, and then they go, and they keep going, and they're going for 4 weeks. We can't do anything about it. They're going for 4 weeks, where if we look at 4 weeks worth of data, but just do it every 2 weeks. I'm just concerned about it being too long of a period of time before we can make a shift, and that's 6 weeks.
But that would be the superintendent. They're looking at the data every 2 weeks to determine the next 4 weeks of planning. And
that kind of confuses me a little bit. I guess what we're recommending, and I understand that we're changing that, but we want to look weekly at, did we go up, did we go down? And I get that we may want to look, and we had recommended that we would take at least 2 weeks of going up a couple of times before we'd make a decision. So I get that. I don't want to broaden. We want it to be as timely as possible. I mean, we could certainly look at a 4-week trend, and that would be stronger than a 2-week trend.
Madam
But
President,
you'd be waiting a long time.
I'm just sensitive to the conversations we've had previously that families need to be able to know what's going to happen for a while. They can't, and child care centers and Boys and Girls Club and everybody else can't, we can't do too much back and forth. So I was just trying to smooth that a little bit, but I absolutely respect we want to move quickly if we see something happening.
So up on the board right now, we have 4 weeks. 4 changes. We have a start of, I think it says 604, and then it goes down to 429, and it goes up, and it goes up, and it comes back down. Based on that information right there, and that's consistent with the federal report, we don't see the increases that would take us beyond that 10% on 2 consecutive week thresholds. And I guess we could definitely make it 3 weeks or 4 weeks. I guess with the volatility of data, you're going to see it bounce. I don't know. I should phone a friend, Ben Hayes. Come on down.
Vice President Taylor.
Thank you, Madam President. Perhaps then, because none of us want to wait longer than we need to, but at the same time, we want to balance that with giving families an opportunity to plan and shift. What if we still looked at 2 weeks worth of data, but you did it every week? And it's a 14 days. And so if the people want to watch and follow, they certainly can. You look at 2 weeks worth of data every week, and then there's a 2-week window to make a shift. So that's really 4 weeks worth of whatever is impacting things.
Yeah, I understand. Yes, that makes sense. I guess what we're saying is if we look at July 21st, and then we look at July 28th, we had this marked increase. If we then on August 4th saw another market increase, we would want to make a consideration to shut down at that point. We have the other 2 indicators to look at, okay? Depending on, or maybe 3, because maybe we run trends for kids as well. But that's kind of how this would work in terms of what we were suggesting is, and I think that's to your point. So it's kind of a rolling, look, you're always looking at data moving forward. You're always looking at 2 weeks at a time. We're just looking at it every week. But we're looking, to President Raymond's point, we are looking at 1-week intervals as opposed to 14-day intervals. If we go to 14-day intervals, you're going to want to move away from 100 per, yeah.
Well, and I think there's the outward facing, guide for the community, for our families, for our staff, for, our administrators of here's those key matrices that we're looking at. But I think there's also the internal part of it is how frequently you all are looking at that, which I think is, I don't know that as a board we necessarily set that expectation other than that you are watching it, looking at a specified time period, 2 weeks, and you're looking at it continuously. And then we know that there's then this, 2-week period of shift where we're moving from yellow to green or yellow to red or whatever the colors are, and in that time period, we know that then the announcement's been made and there's 2 weeks or whatever that is. So I think there's the 2 sides of it that, and if we're going to take action tonight, I'm wondering if it would be helpful to have, I think the action item needs to clarify what the matrices are, what we're looking at in terms of time periods for that. But then I do also think we need to include in the action our expectation for the amount of data you're looking at. And again, I think we probably couldn't keep you from looking at it every day. None of us are not going to be looking at it every day. It's just that window of time that you're giving to the community, to the school site, whatever, that this is, we've hit red and here's the plan, kind of. So I don't know if I said that very well. I think, I'm wondering if we're getting a little too caught up in, the looking at it every 2 weeks or looking at it every month, when really you're going to be looking at it all the time. I think I like the idea of having these sort of critical points where, you're not going to look at it one day and then have it be totally different the next day. I understand that, but I think it's more about the window of time that you're giving to people to make those shifts. Did that make any sense? Trustee Cottle and then Superintendent McNeil.
Thank you, Madam President. I just want to make sure I'm clear on the turnaround. So to use Dr. Lamarca's example, you start looking at the data on July 21st, August 4th is 2 weeks. It's not looking good. And then the district, based on the metrics we decide, has to close. When do you close? August 5th, August 6th, a week? So I think that's where I'm. So we're saying we didn't close then until August 18th? Because I think the concern that I have is that if our metrics are hit to close, and then we're saying, but we're going to wait 2 weeks to do that, I think that could concern staff. So if we're saying if we hit a certain point we need to close, I think we need to turn that around a little faster than 2 weeks out. I think, am I making sense?
You're making absolute sense. So just to be clear, I chose Tuesdays just to correspond with your decision-making at this point. Depending on how quickly we can shift to full distance, maybe the day should be Friday, or maybe it should be Thursday. Because Thursday we review the data, Friday we have the emergency meeting, and we're on distance the following Monday. That would require us to be able to shift very quick. It's gonna hurt families, to Trustee Kelly's point, that they ended a week with, child care arrangements, and now they've got to have all new child care arrangements. So that's really something we would want your direction on how much time you think we need to provide to families in order to pull that trigger. But I think since we're already monitoring data over a period of time, once sort of the light switch has been tripped, we need to move very quickly.
If we communicate to families that how the decisions will be made, then I think they'll might not like it, but at least have the understanding of that's how the decision is going to be made. I just worry about us saying, here's our metric. If we hit the metric, we have to close. We announce we hit the metric, and then we say, and we're going to close, but in 2 weeks, that is not going to play well. We need to turn that around faster, and so if we let it be known really quick that, hey, or let it known before we get going that on Thursday it's going to be checked. If it's a problem, Friday it will be announced, and Monday we're shifting because we're saying the metric's too high. We shouldn't be in school, so we don't want to say, but you're going to be in school for 2 more weeks or even a week. See what I'm saying? So we got to find that balance of understanding where people are coming from, but also understanding if we're saying it's hit that metric, we can't then say, but you're going to stay in the school for longer. Because then we might have families call their school right away and say, I'm shifting my kid to distance learning now because parents have that ability. So the school district may have a choice. Parents may say, we're shifting now. We're not waiting. So it's going to happen anyway. So it might as well be a concerted effort as a whole versus the schools are now in chaos because this school, everyone's going distance because they're not going to wait the 2 weeks. That makes sense? Mm-hmm. So it's hard to find that sweet spot, but I think we have to take that into account.
Superintendent McNeil.
Well, I very much appreciate the enriching dialogue and the dialogue around this because it's a very important decision. And believe me, I do not have any problem with the board making the decision. I have a lot of responsibility in opening up a school district, so I appreciate the thought of the board taking on that responsibility, and I agree with that. But as the CEO of the school district, I need to be able to have a metric that is well balanced and well researched, so that you all feel comfortable in those metrics. And so I hesitate placing all of this on staff without some sort of recommendation within the action that it is worked with the health district, or we work with the medical advisory team, the task force at the governor's side, but some sort of extra layer that you all feel comfortable with when you make that action. And then we also need to take into consideration, and I absolutely understand where you're coming from, Trustee Cottle, but we have 104 sites that we've got to be able to deploy, for example, kitchens and nutrition services, and make sure that we have food ready to go in those schools. And that's not going to be able to happen in a weekend. So just, those are logistics that we have to think about when we are opening and closing schools, that it may need a little bit more time.
Vice President Taylor.
Thank you, Madam President. What would be I mean, you're not going to get as much as you'd like, you know that, because we're used to making the shift over summertime. But what would be an amount of time that would give the team, and all the moving parts that go along with it, an opportunity to do that in a way that people are informed and can make adjustments? What do you think, Dr. McNeil?
Well, I mean, I know that Mr. Etchart is here, but, I would say a week is comfortable, because I absolutely understand the point that Trustee Cottle made, that, if a family's going to be moving then to distance learning about that, but I just want to make sure that we have that capacity in order to move that quickly, because that was a concern when we were closing, and then if we had to open up, if you remember that discussion, and when the governor was going to be closing schools. Because that was the fear, is that we are not going to be able to, if we reopen now, we're not going to be able to staff up that quickly.
I see we do have public comment on this item, so I'll go ahead and call for that at this time while we continue mulling this over.
So I'm going to call the public comment card, and then I will also call the names of those who have submitted public comments while that person's coming up.
Thank you.
Natha Anderson. We received comments from Shannon Kenny, Nicole Fierro, Robert Thompson, Marcus Culpepper, Stacy Maddox, Ashley Wade, Jamie Davis, Jana Rager, and Chris Denowitz.
Well, that's why. Good evening. My name is Natha Anderson. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak to you again. I'm representing the educators of the Washoe Education Association. Initially, I was going to speak about something else when it came to this. I was going to talk about how we've lost track of what this is about how the issue is a difficult one that all of our school districts are having to decide upon across the nation. And you all see this. I was going to bring up how both Commissioner Lucy and again reiterated by Dr. LaMarca have shown that these numbers are not easy to decipher. It does not fit in a nice, neat little box. It does not have a nice, neat little solution. But as I listened to the discussion, which I greatly appreciated the amount of discussion being put into this, I became more and more angry. I became more and more angry because it was not about people. It was about what is easy to look at. It was about a chart that might be created that we don't know exactly what time frame it's from. We don't know how the breakdown's going to be. We don't know what our classrooms are going to look like. I'm thinking of letters that I have received from our members that I know many of you have also received, of people that have made the decision to retire. Of two in particular, one of which I have known since I was 4 years old, who is a phenomenal elementary school teacher. I knew her when she was in high school. Anyway, who has decided that it was time to retire, not because she wanted to, but because she felt that she was just in the classroom to babysit so that others could go to work. My career, my craft, my world of education, this means something to us as teachers. This means something to us as principals and as counselors. And yet, this discussion tonight, it feels like, well, as long as parents get to know whether or not schools will be closed in 2 weeks, that's what matters. I'm getting emotional because I'm also thinking of a friend who has passed away. It was 11 days. It was not a nice, neat 2 weeks. It was 11 days from the time that they were diagnosed to the day that their wife had to start planning their funeral. I realize that some people see data and it's just numbers, but there are others of us that see data and see people's names. Please consider that with this decision. It needs to be timely, and it needs to be based on people, not what is easy and not what is popular. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Anderson.
That's all I have.
Okay, thank you. All right, well, does anyone have any further discussion on this item? Questions before we discuss? Oh, there was, yeah, some emailed public comments if you need to take a few minutes to read through those.
Madam President, may I ask a question?
Go ahead.
My thinking as I was writing to prepare a motion, my thinking is to have a discussion on the matrices and the turning and so on, and identify what the matrices are, what the data points are, and then have a discussion about what the numbers will actually be, because would that be acceptable to my colleagues?
May I? Madam
Yes.
President? I just, I know we're already at 9:39, and I'm thinking, could we take a shot at a motion that includes the data points within those categories and do it similar to what we did previously, where we have a preliminary approval and have an opportunity to confer with health officials and others about our proposed metrics. I'll stay away from matrices and go to metrics. Could we take a shot at that so that we do it, if we can get it done in one slice, we could try that. Because I'm prepared to throw something out, and we can see how we feel about that. Again, building off of other data sets that have been provided by others, whether it's the White House Task Force or CDC or the governor's office or our own health department. So here's a shot. 7-day average of new cases per 100,000, greater than 100 for 2 weeks. I know we already exceed that, but that's what other people use. 7-day average positivity rate greater than or equal to 10% for 2 weeks. 7-day increase in cases greater than or equal to 10% for 2 weeks, so meaning we're looking at how it's increasing. That it would be effective the next available Monday, and that the superintendent could decide what that is. That we would do this for preliminary approval and then confer and come back, and that we would come back and add metrics for student and staff positivity when we have that data.
Trustee Simon Holland, can you repeat the second?
The second one was 7-day average positivity rate greater than or equal to 10% for 2 weeks. So 2 7-day averages that are greater than or equal to 10% positivity rates. And I welcome staff comment on that, or if there's no second, we can kill it right there.
I'll second.
Okay, motion by Trustee Simon Holland and a second by Trustee Cottle. And so do we have a question for staff?
Well, I would love to hear what you guys think of those. And I didn't address how many of them we would have to meet. That's what, I guess, well, we can discuss that, and I'll amend the motion once we've discussed that.
Okay.
Dr. Lamarca, if you have any.
Do you have any?
Did you want to add
Any
to that?
response?
The 7-day average for 100,000 cases.
I definitely like the increases. Definitely like the positivity rate. Those are two that are used. The over 100 for 2 consecutive weeks. I'm not sure you need both that and the increases, because we're not so far, we are basically hovering around 100 right now. So a 10% increase, like I think, I haven't run the data yet precisely, I'm pretty sure our rate, based on the newest data, will be at 97.6. 10% increase is going to put us over 100.
Mm-hmm.
So a second 10% increase will put us way over 100. So it doesn't have to be a second increase.
Gotcha.
I guess what I'm
Okay.
saying is if
Yeah.
you use the above 100 twice, we don't probably need the significant increases. We only need that if we, dip pretty far down and then we start coming back up. So it would be something that maybe later would come into play.
Can I just clarify? So you're saying use either new cases per 100,000 over 100 or 10% increase?
Yeah, I think the 2 consecutive weeks above 100 would be a more conservative metric, so you'd more quickly hit that than the 10% increases, but that's maybe what you want to do.
I'm just trying to get at what's our red zone? What do we think the red zone is?
I think definitely, I think definitely the increases and the positivity rate. If either of those trigger, because we've already got an overall that's above 200, if either of those were to trigger, then I think we trigger. The 2 consecutive weeks above 100 is just, it's a more conservative metric than the increases, meaning it's easier to get there. We would trigger more quickly with that. And maybe that's what you want to do. That's really a judgment call you all have to make. I mean, if we, JJ, can you go to the next blue slide, the one, keep going down. Oh, I'm sorry, go back up. Yeah, that one, you're right. Back down.
No, that's not it.
Back down. Right there. So here, so 3 weeks in a row, we were just above 100. And I think we're dipping down this following week to 97.6. But what I'm saying is during that period, that same 3-week period, we didn't see 2 consecutive 10% increases. So you'd more quickly trigger if you use that first metric you talked about.
Thank you, Dr. LaMarca. And I would welcome hearing from my colleagues. I, of course, am on the more conservative, you know, I'm on the other end of that. But I also, again, like the idea of being consistent with other global, not global, but national health organizations that have used that metric.
Vice President Taylor.
Thank you, Madam President. Just a question on here, Dr. LaMarca. So if we look at this first week, the average new cases that first week was 89.29. The average of new cases that second week was 111. Is that, I'm trying to follow where the 2 new cases, where they went up by, what are we going up by 10? By 10%, what are we? Help me understand how you reference this chart in there. I think I got lost in there.
So, and I don't have the exact percentages.
No, just say what you said. I just want to
Right.
get it. You don't have to say it differently.
So Trustee Holland was saying that if for 2 consecutive weeks, your weekly average of new cases is
It's
at
the
or
weekly
above
average over 100. Got it. I'm there.
Then we would have triggered.
Yep, I got it. I'm there.
Yeah.
And so the weekly average went up to 111, then it went up to 131, then it dropped back down. So actually, this was over 100 for 3 weeks.
That's right.
And so that would have triggered.
That's right.
That would have triggered a close.
Right.
Okay, I see. And now we're at 90 something, 97 or something like that. And the weeks have to be consecutive, correct? Okay. Right. I'm actually okay with being on the conservative side.
Trustee Cottle.
Thank you, Madam President. I'm definitely good with that. Katie, you had 4 metrics, you said? Or 3?
I had 3. New cases per 100,000 greater than 100, 7-day average. 7-day average positivity rate greater than or equal to 10% for 2 weeks, and 7-day increase in new cases greater than or equal to 10%.
Yeah, I would say if 2 of 3 are met, we shut it down. And I hear what Dr. McNeil is saying about needing time. I just think if we're saying that if you hit a certain point, we need to close the schools, we need to close the schools, and we'll work through it. But I just don't think we can say we're going to close the schools after a week, because I just don't think that's going to be a good thing. So if we hit a point, and I think staff will know if we're trending in that direction, and that means that the district's put on notice that, we're getting close, I just think if we say on a Friday, we've hit the point, then we close. I just don't think we can keep it open if we're saying today, if you hit this point, we have to close. I just don't think we can do it. I think it's not a good message to send. So that would be my recommendation, but I definitely like what Trustee Simon Holland put forward. So thank you, Madam President.
Trustee Minetto and then Superintendent McNeil.
My concern about turning over too fast is that we will have parents who perhaps don't have an updated telephone number, perhaps don't have listened to their messages, perhaps don't, and they will drive their kids Monday morning, kiss them, drop them off, and drive away. And it will happen.
Superintendent McNeil.
So I think this allows for it with the 2 weeks. That's my concern, is that if we're tracking this, to Dr. Lamarca's point, if we're tracking this every week, that actually gives us a 3-week trend, because we're looking at it every 2 weeks. But we, staff, Washoe County Health District, will be looking at it every week. So it gives us some buffer. That's my point.
Vice President Taylor.
Thank you, Madam President. I just want to make sure I get it. So what you're saying, Dr. McNeil, is because you've been looking at the data so much, it's not as though you'll be surprised. Does that help me?
That is correct, because we're actually looking at it every week.
Right, of course, you're looking at it every week for a 7-day average.
Right.
And it's a 7-day rolling average. It isn't this the end, it's the as it goes, and it has to be 2 consecutive weeks. What's your recommendation from a parent lead time? I mean, I think what my colleague Trustee Cottle said is very true. We don't want to say, hey, it isn't safe to go to school, but you guys keep going. I mean, that's we don't, for anyone, for students, for staff, for anybody. And I'm at a place where and I think that's where we get almost a preliminary approval and get some feedback back, because then there's also a balance with, of course, parents need to plan, and so maybe we schedule this where it comes out on a Thursday, that becomes the day when, and then it's announced on a Friday, and that gives them some time. At least it's not a lot of time to plan, but I like saying we can consider this again in 2 weeks, almost like just get some comments, let's get some feedback, and then we'll be able to hear all sides of the issue, because I'm uncomfortable with, as much as I want the lead time, and I do, because I know the team needs it, and you've addressed that, but I also know families need it, but I don't feel comfortable with, we're really concerned about the numbers are too high, we're going to close school in a week and a half. That just doesn't feel good. So I think going with it, as you said, it'll be that next Monday, Trustee Simon Holland, and this would be a good time to get some, almost like a policy. Let's get some feedback on it. So I'm going to support the motion based upon that.
I'm sorry, did you say you are or you are not?
I am.
Okay. Do you have any more to add?
Yeah, and I think the issue is that our whole community is just going to happen. We're going to be having another presentation here very soon about the readiness of the school district. But our entire community needs to understand that we're going to have to be nimble. This is going to be a very different looking year, and we're going to have to be making some decisions very, very quick. And with that, I go back to when, we have inclement weather days. And believe me, we don't win on either side of that issue, So we're just going to have to be making these decisions, and the community is going to have to understand that if we call on Thursday to go distance on Monday, that we're all in this together. And the board, myself, this team has said that we are all in this together. And so just to have that understanding, absolutely understand and respect Trustee Kelly's, the hardship on our families, believe me. But we also have to take the responsibility that we're going to have to be making these decisions. But that's why I like the 2-week period of time, because we're going to be watching that. To my earlier point on getting kitchen staffed and those types of things.
So do we need to amend the motion to add the number? I don't think you had in there how many would be met to trigger something. Is that correct?
Oh, I appreciate, Trustee Cottle said 2 out of 3, and so let's make that a part of the motion, that if 2 out of 3 of those criteria are met, that would trigger a closure.
I'm the seconder, so I'm good with that. If
Okay.
it's considered a friendly, or it's actually Katie's motion, but.
Is there any further discussion on this item before we take the vote? Dr. LaMarca, you good with the guidance? And
Your question was mine. 2 out of 3, I just wanted to know whether you were going to do a separate motion or include it. So.
okay. All right, then I will ask for a vote. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Oops. Okay, that motion passes unanimously. I know it's late and we still have one more big item, but I think we could just take a 10-minute recess for the restroom, and then we'll meet back here at 10:10. Not 10:10. Yes, thank you both very much. And we are now on agenda item 5.05, which is a presentation, information, and discussion and update on the status of reopening plans for the 2020-21 school year at the elementary schools, middle schools, and high schools. This is for information and discussion only. And I know we have many, many presenters with us on this item, and so I will just start with our superintendent, Dr. Kristen McNeil, to kick us off.
Thank you so much, President Raymond, members of the board. For the record, Kristen McNeil, Superintendent, Washoe County School District. So for you tonight, we have a presentation on the update to the opening of schools in our school district, and we do have a wide cast that is going to be able to present tonight. And I'm very excited that we have 2 of our principals here. We have Colby Reardon, Marvin Moss, once a marmot, always a marmot, as I always say, and then Mr. Josh Rosenblum, principal of Reed High School, one of our largest high schools. So they're going to share their experiences, and we will go through the presentation, but at any time, I welcome the trustees to be asking questions of our staff. So JJ, are you going to be moving the slides? Okay. All right. So once again, our guiding principles have to do with no harm. So for example, we talked a lot in the previous closure as far as the grading policy. A good example of do no harm in this area right now is our attendance policy. Ensure our students and families and staff needs are met. Ensure equitable access for all students. And I know we have Dr. Turner here this evening, who's going to be going into an update around devices. Maintain high academic expectations, and you will see that embedded throughout the presentation. And then following all practical federal, state, and local health-related guidelines. So our presentation objectives for today are to answer any questions that the board may have, and staff is ready to answer those questions for you, and then to provide any operational and academic updates from the July 28th decisions. And with that, on slide 4, we do have Mr. Adam Searcy. And so our presenters will be coming down here, sitting on these very nice chairs. They are socially distanced. There you are.
It's very Price is Right like. Okay, good evening. My name is Adam Searcy, Chief of Facilities for the school district. I wanted to start off with an approximate accounting of the PPE items that have been distributed to schools to date. The majority of our PPE distribution has actually been completed. Work is rapidly ongoing, of course, and reordering is in process to ensure that resupply is available on demand. Our operations team, I want to specifically mention by name Julie Butler, manager of our warehouse, and her team and many others have distributed a total of approximately 4,200 half-liter bottles of hand sanitizer to every classroom and office area and school bus in the district. This also includes 600 bulk hand sanitizer dispensers for common areas, the likes of which you can see on the hallway wall out here, and over 425-gallon containers, so over 2,000 gallons of hand sanitizer refill has been supplied to all of our schools. Approximately 3,900 quart bottles to each classroom to provide for safe daily cleaning within the classroom. Approximately 50,000 adult disposable face coverings have been distributed to schools and to our buses. Approximately 50,000 adult cloth face coverings have also been distributed to middle schools and high schools across the district. And we have approximately 30,000 youth-sized cloth face coverings anticipated to be distributed starting on Thursday to every elementary school. 7,700 reusable face shields distributed to every one of our schools. Over 3,000 gallons of hand soap, 4,400 rolls of disposable paper towels, and by the end of this week, over 500 30 by 30 panels of plexiglass will have been distributed to all of our schools. I wanted to give you guys the details on this to demonstrate the magnitude and the actual certainty of the effort that's been undertaken here. Undoubtedly, this is a large chore and remains to, or will continue to be underway, but a lot of effort has gone into this, and almost all of these elements are now in our schools. So the second bullet on this topic talks about reaching out really to those schools.
Adam, we have a question for you real quick before you move on. Vice President
Thank
Taylor.
you, Madam President. I'm sorry to interrupt you, Adam. I knew you were on the roll. But I thought we wanted to go back and talk a little bit about the disinfectant in the schools and the shift that was made and a little bit, because we've gotten a lot of emails on that, and I think it'd be good for everyone to understand what happened and why and what they can get on demand. You know what I mean? Just if you can fill that in, I think that would be most helpful. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for the question, Trustee Taylor. So specifically, we're talking about the quart bottles of disinfectant that's in the classrooms. And I'm going to just jump ahead to a couple of points on the clean surfaces bullet right here. So related to our cleaning protocols within our schools, the custodians will have previously and will continue to disinfect common areas throughout and high-touch surfaces such as bathrooms and doorknobs and sink faucets throughout the day, multiple times a day. Custodians will also disinfect every classroom every night using an EPA-approved disinfectant to completely eliminate the virus in every classroom every evening. Staff, our goal to achieve an enhanced level of cleaning in our schools is to provide a cleaning product within the classrooms that could be used at different points during the day, potentially by staff other than custodians. So we initially provided the same product, disinfectant, which is a highly diluted EPA-approved disinfectant that's been used in our classrooms and many other facilities, daycare, hospital, food service facilities across the nation for years in consultation with the Washoe County Health District. This product carries a warning label on it that has language that was definitely found to be alarming by many of our staff members. We received that feedback loud and clear. While this was approved for in-classroom use by the health district and has been used by our custodians within classrooms, many of our staff did not feel comfortable using it and we appreciate that feedback and understand clearly how they feel. So in response, we discussed a variety of options with our staff and with the Washoe County Health District, and ultimately have determined that a soap and water solution capable of destroying the virus and removing the virus in much the same way that soap and water is the preferred solution for hand hygiene will be made available in all of our classrooms in a similar manner, using the disposable paper towels and a simple soap and water solution. High-touch surfaces such as desktops can be cleaned and disinfected during the school day safely without introducing any additional environmental hazards into the classroom, and still continuing to reduce that risk of potential transmission. That, on top of the daily comprehensive disinfecting by our trained custodians, is what constitutes the majority of our enhanced cleaning process. So I really want to emphasize the customer feedback. You know, I feel like that's important that we respect that conversation with all of our staff members and work to provide a solution that will work for everybody that's involved. So just wanted to make mention also of, this kind of speaks to that customer feedback. These site visits have been extremely valuable to everybody involved. To date, every single one of our school sites has been visited by members of the facilities department and or academic leadership to help our principals and help our teachers understand all the information that's being pushed out and developed at a rapid pace and troubleshoot through problem-solving areas and opportunities. All of our maintenance technicians, plumbers, electricians, custodians, and site facility coordinators have also been proactively scouring their sites for operational concerns and quickly addressing them. That proactive approach is something that we've been preaching for weeks now, and that customer feedback, that information from the sites that I know each and every one of you have been receiving has been extremely valuable to help us prevent and eliminate any potential concerns or shortcomings once we do start schools. This collaboration has really been contagious. I've seen teamwork and united efforts to reopen our schools in a healthy and safe manner, regardless of the scale of the issue. So really getting into these bullets, I wanted to just say a couple of points on each of them. We talk about this at every meeting, but it really bears repeating to me, the layers associated with the safety and healthy reopening approach, in my mind, cannot be overemphasized. It really starts at home with the daily self-screening. It's a responsibility that each and every one of us bears some role in. If we want to keep schools open, we need everyone's help. The physical distancing and occupancy restrictions are extremely powerful defense against the spread of coronavirus. Every single classroom in the district has been calculated or measured from an area standpoint, and the maximum capacity allowed under the governor's directives has been calculated. This then is further enhanced with the mandated 3 feet of social distancing for elementary school students and 6 feet of social distancing required for middle and high school students, as well as all adults at all times in our buildings. These are directives from the state which the school district is exceeding whenever possible. These are minimums, and whenever space will allow, we're exceeding that. The face coverings is another important layer. It's pretty black and white at this point. They are required by all students and staff at all times on our campus, in our buildings, unless eating or drinking. Hand hygiene is an extremely important layer as well. I've said it and said it again. We're working closely with our teachers and principals to make it a reality. The scheduled, supervised hand washing in every school, every day must happen, and we are prepared to ensure that it does happen. The hand sanitizer in every classroom and in many common areas is also a key layer of this healthy and safe reopening, and one that we're prepared to restock based on demand all across our sites. The supply chain is strong there, and this is an important tool for all of our students and staff. The enhanced cleaning I talked about previously. I want to make mention that this is, available in our classrooms, but not something that is required by the state, by the health district, nor of our teachers explicitly. We're making a safe tools available in our classrooms, and this is all in addition to the required cleaning by all of our custodians on a daily basis.
We have a few
We've got the
questions, I think, for
ventilation.
you.
Oh, yes.
I'm sorry, just a quick question. On when you, on the cleaning of the high-touch areas and the soap and water that staff has, and you shared with me before, if they wanted the disinfectant, they can ask for that, you get that to them as well. What's the dry time? That's been talked about a lot. How long does it take for the surface to dry? For the virus to be killed, and do you need to let it sit there for 5 minutes? There's so many rumors and stuff out. Oh, you have to let the soap and water sit for 10 minutes before you can retouch the. Can you clear that up as well?
So the disinfectant products that are registered with the EPA chemically break down the virus at a molecular level. And that's where, depending on the nature of the chemical, they actually refer to it as a kill time. And that's the amount of time that they want to have the product in contact with the surface or the virus for it to degrade the envelope or the membrane of the virus. It's actually a relatively easy virus to kill, despite its tremendous contagiousness outside of the body. So 5 minutes, the product that the custodians use has a 5-minute contact kill time. The soap and water actually works in kind of a twofold manner. So soap and water, you can rupture the virus through agitation, just by rubbing the surface or rubbing your hands. The soap molecules also are polarized. There's a, sort of a positive and a negative end that bind with the membrane and actually can cause it to rupture. They also bind with the membrane and then basically allow it to be swept away. So there's not a dwell time or a time that the soap and water needs to stay in contact. It's more about the application, the agitation, and then the wiping away.
Like washing your hands.
It's exactly like washing your hands. The same science, the same procedure, just on the surface. The chemical disinfectant works in a different way and typically comes with a rated period of time.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. I'm sure that cleared up a lot for some people.
Absolutely. I wanted to touch on the ventilation.
Adam, I see a few more questions, but I don't want to keep interrupting you if you are trying to work through this slide first. Okay.
I'm good.
Trustee Cottle?
Thank you, Madam President. I've received some questions that I just want to see what your response is to it. We've heard, I'm sure my colleagues, but I've heard a lot from teachers in our high schools that are saying that they don't have 6 feet distance in their classroom based on their class sizes. Has the district heard this from their principals? How are we handling this? Because we received enough communication from enough high school teachers that it's raising a concern.
Well, it's certainly a challenging series of constraints to navigate, right? These teachers need to determine exactly how many students are planning on returning in person. We know that our high schools are functioning on an A and B rotation, so they're already dramatically limiting their in-person enrollment numbers. From my perspective, we've provided the maximum allowable capacity for every space in the building, so that already is limiting the number of students that could physically be in a space under the most ideal conditions. Then that space is often further impaired by other furniture or unique geometry or the desks that they have, saying, according to your square footage of this room, I can fit 22 students in this room, but when I lay out the desks, accounting for this and that, I really can't get much higher than 17 or 18 and still maintain that 6 feet between each of the desks. And the guidance that we're providing is really that we're bound by the most restrictive criteria in that type of scenario. So this is the guidance that we're providing. Every school is different, every class, every master schedule is different, and you know, the fact of the matter is these are puzzles that individual staffs have to sort to navigate within those constraints. So I can't speak to your example specifically, but there are some pretty clear guidelines as far as how many people we can fit in a space and how far apart they have to be.
Okay, thank you. I have heard some issues about the mask wearing. I know we had a public comment earlier about if we have students that are showing up at the school that are not wearing masks that would generally be acceptable. How are we going to handle that? Because I know that there are some masks, I won't call them masks because they're not masks, but they're clearly not appropriate for this climate that we're in. And I know the teacher had mentioned that she couldn't send out guidance to the families on what kind of mask to wear. How are we communicating to families to ensure that we are showing that we're providing guidelines for what kind of mask should be worn, or examples of what is not considered an appropriate face covering? Because we've seen some of those things around just the country about people that don't want to wear a mask wearing something that's clearly not a mask just to kind of rub their nose in the guidelines. So can you respond to that?
I'll give it a shot. Sure, I know that we have developed face covering guideline documents. So that goes into a fair amount of detail about what is acceptable and what is not acceptable. We've also spent a fair amount of time talking about sort of behavioral issues or compliance issues if it becomes, you know, habitual or intentional. I'm probably not the most well-suited person to respond on the specifics on this one.
Margaret Allen for the record, President Raymond, Superintendent McNeil. We do have a face covering guideline, and the governor does not really give clear direction other than it should be something that covers the nose and mouth. We're trying not to restrict the type of face mask. We are trying to follow what is available to healthcare providers. So clinic aides, people that are doing procedures such as diapering, we will have some extra protection for them, gloves, gowns, face shield and face mask for the nurses and the clinic aides. We are investigating N95 testing. We did not initially start out looking at N95 masks for the staff because when we started this journey, we couldn't get them, and the directive was do not use them, keep them for healthcare providers. And so now that they are available, we are looking at this process, and we have communicated that with the staff. And I know that, you know, the staff is nervous. We are providing face shields to every school. Every clinic will have face shields. We are working, one thing that did change with the governor's directive is that we are asking for a physician's note if a child has, a medical reason why they can't or a behavioral issue. We are expecting every student to wear them. I've been in contact with physicians. One physician reached out to me and said, I have an asthmatic child, and the parent is asking that, they be excluded from wearing a mask. And she said, her preference really is that the student, even with asthma, attempt to wear something. And so we'll be working with families, if they have a 504 or an IEP, that the principal and the school nurse can work together and say, this is a reasonable accommodation. We know that this child has these issues. We're going to work with them to make sure that they have something that is protecting them. in the event that a student can't wear anything, then we want to educate staff in what they need to do to protect themselves.
Great, thank you, I appreciate that. And my last question, Adam, you were about ready to go into it, is ventilation. I'm still getting a lot of emails, I'm sure my colleagues are, about teachers saying that there's no ventilation in their room. The room's very warm, and it's in a lot of our older buildings. Pine comes up a lot. If you could just, I know you've addressed it before, but maybe address on what a teacher or school does in the case of there's no ventilation. Who do they contact? How does it get looked at? Because I just want to make sure we're really responsive to those, especially if we're saying that's part of our safe and healthy guidelines. So if you could address that as you go into ventilation, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Certainly. I do want to just start off by reiterating a couple of important points that we've made in past meetings. All of our facilities, both permanent and portable classrooms, are equipped with ventilation systems that are set to completely exchange all of the indoor air with fresh outdoor air at least once per hour. These occupied setting times are being extended an hour before when they had previously engaged before school, and an hour after school to flush the air completely out of the building before anyone enters, and then continuously throughout the entire day, and again at the end of the day. We also have commercial grade air filters in all of our permanent and portable classroom systems. Now, of course, as soon as I make a blanket statement of that degree, I get a number of questions and yeah buts, and those have been extremely valuable to our team to correct mechanical issues or come up with alternative solutions in a few instances. In most cases, that feedback has really resulted in just a double check from our maintenance staff indicating, yes, in fact, this is working as it's intended, and that peace of mind is equally important to the staff members. So really, for anybody that's listening to this, if they have questions or concerns about the ventilation or really any facilities or PPE related issues at their schools, their best course of action is to approach their principal first, and then if necessary have their principal reach out to myself or our other directors, either via their site facilities coordinator would be the typical process, but because of the immediacy of the situation, I want to hear about it immediately, and we will make sure that our staff's responding in an emergency fashion. As I said, normally there's a bit more of a process, but our entire team is laser focused not only on fresh air ventilation, but air conditioning functionality. Inevitably, the first week of school, the air conditioning breaks. It's like Murphy's Law for the facilities department. We totally appreciate that wearing a face mask in a non-air conditioned space is going to just be unacceptable. We have plans A, B, and C stacked up while we're proactively and in emergency fashion dealing with all HVAC and air conditioning issues as we speak. So I think the main takeaway there is get that feedback to the facilities department, because we're the ones that are actually going to be able to improve or deal with or assess the situation. So all these layers, yes, let's pause.
One more question for you, Adam.
Thank
Trustee
you.
Simon Holland, or
Thank
one more
you.
person.
I just wanted to reiterate so that everybody hears this, because I know there's been a lot of discussion among special education teachers and aides, and I just wanted to reiterate what you said, Margaret, that that protective clothing will be provided for teachers and clinical aides and special ed for those folks that are dealing with kids that have those needs, that you'll be providing face shields and gloves and gowns. And how much of that? Like once, or what's the thought?
You know, that was really hard for the reopening committee to try and put a number around. I think they did a pretty good job. It depends on each individual child. If a child needs diapering 3 times a day, they're going to get that
Okay.
protective equipment. We're actually doing some training at one of our schools where there's a large population of special needs, but we'll do it at any school. And it's something that
Great.
they've been trained in the past. Now the precautions are just, we have higher precautions. So.
Okay. And then another thing you said that behavioral health issues would be a legitimate reason for not wearing a mask if a doctor approves it.
Well, we do want, we struggled with this because at the last board meeting at 6 o'clock, we got a change in directive from the governor that said, we need to have a physician note. And so principals and nurses know their student, and they know that certain students are not going to be able to. And so while we are asking for a doctor's note, if it is in the IEP or a 504, we can reasonably assume that, again, the principal and the nurse making this decision together, or the principal and, maybe a counselor making this decision. We want all children to wear masks because we want them protected, but we're going to have to be reasonable in determining the needs.
Okay. And my last, Madam President, and this is probably for the superintendent, we've had this conversation before, but I think it bears repeating again. Whose job will it be to enforce mask wearing?
Yes, I've said this several times.
I know you
that
have, and
I do not want this to become a management issue. In fact, I have this in my statement, that it is a community responsibility, and I will say it again. I do not want this to be a management issue for our principals or our teachers. So we need our parents and our guardians to understand that if you are coming on Washoe County School District property, you will be wearing a face covering unless you have a medical exemption. If you do not wear a face covering, then you have the ability to go onto a distance learning plan.
Okay, but when a kid shows up at school with no mask, who's going to be dealing with it? I think that's what teachers are asking.
It's a new expectation, and we're going to have to teach expectations. And so, how do you wear it? How do you put it on? We have guidance on that. And so, we're going to have to be able to, make sure that they understand that this is the new reality that we are in. And so if a teacher or a principal says, Kristen, you need to have your face covering. I don't want to wear a face covering. You need to wear a face covering. It's just learning that expectation. And what we are asking our families to do now, and that we have over the last few weeks, is we need you to get your students used to this. And when you go out into the public, thankfully, we're seeing a lot of kids wearing, which is a good thing.
Yeah, it is good.
Yeah.
Okay, I think that's all I have at the moment. Thank you.
Vice President Taylor.
Thank you, Madam President. Just while we're talking a little bit about social distancing, specifically, we had one of our educators ask about putting some plastic, I think on some piping between her students because she wants them to be able to interact, but to do so safely. Is that acceptable? Not acceptable? She wrote and asked about it and actually sent pictures.
Yeah. So we're talking about essentially some form of a solid but clear barrier, such as the plexiglass that we've all seen and that we are providing in many of our school administration spaces. When social distancing is not able to be accomplished, that is the environment when those types of barriers are appropriate. And I appreciate you putting this out there. We are bound by the governor's directives relative to maximum room capacity and minimum social distancing requirements. There is no exemption to that for if you put plexiglass in between desks, then you don't have to observe social distancing. It is entirely reasonable in my mind that if there is a solid piece of plexiglass between me and someone 2 feet away from me, that I am equally well protected. That is not my judgment to make. We are bound by the directives from the governor, and while I empathize with the challenges of the constraints that we are all being faced with, I have no ambiguity in these directives from the governor, especially around social distancing.
Okay, well, thank you. I think that's important for just all of our educators to know as they work and really try to be creative and coming up with ways to interact. It isn't something that you have the power to make an exception to waive, if you will. Okay, thank you, Adam. The floor, I will just say this. When he has said that they want to hear about the problems, I was on the roll at one point and sent a lot of emails his way about people asking about questions in HVAC and air and soap and bathrooms and all. And he was very receptive. Your people were right on it. Some things got done this weekend, which really surprised me. I didn't expect it to be over the weekend. So those aren't just words that he's saying. I have seen you and your team in action around that. And so I really appreciate that. And I know those that have had issues and you've sent and responded and gotten it taken care of, I know they really appreciate that. I have to go on record to say that because there's really been above and beyond, and I really appreciate that.
Well, thank you. I appreciate you saying that, and it truly is a team effort. I can say that. I'm not out there fixing things, but everybody recognizes the significance of the situation. And really, my final remarks on this slide have to do with the signage component in all of our schools. The school districts developed a suite of various signs, many of which you see throughout this school here tonight. But really, all of the layers that I just mentioned that are critical to this safe and healthy reopening of our schools are bound together by the glue of our school communities. This outreach, the education, the continuous reminders of new behavioral expectations are really what is going to be critical to our effective implementation. These layers are only as good as the human beings who are actually implementing them. Time and time again, as we have changed and brought staff back into different roles and responded to emergencies, I have been pleasantly surprised, positively surprised. There is anxiety, there is uncertainty, but the community and the teams that I've been a part of are rising to the moment. And I honestly believe that through that glue of that community and that communication that we can execute these layers effectively and create a sustainable reopening environment. So that signage piece is a huge part of it. That's the layers of health and safe reopening slide that I have to present.
Okay, I don't think you're off the hook quite yet. So, Trustee Cottle or Superintendent McNeil, did you have?
So just real quick, Margaret, could you clarify as far as PPE for clinic aides and nurses, gowns?
Yes, and we've always had a small inventory of gowns. They're just gowns to protect the clothing. We've gone to encouraging staff, last year, if they wanted to wear scrubs, because sometimes they're with children that their clothes gets dirty. And so we've allowed them to wear scrubs, and then, they take them off when they get home and clean them. So for clinic aides and nurses, because they're doing procedures, or a procedure nurse, or an educational aide who is changing someone's diaper, we are going to provide gloves. We want to limit it to those people that are handling bodily fluids or dealing with a student that, cannot control their coughing or whatever. We'll have some disposable gowns, face masks, and shields. And for those people that are performing procedures, such as you would see in an outpatient setting, say, we are looking at N95 masks, which require a process to go through in order to be fit tested. We don't want people just putting on an N95 mask and not going through that process if they're dealing with, somebody throwing up or, when they're changing a G-tube or giving them a feeding, we want them to have some extra protection. So we're going until we get N95 program set up, and we've been, Victor Sherbondi has been looking at that process and how we can do it feasibly in the schools, because it is something new to the schools. We are offering face masks, surgical masks, and shields, face shields. That feedback we've gotten from nurses who work at facilities in town have said they get one N95 mask to use all day long. Sometimes that's the only one they have, and then we're going to be looking at reprocessing those. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, and so if we're self-contained, especially if I'm a self-contained teacher, and I have a student that may be medically fragile. One of our schools has many medically fragile children. Do those teachers receive the gowns as well? I just want to make sure that we're clear on that.
A gown may not be necessary in a general classroom. I would say a gown would be, if there's a need and they can help us understand that, we want to provide them what they need. Okay. We just need to know what that is.
Okay, and we've had several teachers ask us if they're able to wear scrubs. And, we don't have a dress code policy other than professional dress. So, I mean, I don't see any issues with, a teacher wearing scrubs. So,
especially if they're on the floor with those kids and, yeah.
Right. And then finally, and this was for the behavior issue too, we did provide training to our principals around the face coverings, and it is actually in the behavior manual as well too. That's been updated. Thank you.
Trustee Cotto.
Thank you, Madam President. I got a question from a staff member, and I think it fits here. She said that today she had to go to the district headquarters for business, and before entering, she had to be temperature checked. And so her concern is, we're not going to temperature check in the schools, but we're going to temperature check on East 9th Street. And so I'm just curious on thought process there on why we would do it in some places and not others.
One of the hardest things, I think, at a time like this is communication and making sure that staff get the same communication. We have heard that people are feeling pressured to do temperature checks. We have researched this. We've come to a decision as a school district that we are going to do self-screening at home. So we do not want supervisors taking their employees' temperatures. We don't want teachers taking temperatures. We want to follow our process that we have set up, and if a child is ill, they will go to the health clinic and have a temperature check along with other symptom checks and appropriate decision being made.
Okay, so it's not our policy to temperature check people entering the district headquarters?
No.
Okay, I would just ask staff to look into that, because it seems strange if that's in our policy, why a staff member at district headquarters wouldn't let a teacher in the building until her temperature was checked. It just seems strange to me, so.
Yeah, and I think we're going to, I think we're going to see things like that where people think this is the best thing to do or this is the better thing to do. And as we find out about it, we are educating people.
Okay, I appreciate that. Maybe if that could just be looked into. Thank you.
Yeah, you had asked me about that earlier today, and considering many of us sitting here working the 9th Street building, there's no temperature checks going on there.
I just want to put one more thing on the record before we move on. Questions about middle schools and the 3 feet versus 6 feet. And you mentioned it briefly just right at the top, but I just wonder if you could hit on that one more time to reiterate that we know that the governor's directive said it could be the 3 feet, but our model did not change. We're still hybrid. And so is the social distancing that you'll see in middle schools going to be 6 feet?
That's correct. Per the direction of the Board of Trustees, and the governor's directive allows for local entities to create more restrictive measures just to be crystal clear, the middle school students and all adults, 6 feet of social distancing is going to be required.
Thank you. All right. I think if there's no further questions, we can move on then. Over to you, Margaret.
Okay, Margaret Allen for the record. This next slide is something we've gone over. I just want to update you that Student Health Services has taken on the responsibility of trying to track and help the health district with exclusion. So when we get an employee who is symptomatic, or if we get notified that they have tested positive for COVID, my staff, and we've just moved a person into a temporary position for an employee health nurse, are managing these employees, and we are working on communication to let them know, number one, we need certain information. Where were they tested? There is a lag time when a person gets tested outside of the health district. And so out of an abundance of caution, we want to make sure that we know, we contact that employee and say, we'd like to know where you were tested so we can connect with the health district, and we get some information that helps us make a decision about close contacts. It's been very busy. I was doing this myself and just pulled in my assistant director, and the two of us have been very busy doing this, but I think we're really, when I hear that maybe staff are not feeling cared for, we are really working very hard to communicate with principals, to notify staff, to check on them, to just say, did you get the right information? Make sure they know what to do at home, because sometimes if they're going to a healthcare provider that isn't following the health district's rule guidelines, we want to make sure that we're communicating that and maybe communicating with the healthcare provider. So we are working really hard to ensure staff are safe, and then once kids come back, our nurses are being trained on exclusion and guiding families. Our registrars have been trained actually to do some screening when a parent calls in sick, so that we can guide these families in what the next step is. Are there any questions there?
Vice President Taylor.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, Margaret, and thank you, and as well as Adam and all who've been just patient as we've asked a lot of questions, because we're being asked a lot of questions, and we just want to get the communication out there and get answers as best we can. As you know, we haven't started school yet, and we've had a suspected case or so, and then we also have had a case. And I know that you followed the response plan and all of that, and I'm grateful, because there are some protocols in place and they're being followed, and that the protocols were developed with the health district. And so I have full confidence in those. What I'm hearing, probably because 2 of those schools were in my district, educators still get scared over that. And I can imagine if and when that happens in a school situation, parents will still be scared. And I guess just from an advice standpoint, and I know the protocols are being followed, and I know that you're in healthcare because you care about people. So it isn't that you're just throwing things by any means, and there's no accusation of that. Any suggestions is there anything different that we can do to I don't know, I want to say make people less scared, but I don't really know how you do that. But I've gotten some emails from one of the schools that's like, I'm just scared. I got the email, our school's going to be closed, they're going to clean, and I'm just scared. And I know what's happening, and I know that they're closing it to be sure, out of an abundance of caution, and I'm sure that's the information that went out. I just want to throw that out there, because if this is happening with some of our educators, and I just expected that we're going to have some of that when it happens with with the child in the classroom as well. Anything else that we can do that you think that we're missing that, or something, because I know the protocols are being followed and things are happening, but it doesn't make people not scared, you know?
I think that we can definitely, hear people's concerns and try and see, did we miss the mark here? Did we not communicate appropriately to every staff? Like I said, communication with every staff member, making sure they get the same message every time is important for us. One thing that we do have to balance is an employee's privacy to healthcare privacy. And so we work very closely with the health district and say, okay, we have this situation here. We don't know how we're going to do contact tracing. They can do things that we can't. And so sometimes there might be a delay in communicating to people, and it's because we're trying to protect someone's privacy, their health information. And so I do welcome anybody to reach out to me if they, if we've maybe excluded certain people at a school and it wasn't them. We can help guide them through that or work through the health district so that we are sure that contact tracing is being done.
Yeah, and I appreciate that. And the feedback I've gotten today wasn't because they didn't feel like they were contacted timely enough. It's just, I appreciate what you're saying, because I will be able to reach back out and say what should have happened, what would make you feel better about you have to get the information. Certainly the privacy, everyone understands that. What could have been done differently? Maybe we'll get some feedback that might be helpful for the future. So thank you, that's a really good idea. I appreciate it.
You're welcome.
We want them to be safe, and that's what the protocols are for, but we also want them to feel safe as much as we can. So
Yes.
Hopefully that will help. Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, so the next slide is, this is the health office management of students coming in for COVID. And I can say, we talked about the reopening document as being a living document. We are looking at that daily. We are referring to it daily. We had a conversation and follow-up emails with the health district because the initial thought was, and this is just an exclusion, and I will go on record and try to get this information out to staff. We probably will be changing a couple of things. But when a family member with school children, let's say a school child gets sick is diagnosed with COVID. Our initial thought, not diagnosed, okay, so the child is ill, and our initial thought was this child is ill, the whole family should self-isolate. In talking with the health district, they said, no, we need to go back and look at this and make sure that we're only excluding when we have a positive case. And so we are trying to make sure that when we see a change, we're communicating that, we're going back through all our documents. And again, we know that exclusions are going to change. The CDC changed certain regulations with exclusions from 73 hours to 24 hours. And so it is changing, and we're trying to keep up with changes from the local health district and the CDC. Again, if there's any questions, we're answering tons of questions about exclusions and managing it. And I think once we get our employee health nurse set up, that we'll have a more consistent person managing that with some assistance from us. This slide is the health, the school health office management. One of the struggles that we've had, and you've probably heard from school nurses, is how are we going to have two clinics, some place where a well child comes for, blood sugar check, and a place where we keep ill students. In discussion with the health district, he said, we are in a pandemic. Nobody was prepared for this. Schools are not built to isolate children. And so we are doing the best we can to look at each clinic and help principals and nurses look at their clinic and figure out what is a safe way to do this, to keep healthy kids and sick kids apart. We don't know numbers, but I really believe that we have experts out in the schools that can address this creatively, and they're sending their plans to us. And what initially looked to be a daunting task is it's taking a common sense approach and saying, well, we can do this. And so every school will look different, but that is the flow chart that manages the health clinic when a student is ill. Next slide. This is just regarding face coverings, and I had updated this slide. Again, we just really want to be careful that we're sending the message that we want people wearing face coverings. When we're doing contact tracing, that's one of my questions is, was everybody wearing their face covering? Because if we don't ensure this and we have an outbreak, the health district will come in and say, in this classroom, kids weren't wearing their masks. So we really want to send that message that we want kids wearing them except for when they're eating and drinking, and then use a common sense approach to when we allow them time to have a break from their face coverings. And so, again, we want to educate families. We have nurses that are already in touch with families whose parents say, well, they can't wear a mask. And so we're working with them and saying, well, maybe it's a particular type of mask you can't wear. Have you thought of this? So we are working with families to make sure that they get the message that if you're coming on campus, you have a choice. If you don't want to be in our campus, you can choose distance learning. But the expectation for healthy children is that they will wear masks, and even those that are vulnerable, because it's to protect them. I think that's the end of my slides, but I can take questions.
Superintendent McNeil?
Yeah, so I just, our HR person was texting me, so apparently in the fingerprinting department, they were doing that yesterday. So we have stopped that, so I just want to make sure that we check the record, because I want to make sure that everybody is clear on that we do not endorse, for all the right reasons, temperature checks. So that happened in the fingerprint department, and it was stopped.
Thank you for clarifying that for us. All right, then I think we're ready to move on, and we are joined by Pete Etchart to talk about nutrition services.
Thank you. Pete Etchart, Chief Operating Officer. So unfortunately for you, I am standing in tonight for our incredible Nutrition Services Director, Leonka Solis. So there are 4 items we wanted to update you on in regards to feeding our students. First, meal service update. Similar to what you heard from Adam in regards to the facility tours, Leonka and her supervisors have been working diligently to meet with all of the school principals, with the exception of 4 thus far. They have connected, that have only connected by email. The rest have been contacted in person. Lots and lots of site visits. Tomorrow, a 1-pager will be provided to each school that gives an update on their school's meal delivery plan. This will include how to-go meals will be distributed at the AB hybrid schools, and also how distance education students can receive meals, including the link for parents to order meals online. As far as a staffing update, unfortunately, we have 65 vacancies in nutrition services. 21 in elementary schools, 26 at our middle schools, 11 at our high schools, and 7 in our central kitchen. Of the 65, 21 are due to requested leaves of absence. And we do have a subpool of approximately 30, but that's also kind of in a state of flux right now. Therefore, we are approximately 18% down of our site-based staff. What we're really asking for is kind of understanding by our principals, mainly at the middle schools, where we will most likely need to reduce the number of carts that will be available for remote food distribution. Some of our schools, like I believe O'Brien next week, will be opening with sack lunches. Nutrition Services is also shutting down the food truck, barbecues, catering services in order to plug the manager holes in our schools. And if need be, the next step would be to utilize our supervisors in that role. Compliance and waiver updates. Unfortunately, as school begins, we have not received the waiver from the United States Department of Agriculture to continue to provide the universal free meals to students as we did this summer. That means that for those students who are utilizing distance education or are on the AB hybrid plan, we will need to match up the distributed meals with the student and the school. If they are on paid status, we will need to collect money and therefore have to utilize a point of sale. However, we can provide multi-day meals for those students on distance education, and parents can pick up the meals for their students, and that will start next week. Now, we are working with Lindsay Anderson and also with the Food Bank of Northern Nevada to continue the dialogue with our congressional delegation on the need for this universal free waiver. Senator Cortez Masto has been instrumental in being a champion in introducing bills for youth feeding programs. And partnerships and communication update. Since the beginning of this pandemic, we have worked with our community partners, including the Food Bank of Northern Nevada and communities and schools, to make sure that meals were available to our youth. We had our first food security working group meeting on March 17th and have stayed in constant communication since then. In our partnership with the Food Bank, we have distributed well over 500,000 meals this spring and summer. And the last day of that summer feeding program will be this Thursday, August 13th. Another great partnership is that Leonka has been coordinating with the Junior League of Reno to have a television fundraiser on channels 4, 11, and on the Northern Nevada Sports Network on Thursday, August 27th. I know that Trustee Taylor and Superintendent McNeil were instrumental in this, and we just really want to thank the Junior League for reaching out to us. And lastly, on the communication side, scripted school PA announcements are being sent to the schools for their morning announcements to let students know how to pick up their meals. Connect Ed calls will be going out to the families between August 13th and August 16th to provide meal information to them. And as always, since again we do not currently have a universal free meal waiver, we are reaching out to our families to ask them to please, please, please complete their meal applications so that we can feed as many youth as possible. And that concludes mine.
Great, I don't see any questions. Thank you very much, Pete, for that update. And thank you to Leonka for helping with it. All right, we're now joined by Mr. Rick Martin for our update on transportation.
Good evening, maybe good morning, but both. So, obviously, this is twofold presentation. First, just on how we're prepared for our staff to start the year. So beginning with our training protocols and processes, they were developed and implemented using CDC guidelines and district health guidelines. Those were implemented actually beginning somewhere around April when we started doing distribution and for the curriculum. All staff trainings have been completed during the week of July 27th, and those included items such as building flow for all of our different facilities, the proper use of PPE for the bus driver themselves and for our staff, the social distancing requirements for the staff within the buildings, and of course the multi-layered approach, as Mr. Searcy likes to say, the hygiene requirements and that aspect of the proper hand hygiene and other aspects. Then for the students, the expectations were for the drivers with the students on loading and unloading the buses back to front, requirements for attendance, because we are going to have to look at opportunities for contact tracing if that happens on a bus. Same with the seat assignments, and that gives us a twofold layer there, because not only are we doing seat assignments so we know where the students are, but we also have the opportunity with the cameras to follow up on that as well if there is some issues there. Again, PP&E protocols for the students. What is going to be required for the students at bus stops. Obviously, it's going to be difficult for us to police that, but we are reiterating what those social distancing and PPE requirements will be there. And of course, airflow in the buses, keeping the windows down, having the air vents open at all times, as well as the roof hatches. And then what the protocols on cleaning and disinfecting buses are, beginning and end of routes and between the school runs. Next slide, please. Now, our student bus capacity requirements, we are still working with the ridership up to 50% of available bus seating as per the board and governor's directives. All of our routes have been established and we have provided them to the schools. We have developed and have a registration survey form online that it was also sent out to the families by email and ConnectEd for those that are eligible to ride the bus during this fiscal school year. That was sent out July 29th. We are refining the routes as we receive information, particularly on those areas where we may have double runs. So we're trying to get that and square that down so that we might be able to just do a single run into a school. And primarily that's affecting the elementary schools as I get further down in the bullet points. We are also following up with emails and phone calls with families to confirm their ridership. Registration form, COVID-19 student PPE requirements, all of that is posted on our transportation webpage, both in English and Spanish. And then, as I indicated earlier, we do have some double runs, as we are calling them, double ins and out for delivery times needed at about 35 elementary schools right now. But we are anticipating some of that to drop as we get more solid numbers coming in with these registrations. And obviously we'll find out on the first day of school how many actually students will show up that didn't register, and we will work with them at that time. And the bus stop assignments have been on the e-link since the first week of August for public information. So that's all I have.
Mr. Martin. Oh,
go ahead.
Somebody else.
Nope.
Oh. So just real quick, for the registration deadline, because I think there was a ConnectEd or something went out today from transportation, so I'm not sure if there may be a little bit of confusion, but the drop dead date for registration to ride the bus, was there a drop dead date, and is a parent still able to?
No, there was a miscommunication in that communique that was sent out today. They put in a date that they shouldn't have had in there. It was originally there just for the first communication that we sent out last week on the 29th to get some numbers. We reiterated that with another communique today, and unfortunately that date was not excluded from that communication like it should have been. But we are taking registrations all the way up until the 17th, actually even after that.
Thank you very much.
Oh, Trustee Kelly.
Thank you, Madam President. I had an email from somebody that they had a concern that what would happen if a parent dropped off their student at a bus stop and then left, and when the bus came that first day of school or second day of school and the student wasn't registered to ride the bus, what would happen to the student? Would the student still be allowed on the bus, and then they would figure it out at the school, or would the bus leave and the student is at the bus stop?
No, we would take the student at that time. They would be allowed to be on the bus.
Okay.
We would get their information and then get them situated at the school. So.
Okay. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much, Mr. Martin. I appreciate your time, and now we'll move on to technology.
Thank you.
Thank you. Chris Turner, Chief Information Officer. As you can see from the slide, I'll talk about the Khajiit Smart Bus units first. I brought in some examples. I thought that since we're meeting face-to-face, that it show and tell time. This is the Khajiit Smart Bus unit. It's small, but it has tremendous capacity compared to the hotspots that we'll be sharing with the students. We've purchased 25. As you can see from the slide, they have a 60 user capacity and they reach approximately 300 feet radius around the bus. We're adapting our plans as we speak. Based on feedback we've received, we are prioritizing the highest needs area in the district, but we're also trying to coordinate that with the highest mobile connectivity. The problem is a lot of our highest needs area also have very low connectivity for the cellular connection. So network coordinator Mike Petrie has been double checking the areas that we've identified both yesterday and today to solidify the plan. We'll be finalizing our plan for the scheduled visits of the smart bus units this Friday. The plan is also adapting, like I mentioned, we met earlier this week. Rick Martin and his transportation department have been very, very helpful and friendly and have helped us identify those areas that are in the highest needs and where the connectivity is best, but also he's been instrumental in identifying for us areas where we may have an opportunity to leave one of these units in a building that's a partner to Washoe County School District so that we could plug it in, leave it securely in a space, and allow people to visit those buildings and parking lots in order to avail themselves of the connectivity. So now, instead of just using them as smart bus units that are parked in neighborhoods and parking lots, we will be doing that, but we're splitting our plan into two other directions. We'll be placing them on buses to accompany students that have the longest rides home and the longest rides back to school. Also, those students that have the highest needs. And then, like I mentioned, we'll be placing these smart bus units in places that have agreed to be a partner with us so that we can provide connectivity in those areas of high need. So a three-pronged plan of attack. Hotspots, we already have 3,000 T-Mobile hotspots in our possession that we purchased. We were notified by the state of Nevada that as part of the T-Mobile Nevada settlement, we received 3,000 additional hotspots. We get 120 gigabytes of data for free on those hotspots, and so we'll be provisioning the 3,000 extra in the similar manner that we will be the original 3,000 that we purchased. We'll be using a plan like we're approaching the loan of the 4,000 student laptops. We'll be prioritizing those students in the highest need, in families that have multiple students, families where English is a second language, families whose students receive special services. We have a list of criteria we'll be going through to use to provide the connectivity. And then the device piece on the slide, nothing's really changed there. We made orders of 4,000 student laptops on two separate occasions, July 19th and 26th. And due to constraints on components, the Intel processors to be specific, which is experienced industry-wide and worldwide, we've been notified that they will be shipping from China on September 30th and will be delivered to the district on October 9th. Dr. McNeil and I sit on statewide connectivity task force and COVID-19 governor's task force, return to school. And some of the state level authorities have asked us to provide for them a list of the vendor with whom we're working so that they can, in their capacity, speak to the CEO of our vendor and perhaps get those shipments more quickly delivered to us and our families. I'm not entirely certain that that's going to have much success because of the Intel processor shortage is, like I said, industry-wide. It's a constraint that nobody can really overcome, but we're educators, we're always hopeful. And finally, like I mentioned, Dr. McNeil and I are on statewide connectivity committee. They will be announcing tomorrow, so I guess I'm preempting the announcement of the new website, Nevada Connecting Kids. The website is connectingkidsnv.org. It is already semi-live. Clark County is represented on that. I'm partnering with Ben Hayes and Irene Payne in accountability in the communications department to create our response to the portion of the website. It's very exciting. The parents in the entire state of Nevada can go to this website and they can click on the county in which their students are enrolled, and they can access a telephone number, an email address, and a website that will provide them with access to a device. In addition to that, I don't want to steal Ben's thunder. He has developed, along with Irene in communications, a postcard. 8,000 postcards are being printed, I think, tomorrow. Is that not correct? Are you speaking about this, or am I taking all your... Okay, so 8,000 postcards will be printed tomorrow. They'll be distributed to school buildings, and as parents and families visit the school buildings that may have a connectivity problem, they can fill out the postcard, or they can scan the QR code with their smartphone, or they can drop it in the mail, correct? It's self-addressed. And then that's another means for reaching us to fulfill their technology device request. A couple other developments that just took place in the last couple of days are, I met with the CIO of the City of Reno and the University of Nevada, Reno, because we all share a connectivity problem or a dilemma. University of Nevada, Reno is attempting to develop, their curriculum is going into a hybrid model from what I was led to believe, and they need connectivity for their students just as much as we do. So the City of Reno, UNR, and Washoe County School District will be we had an initial meeting to explore whether this was feasible, and now we're at the level where our network people will be talking with their network people to create an interoperability with all of our Wi-Fi access points that are scattered around Washoe County. This is an exciting development, I think, for Washoe County School District because of the tremendous assets and reach that those two partners have in the area, and we're already talking about how we can expand it to Washoe County and to the city of Sparks and some other constituencies. So that's a very exciting development. And in addition to that, along with our infrastructure refresh project, where we're refreshing all of the technology infrastructure in all of the buildings. I talked to network coordinator Mike Petrie about putting some outward-facing Wi-Fi access points, not only on our school buildings, but on all district buildings like the admin building or some of the other buildings that we own, in order to increase our Wi-Fi capabilities in all of our neighborhoods. What that would provide, right now, our Wi-Fi signal strength doesn't reach outside of the building. So if we can provide some in a high school, let's say, for example, a high school with a large parking lot, we put up 1 or 2 Wi-Fi access points. We can provide client coverage for up to 50 families. And at Washoe County School District Wi-Fi security standards and SEPA compliant content filtering standards. So that's really exciting. I think we can do that within the confines of the infrastructure refresh project. Also stay way under budget with that project, and it can happen pretty rapidly. We've got Mike Petrie, again, network coordinator, looking into that project. So I brought the example. This is the hockey puck. This is the Wi-Fi access point. This is one of the T-Mobile examples. We have 3,000. We'll get 3,000 more. These will be distributed to families in need. And then this is the smart bus unit. And then we can either plug these in directly into alternating current, or this is the large battery supply direct current. And that's all.
Wow. Thank you, Dr. Turner. That was a lot of information, but really, really helpful. And just before the meeting started, I at least, and I think probably all of us got an email update about the
connectingkidsnevada.org website being up and preliminarily, and the announcement tomorrow. So just appreciate, I know that's been a lot of your time spent with Superintendent McNeil, kind of working with that group, and that's a great partnership to continue to build, and I think a lot of great work being done to help not just Clark County at the moment, but I know the whole state. So thank you for your work in that.
Yeah, I think we're really fortunate to have such Kristen has a good relationship with the state superintendent, and we have a voice at the state level like that. It's a great opportunity for us.
Great. I'll start with Vice President Taylor and then Trustee Simon Holland.
Thank you, Madam President. And thank you, Dr. Turner. It's good to have you meet with us for the first time in person, so welcome.
Thank you.
And I just love how excited you are about IT.
But I'm vexed by the microphone.
Yeah, well, but still, though, your enthusiasm comes through. I just want to make sure, because I get asked this question all the time for people that are interested in what our needs are. I know we need, Superintendent McNeil, you just told me this too. I want to make sure I have it right. So we ordered 4,000 devices, so we need 7,000 more, but we ordered 2,500. No. We need 7,000 more devices.
We need.
That's correct.
7,000 more devices.
7,000 more devices, and they cost $360. I know that. Okay, then how about hotspots? I know that's part of the information we want parents to fill out with the postcards and so on. Any idea how many more hotspots we could use, and how much do they cost?
The hotspot cost, I can't remember what the acquisition cost, but the T-Mobile hotspots that we purchased cost us $20 per device per month in the connectivity fee. The 3,000 that we got from the state for free, the connectivity for 120 gigabytes is free to us. Based on our surveying that took place in the spring, we believe that the 6,000 puts us at the level of need.
Okay.
We think we have met our connectivity needs.
Mm-hmm. Great. Thank you very much.
Go ahead, Trustee Simon Holland.
Thank you, Madam President. And Dr. Turner, you can't see how much I'm smiling under here, but I'm really excited about all that you're accomplishing. And I'm hoping that you had a lot of great bullet points that we don't have on our slides. So if we could get some of those bullet points, just so we're able to, to confidently share that information with people, that would be super. Just to get that, so we're all in shape.
Absolutely.
But this is really exciting, and I'm very hopeful. Dr. McNeil, maybe somebody could just comment on, are we going to be ready to meet the needs of those students who don't have a device until October 9th or later? Are we going to be ready with whatever our alternative is for them?
And I know Dr. Turner can speak to this, but we're having to use our devices. We have 33,000 devices throughout the school district, and so we're going to be having to use devices in our schools right now and deliver those to the students that don't have them. And the priority, as Dr. Turner would say, would be those students on distance learning that do not currently have a device.
So I just want to make sure I understood that correctly. So we are going to provide a device to every student that needs one?
To the best of our ability.
Wow.
To the best of our ability. So do you want to clarify? Because I know that we're using some of the devices within our schools as well.
Right. So like Dr. McNeil outlined, we have over 33, the number is something like 33,600 student devices currently in inventory in our school buildings. Principals are at work identifying the students that are most in need. The 4,000 that we have on order that will arrive in October will extend the 33,000 that we currently have. The complication becomes, and the feedback that we're receiving from principals is, how do I use technology integrate technology in the in-school curriculum when we've loaned out the devices that are in the building. So what we're trying to do is we're encouraging principals to have students that have borrowed the device to bring it back to school when they're in school on those days. And we're also, of course, encouraging the use of the wired computer labs with a traditional desktop workstation in order to fulfill those needs.
Well, that's great to hear.
Another point was a building principal. So part of this statewide committee is one of the members of the Office of Information Science and Technology reaches out to the entire committee statewide and lets us know of a vendor that has 500 or 1,000 of a certain model that's available. And I had a principal telephone. We had some email exchanges this morning, and I thought it better that we call each other and just talk it over. It's much quicker that way over the phone. And so we connected on the phone, and I let her know that the state has this certain model that we don't particularly use, but it's $100 cheaper, and she has a tremendous need. So I put her in contact directly with the vendor, and she's going to use building funds in order to acquire the number that she needs to get her up to fulfill her requirements for her students.
Well, thank you again, Dr. Turner, and excited to, I know, continue to hear more from you as we acquire more devices and get more information about how to connect our kids.
Thank you. Happy to.
Thank you. All right, we're moving on to Human Resources, and our Chief Human Resources Officer, Emily Ellison, is joining us.
Good evening, President Raymond, Superintendent McNeil, members of the board. I didn't bring any props, but I will know in the future if I follow Chris in the order of slides, I need to bring props with me. But I can hire you to be substitute teachers, so if anybody is interested. My slide is a little text light because I wanted to give you the latest and greatest updates. I'm sure you can imagine that many things are changing moment to moment in human resources. And I know that you all have gotten a lot of requests too about our distance learning teachers and the requests under the Americans with Disabilities Act accommodations. So I'll just kind of recap what's happened in totality for the benefit of our viewers and you all as well. Shortly after the plans were initially confirmed by the board, we initiated a staff questionnaire in order to gather information to understand employees' needs and to understand what the demand for distance learning might be, as we also worked, Ben's team did, to collect data around what the student interest in distance learning would be. And we realized pretty early on that we had a pretty substantial mismatch between individuals who are maybe health compromised or higher risk and those who are living with or closely caring for someone who is, and also those who are just deeply concerned and wanted a distance learning position. So we shared that survey data with you last time, and we offered many different options. We asked the questions in many different ways. We collapsed that into some digestible information for you all last time. And where we've ended up is that we do need, as obviously an employer that's subject to the federal law, we do need to prioritize the needs of our employees who qualify for protections under the ADA first. And so that initial questionnaire returned that about 1,000 of our certified staff were interested in distance learning positions. We went through a vetting process to narrow that down, and then my team made phone calls, personal phone calls, to over 600 staff members in order to qualify a bit the answers that they had provided and determine whether or not they might qualify for an accommodation under the ADA and what type of accommodation they would be looking for. So that list was whittled down to about 375 individuals, and then we've been working closely with principals ever since. Again, a lot of person-to-person conversation to understand when you're looking at an individual building, you have 3 data points. You have your distance learners and what they need. You have your in-person learners and what they need in terms of instruction and supervision and all of that. And then you have your employees who might be seeking accommodations. And of course, course, then there's licensing and what they teach and all of that has to be considered. So over the last 3 days, yes, today's Tuesday, 4 days, we've been working closely with principals in order to help them kind of digest those data points and determine what accommodations we can make, with the goal of course, making sure that our distance learners, our in-person learners are supported, but also that we're maximizing accommodations for employees wherever we can. So some of those are fairly straightforward and can be easily accommodated at the site level. Obviously, some of those might be a little bit trickier when you start to think about our itinerant teachers who cover multiple schools, or our special education teachers, where there may or may not be a large participation in distance learning. We've worked really hard to be able to finalize the bulk of the requests today, and get information to employees when we were able to accommodate at the site level. And then what I'll be working on tomorrow with many of my colleagues in leadership team and then our directors is the pieces, the parts and pieces. So again, those specialty areas, we may not have a need for an art teacher, a full-time distance art teacher at one school, but can we look to the needs of distance learners in a vertical or an area or the district to sort of glue those together to create an opportunity to accommodate that employee. So all that said, we've made a tremendous amount of progress. We're getting that information communicated to employees. Like I said, many employees were contacted today by their principals to either let them know that we could provide their accommodation, or to further the interactive process and understand exactly how we might be able to support them if we can't do a full distance learning. And those conversations will continue tomorrow with the goal of being mostly done tomorrow. We might have a few stragglers here and there in specialty areas, but I think we'll be able to wrap it up tomorrow. It's important, while I know everyone is anxious for this information, it's important to really provide some context for just how expedited this process has been for hundreds of people. We don't get 375 requests for accommodations in any year across all of our bargaining units. And so this has been obviously a substantial undertaking, and one that is personally very important to me, because these are people who have substantial needs, right, that we are trying to accommodate as best we can. And so typically what happens is, the employee initiates the request for an accommodation. We gather doctor's documentation to substantiate that. We facilitate the interactive process to understand what accommodations would be the most appropriate, and then we make a determination. That certainly doesn't happen usually in a matter of days. Sometimes it can be weeks just to get the doctor's documentation. And so we've been very, I don't know if supportive is the right word here, but we've been very liberal in our proceeding forward in this process, because we know that employees may need to take time to get into the doctor, and they may need to, have some additional conversations about what accommodations make the most sense for them. And so, really, I just provide a lot of that context to again help you all and anyone who's watching now or in the future understand sort of what this undertaking really looks like. I think that's all on that one. Do you want me to pause there or go through all of them? Sure.
Thank you, Madam
Trustee
President.
Simon Hans.
Thank you, Emily. And just amazing work. And I've told you how much I appreciate the professionalism and the responsiveness, and just what an amazing, difficult job you all are doing. And I did have some emails of people who were denied. Is there any appeal process, or what happens with that? Is a denial, that's the end of the line?
So I think and I've seen a few of the emails that you've received. They weren't as much denials as they were. We had to prioritize our ADA folks first, and then we still have the data available on who has the other two buckets, right? Who has a family concern or someone that they're caring for, and then who is just generally concerned and would like a distance learning position. And so there are some schools where maybe they need 4 distance learning educators and they only have one person who qualifies for an accommodation. So I believe that some educators or some employees may have jumped to the conclusion that they were denied because they weren't brought into the process to begin with, because we needed to start with ADA. Now, I don't want to give false hope, right? There is still, we have to utilize student need to drive our personnel decisions, and so we're not in a position where we can just offer it to everyone that is interested in a position, but we will use the current contract language in order to facilitate reassignments into any remaining distance learning positions, and work to prioritize those folks who have a family concern or who are just interested in distance learning.
Okay, that's great. And I see Nathan Anderson back there taking notes, so that's great. Thank you. Thank you for that. I did have one other question that's an HR question, and I'm not sure where it would go. So may I just ask now?
Sure.
We have heard that teachers at some sites are being asked to do in-person teaching and distance learning, and I don't know how that works with regard to contract. And I don't know if you've got anything about that, Dr. McNeil, or?
Yeah, I mean, I can certainly speak to that, and then I'm sure Dr. McNeil will elaborate. Those are conversations that I've been privy to as well as a part of this process of considering all the data points and who we can accommodate. There are certainly some specialty areas where we are needing to lean on in-person teachers to also support distance learners. So if you think about like AACT, right, they have all of the signature programs, and there's often one teacher that teaches a particular pathway within that, or a particular course of study within those programs. And so in many cases, the schools have gotten very flexible, or creative, I should say, around scheduling in order to allow for a section of distance learning support, or provided some additional paraprofessional support in order to help the in-person teacher also support distance learners. So I know over and over again, the conversations that I've had and Debbie's had in talking with principals, if they have these kind of unique situations, we're stressing we want to try and mirror the in-person environment as much as possible, right? So if we're talking about distance learning ratios or how we're utilizing educators, we have frameworks in place that we want to try and point to whenever we can.
Okay. Okay, one last quick one. Oh, go ahead, Dr. McNeil.
I was just going to add, because I know Trustee Cottle had a teacher reach out the other night that was concerned about at the secondary level, can I possibly have students for an A day and then have to teach the students on B day and then have distance learning students? And it possibly could be that you may have an A and a distance, but it's not possible to have A, B, and distance all in the same period. We're not going to be doing that.
Okay. Okay, that's good to hear. And then one other quick one that we've received, health insurance coverage for new hires. If new hires become ill and they're still within their 90 days, what will we be doing about that if anybody becomes ill and they have not yet qualified for health insurance coverage because they're a new hire?
So that's actually a brand new question. I knew we hadn't gotten to the bottom of the well of things we hadn't thought about yet. I'm going to have to ponder that. I believe it's in our plan document that we have a 90-day eligibility period, and so I presume we would need to work through the insurance committee to make any change to that. Obviously, there's a fiscal consideration for that too, but let me give that some thought. That's a good question.
Okay, because I think, we need those new hires, and we want to welcome them, and they're nervous. And for many of them, they can't afford COVID or anything else. So if we can look into that, that'd be great.
Absolutely.
That's all I have at the moment. Thank you.
All right, well, I promised that my ADA piece was the longest piece. I won't drone on with the others.
Sorry, Emily, just one more from Vice President
Dr.
Taylor.
I'm sorry, thank you. I actually had the same question and didn't know where it went either in terms of doing double duty. And I certainly hear you, Dr. McNeil, in that you can't have an A, a B, and a distance, because that would, but what if I've been reached out to as well, if you're a middle school teacher or even an elementary school teacher. I've had several teachers say that they're being asked to do both. And so it wouldn't be an A, a B, but maybe if there are elementary school teachers that may be asked to do both, because I've had probably half a dozen teachers reach out and say they have been asked to do both.
Yeah, and I think Debbie's and her team are going to be going over this in their presentation. And a lot of it's going to have to do with the number of students on the distance learning. So I go back to what Emily was saying, and student need is going to be driving how we're going to have to be staffing. So it's going to depend on the number of students that are in the distance learning program and then the number of in-person students. But I know that Debbie and her team will be covering that and what it's going to look like.
That's fine. I'll certainly wait until then. Thank you.
All right, so another hot topic, of course, is leave requests, and all of our employee associations have a little bit varying leave policies, but and we, of course, will continue to process leave requests that are covered by the current collective bargaining agreements, as we always would. The question that you all are probably getting is related to unpaid leave requests, and I need to connect with Dr. McNeil tomorrow just to review the final data. We asked for a submission deadline of last Friday so that we can make a decision about whether or not we can accommodate those leave requests, because obviously staffing and appropriate staffing, being able to appropriately staff our buildings is an important consideration. So the leaves that we're talking about here are those leaves that are not currently covered by the collective bargaining agreements. That would be unpaid year-long leaves, and we'll be providing employees an update tomorrow regarding the status of those requests. With respect to vacancies, we opened our vacancies to external hiring for particular positions early last week, and we have had a large number of new hires added to our team, particularly at the middle school and high school levels over the last few days. So I know our fingerprinting folks are busy, and our HR techs as well. We currently have, in terms of open positions, 135. Many of our schools are holding some of those positions because they're waiting to see where enrollment comes in. This is the number that's fairly typical for this time of year. As you know, it's a little bit of a moving target as we come into the run-up to the school year, but we are holding some positions while we determine enrollment and filling those potentially with long-term subs if we think the enrollment is there. And I'm going to skip to guest teacher support. I should have put that in the same place. So we're also continuing to have a robust recruiting effort around our guest teachers and making sure that we have a strong pipeline there to provide support to schools that's available to them in terms of coverage, but then also instructional support. We are allocating 2 subs to each elementary school for the duration of this year. So we think that will help with a couple things. Obviously, more hands on deck is an important consideration, but also we think that we've gotten questions about subs or guest teachers working at a variety of different buildings, and what the exposure risk or exclusion risk could ultimately be with so much movement of a workforce. So we think that by allocating subs 2 at the elementary school level and then 3 at the high school level for the first 9 weeks, that will help get subs in kind of dedicated places and contribute to our efforts if we need to do contact tracing and other things that Margaret's team may need to get involved in. Well, of course, we don't want to tie the hands of our schools that might need guest teachers beyond that, and so, of course, we'll continue to utilize our ASOP system and allow guest teachers to pick up the assignments that work for them, but we will be encouraging them to minimize, if possible, the number of schools that they visit in a particular week, and perhaps limit the number of campuses that they're on, while still encouraging them to work as much as possible. So.
Emily, I have a question about the guest teachers. First of all, I wondered if you could just take a minute to describe how to become a guest teacher. I have heard from parents that would typically be volunteering in the classroom that aren't able to do that this year, and so they are interested in becoming a guest teacher to be able to help and support their students' school or other schools in the district.
Oh, great. Yeah, that's awesome. So in order to qualify for a substitute teaching license through the Nevada Department of Education, you need to have either an associate's degree or 60 college credits. And you fill out their online application, and the fee is $185. You get fingerprinted, then you get a license, and you can then apply to the district for employment. So the license lets you work anywhere. Fill out the district application for employment. If you go to our website at washoeschools.net, right under careers, there's a job opportunities button. You can apply there, and it's a pretty straightforward process from there. Licensing is about 3 to 4 weeks turnaround time, particularly this time of year, and so we encourage folks to get that process started right away. You can certainly fill out your online application with the district simultaneously so that that process is going as well, and we are happy to help support anyone who might need assistance with the application or they have questions about licensing or whatever.
Great, thank you.
Yeah.
I did apply with the Nevada Department of Education to get my substitute teaching license last week, and there was a lot of information on there about how there was a delay right now, especially not just because of the start of the school year, but also because they're, I guess, seeing an increase due to COVID, and they're working remotely, I think, at NDE. So,
Yep.
But as soon as I hear, I will.
Excellent. All right, we'll get you in.
I'll do it simultaneously. I'll put my application in with
Very good.
WCSD.
Very good.
Vice President Taylor.
Thank you, Madam President. Just clarification, Emily, you said two guest teacher allocations at elementary schools, and you said 3 at high schools?
Yeah, 3 for the first 9 weeks at high school.
Okay.
So
No middle school, no need for middle
I'm
school?
sorry, I said high school. I meant secondary.
Oh, okay.
Middle and high school.
Okay.
I don't know why I did that, sorry.
Okay, I was okay. Well, thank you.
Yes. All right, so then the last bullet that I skipped over is related to COVID-19 testing. And so Dr. McNeil connected us with Dr. Slonim at Renown, and we're working with his team right now in order to set up a testing protocol. The employee health nurse that Margaret talked about before will help to triage employee concerns around any symptoms that they may be feeling or any potential exposures, and then provide direction to access the testing facility. And Renown is experiencing right now about 30 hours turnaround time on their tests, as opposed to some of the other facilities that are 3 to 6 days out. So we're very close to having that finalized. I saw a lot of back and forth happening even tonight while I was here between Jackie, my risk manager, and the lab manager at Renown. So we're just working through some of the procedural items around insurance versus not, and how we can make sure that that's available and available at no charge to employees. So for employees that are covered by our health insurance right now, there is no cost for testing or for the copay for the visit if it's strictly a COVID visit. So if somebody needs something before we have the testing program rolled out, then they can access testing through their healthcare provider, and through our coverage with Anthem, the district is covering the cost of those tests and visits. Again, if it's strictly a COVID visit, if you go for something else and then just, oh, by the way, I want a COVID test too, then you wouldn't pay for the test, but you'd still have to pay for the visit. So we do have those resources available for employees, and we're hoping that being able to respond to employees who are feeling symptomatic with the availability of testing, and then of course to any potential exposures, will help provide another level of comfort and support for our employees.
And I'll just add some very good news that we found out today. I know our CFO will be very pleased to know that Sierra Nevada Corporation has pledged $130,000 to help us with COVID testing.
That's awesome. That's very good.
If I may? Okay. Emily, to get those tests to teachers or educators, do they have to be symptomatic?
So our employee health nurse will triage those requests. Right now, like Commissioner Lucy shared, most testing is focused on symptomatic individuals just because of capacity concerns. And so we would look to triage our employee concerns. Obviously, symptomatic would be one bucket. And then, of course, if we have potential exposures in any of our campuses, then we would, as appropriate, the employee health nurse would direct individuals to be tested as well.
Madam President. Thank you. Emily, we've also had questions, and I just wanted to have us confirm this on the record, that if any of our staff who are insured by us get sick, that their coverage would be covered under their health insurance for COVID-related illnesses.
Like meaning it's covered by our plan?
Uh-huh.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, of course.
There have been questions about that, and I just wanted to have it on the record.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right.
Okay.
I think that covers it. I see a line of people waiting to come up next, so. Thank you very much, Emily. Great job. You guys will bring us into a new day here, into Wednesday.
Oh, good evening and good morning, President Raymond, Superintendent McNeil, Board of Trustees. Again, I appreciate how sincere and how diligent you are all in asking your questions and really holding us accountable to make sure that we're doing the very best we can. And so we appreciate that from your perspective. I also wanted to introduce again Principal Colby Reardon and Principal Josh Rosenblum. And I want to thank them for their time this evening. The demands at the school right now are immense, and both of them gave a lot of time tonight to come and help answer questions, and I really want to extend my gratitude to both of them. Now I'll take you through the slides just to kind of give you an update on some significant progress that has been made in our schools. Emily talked about the distance learning teachers, and that was one of the largest pieces in terms of getting ready for the school year ahead. And it's really encouraging that the volume of work that occurred there and everybody's ability to pitch in on that to make that happen. Area superintendents, we've been meeting with our principals one-to-one, sitting side by side with them, now getting into the real finite details that occur in a building. And that is when you're looking at your room capacities, you're looking at your physical space, and now you're actually looking at your enrollments. Our principals have reached out to every individual family to make sure if they're a distance learning family. So we first did that survey. That survey gave us 50 to 60% return in terms of what our parents and families desired. The other 40% or so, they reached out, they made those phone calls. With those numbers, they have to really now look at each individual classroom space, the number of allocations that they have in the classroom, the number of potential distance learning teachers, and then they have to create margin within their classrooms so that if on a first day of school that classroom is able to hold 18 people, and we need to really make sure that we are staying within those governor's directives, that if we have a 19th person come in, that we have to have that accounted for. And so they have really taken a great deal of time to look at their grade level configurations, look at all the support staff within the building to really figure out the finite details. And in doing that, it's also going to give us an opportunity to see, come that first week of school, indeed, how many students have decided, oh, I am going to come back to school, I feel good, or have a couple of others gone over to distance learning. And so it's really important that they have been able to work to create a little bit of margin on each side to be successful. And that requires a We also have met with our principals just to make sure if there's any school-wide needs. Dr. Taylor mentioned capital projects and Adam's responsiveness in his department. That's the same that we see at the schools. Our schools, when we are in need of the plexiglass, when we are looking at warm water, when we are looking at soap in a building, and these types of things, the turnaround and the external supports to our schools has really made this very complicated endeavor possible. We've held our principal forums and our staff forums. I know that many of you have had a chance to sit in and listen. What that really provides is that continual opportunity for us as a larger system to clarify continually incoming information. I've heard it said that one of the greatest 21st century attributes is not access to information, but it's the ability to assimilate information. The volume of information that is being assimilated by us as an organization and our principals and then put out into the buildings has been amazing. And we can see with these forums, sometimes we think, shoot, I think we've answered that question, but it's that continued reiteration that is helping us all get more definition to help us best meet this challenge. Our teaching and learning committees, what we have seen there is tremendous work around our essential standards. Certainly we look at last school year, we look at the 9 months of the 9 weeks of distance learning. We look at the year ahead. The teaching and learning committee, along with academics, they've done a tremendous job helping and providing schools structured time during professional development this week for grade levels, speaking mostly to elementary, really looking at those essential standards and really narrowing so that we're absolutely maximizing the time that we have to work with students. So there's been tremendous work around that. Curriculum and instruction has met with our principals and shared tremendous resources that have been developed throughout the summer. Mrs. Beiersdorf, Dr. Parks, their team throughout the summer has just continued to build up the materials that are accessible for our teachers and principals have had an opportunity to really dive into those. And then a really neat aspect that is happening is the teacher collaboration space within Microsoft Teams. That's the ability for us to get exponential and really make sure that 4th grade teachers over at this school can see what 4th grade teachers are doing over at this school and really make sure that we're just continually building a bank of good practices. So that takes us a little bit down on our slide. After that, I'd like to turn it over to, or certainly answer any questions, and if not, turn it over to Mrs. Van Tress.
Go ahead. Thank you. I had mentioned this to Dr. McNeil earlier, and I don't know where it will fit in the progress since July 28th, but what the estimates are just today for how many students are going to be on distance learning and how many are going to be in person, and we know it's going to change. Just today, what are we looking at?
So as of today, distance learning is 13,600, and in-person is 49,000. In-person has about 24,000 secondary and about 25,000 elementary students.
Wow. Okay.
So, thank you to Mr. Hayes.
Thank you.
All right. Good evening, morning. President. Good morning. Good morning, President Raymond, Superintendent McNeil, and members of the board. I just wanted to give you a quick update. I know that there was a lot of information or comments earlier about special education, so I'm here to kind of clarify any questions that you have and then just give you all an update as to where we are and what we've been working on. Our special education administrators and our special education facilitators have been out every day out in our school buildings and working with our teachers to help set up the classrooms and helping to design their schedules. We've been making a lot of phone calls to admin and meeting with our school administration to the point where we even have we had some requests for facilitators to be in classrooms on the first day in our early childhood strategies program. So we have a facilitator assigned to a school, and she's going to be there to help with the masks and help with the social distancing for early childhood students with autism and helping make sure that classroom is all set up. So she'll be there for the week. So that's just one example of some of the things we're putting in place. Obviously, as teachers need help, we are here to help. They just need to let us know what they need from us, and we will be there and we will answer those questions. We're continuing to provide updates as soon as we get them and are able out to our principals and out to our teachers. So, for example, this morning we sent an email out to the principals clarifying specially designed instruction. We included exemplars for schedules and scenarios and what that could look like in a classroom. I double-checked tonight. Our toileting protocol is on our Microsoft Teams for all of our special education teachers that work in CLS and strategies. I actually asked our special ed administrators to add that to every special ed group so that everyone has access to that protocol. And just to clarify, we've always had toileting protocols for Washoe County School District. We've just updated them to include face shields and face masks, gowns if necessary, as Margaret talked about earlier. Also, she's still here. Our school nurses have been available every day to help our special ed teachers in design or address any of those issues that are specific for students. So let's say you do have a student who has feeding or toileting or other questions. The nurses are there and can help those the special ed teachers work through those individual processes. We just need to make that connection, and so we're here to help make that happen also. At the school nursing, they are doing a specific training for all of our Piccolo teachers on toileting and feeding issues for Piccolo on Thursday, I think at 11. So that's going, and we're good to go on that. Also, there is an update on face masks that is coming out a couple hours. In the morning that we've been working on clarifying with legal the definition of what is considered medically fragile. And so I think that that's been one of those questions for some of our special education teachers and for some of our administrators as to what defines a medically fragile student. So an FAQ document will be released this morning, clarifying all of that for our principals and our teachers. So that's some of the communication that has been happening. We've also had some professional development opportunities. Yesterday was our first Excelify training for all of our special education teachers. So we had the opportunity to meet with a lot of our new teachers and teach them how to use Excelify. We've also created a course in specially designed instruction that was provided during the professional learning that happened this week. That was an hour-long opportunity for our gen ed and our special ed teachers to participate in. The other thing that's been going on has that Washoe County School District has requested an exemption from the Nevada Department of Ed to address the hand-over-hand concerns of some of our special education teachers, because when you're working with visually impaired students or strategy students or CLS students, a lot of times they do need hand-over-hand assistance. We've asked for an exemption for students where they become aggressive, and we may have to have staff closer to address the behaviors and the aggressiveness of a student. We also asked for exemptions on face shields that go to the chin when you're working with some students with communication disorders, so are deaf and hard of hearing, where they're going to need a face shield versus the masks. So we received word from NDE yesterday that they received it and have passed it on to the the state chief medical officer is reviewing this request, and as soon as we get that information back, we will get those exemptions out to the teachers and explain exactly what that looks like. Emily and I have been working very closely with our special ed teachers and then working very closely with our schools to make sure that all of our students with IEPs have all of their services being offered in person, hybrid, and distance So we have had some situations where we have overlap or gaps. We're working on getting all of that closed by tomorrow, like Emily said, and that goes along with those specialty positions, our occupational therapists, our teachers of the vision impairment, speech and language pathologists, all of those courses where some of that overlap needs to be clarified. So it's been busy, to say the very least. But that just kind of gives you an update. If you have specific questions, I'd be more than happy to answer them. If not, I will be passing it over to Lauren.
Vice President Taylor.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you, Jen. You've been popular in emails and so on. Pass this on to Jen, but I appreciate your responsiveness. Thank you very much. Just a question to follow up on the toileting. I know that you mentioned that you've asked for a waiver, right? Does that mean, is that included in the, because you obviously can't help toilet the students.
Right.
You can't get closer to 3 or 6 feet depending upon their age.
Right.
Does that include that? So.
Yes, so the toileting was included in that exemption request as well.
Okay, so hopefully we'll get that response and, okay, fantastic. Thank you.
Sure.
Madam President, Superintendent McNeil, Board of Trustees, for the record, Lauren Ford, Area Superintendent, and I'm the next slide, JJ, thank you. So as you're aware, teachers returned to their buildings on August 6th. They've had 2 days of their virtual professional learning, and we have to give a shout out to Curriculum and Instruction, 21st Century departments for their excellent virtual professional development that they worked very hard on. Staff meetings have begun. The following topics have been covered in staff meetings and will be covered throughout this week, depending on the schedules. Staff safety, movement of students, hygiene protocols, nursing protocols, teaching of expectations for students. Every year at the back to school, we do teaching of expectations. This year, those expectations are going to include face coverings, social distancing, protocols for walking in hallways and directions, right? What happens outside lining up in the morning? Those are new expectations. We have principals who've already sent Connect Ed messages to families about look for the purple star for 2nd grade, where you line up, which gate you enter. So there's new fun expectations to be taught. Their teachers have had time in their classrooms to prepare their classroom, make sure that their desks are 6 feet apart or 3 feet apart, making sure that their classroom looks beautiful for students when they're arriving. Additional professional learning this week, also Infinite Campus updates for attendance for teachers and for principals. Teachers have had time to work in PLCs, design instruction for in-person and distance learning around essential standards. There's professional development for specially designed instruction for special education teachers. And there's a special professional development from family school partnerships to help support staff as well. So those are just a few things that have been occurring all this week and will continue until Friday of this week. And if you do not have any questions for me, I will turn it over to Ms. Gina Curtis.
Okay. Good morning, President Raymond and Vice President Taylor, Dr. McNeil, and the Board of Trustees. Nice to see you. Okay, I would like to talk to you about the distance learning full access, and our first bullet is North Star update, which is a very hot topic these days, North Star. And so they have just under 1,000 students right now that are enrolled. The deadline was July 31st for applications, and so I believe that some of our constituents were a little unclear on that timing, so we've had some parents concerned that they weren't able to apply at this time. So North Star has about 420 students enrolled in IC at this time, and they are still working on the enrollment of the other 500 so that it correlates with the Pearson curriculum and the 2 systems. And so that's something that I really want our families to understand, that it is a long process for North Star. It's always been that way, and it's even longer right now due to our pandemic and the quadruple enrollment that they are dealing with right now. There have been a couple emails about students being declined from North Star, and I just wanted to address that because I know that the school works really hard to develop an educational plan and make sure their educational decision is successful for the students who are attending. They take a lot of time making sure that they're checking the students' background, their reading skills, and it's really important that they're able to understand when they're reading, and they also have parental support. So it's a big process to accept the students in North Star, and out of the 1,000 students that have applied, they've declined around 30, which is about 0.03%. So when we're looking at the big picture, I just wanted to give you some kind of a number sense for that. With that, we're going to move on to Edgenuity. Our Edgenuity full distance learning is thriving right now. We have been working with extended studies and curriculum and instruction. We've had trainings this week for staff. Actually, tomorrow at 8 a.m. or today at 8 a.m. is a training for staff. There's also additional training that they're working on. And one of the greatest things is that the NCAA has approved the Edgenuity curriculum, the online curriculum, so that when our student athletes are applying for colleges, that their online classes are all accepted. And so we're very excited about that support from our NCAA. In addition, our curriculum and instruction and CTE departments are working on our electives. That's a challenge right now, making sure that we can find the right curriculum to support our CTE and honors AP students. So they're developing that right now. There's a plethora of courses for our students, but I know that we're still working to increase our electives. With that, we have identifying our student on AB schedules. So this past weekend, Infinite Campus has rolled over our AB schedule, so families have been notified if they are in an A or B block, and we've also worked to make sure that the same family and their households have the same schedule. And if that is not working and the students are on the wrong schedule, they just need to contact the counselor or their school, and it's really a simple process. And so we encourage you, if you do not have the same link that the same A or B schedule, that they contact the school this week. And I know that the feeder schools have been working with the high schools as well, so that they're on the same schedule. So if that's the case right now, please contact them and we'll get that fixed. There has been a challenge for our middle schools and high schools with our schedule, because some students that we can tell there's an increase in distance learning at most of the schools, and so that changes the master schedule at times. So we're very grateful for all of our administrators and counselors who are working around the clock to make sure those schedules will be as clean and as smooth as possible for our Monday start date. Our before school and after school programming plans are still in effect. We have a new site facility use form that we've added some extra cleaning components to it, so that our programming groups will need to follow. So for example, we have Team Up, we have Judy's Kids Club, we have the Boys and Girls Club, City of Reno, and City of Sparks. And so if you are interested, families should have been contacted by the school right now about those programs, but they are still being they are federally funded, and they are also being taught by our own employees. Sorry, I lost my words there. And then finally, starting on Monday and Tuesday, as you all are aware, we are starting school, and our district staff and our board of trustees will be at the school site. So there's around 2 to 3 extra additional people at the sites to assist with anything that our principals and schools need. So if they need to be outside in the morning greeting families, helping with bus duty, helping with supervision, walking through the halls, monitoring the bathrooms, helping after school with buses and loading, we are excited to have them there. They're there to support and help in any way possible. And I know all of our principals are aware of that. I'm looking forward to seeing all of them there on Monday morning, bright and early. And then I also wanted to touch base on the identifying additional staff needs. We are working with our staffs and our schools at this time. And I think one of the most important things is our CARES Act, that we're able to have the extra subs at our elementary, middle school, and high schools for the first 9 weeks. So that's one component that we have implemented at this time. Okay, do you guys have any questions?
Vice President Taylor.
Thank you. I'm really sorry it's late, so I'm going to go really fast. If there's, we've gotten, I've gotten, and I think we have several emails from teachers that seem to just have space issues and don't quite know where to turn, where can they get some help with it, and feeling like they're being told, figure it out. And so there's a level of frustration. What should they do if you're a teacher in a school and, the fact that you're emailing the board about something like that, it's just a level of frustration. So you guys have a million moving parts going on right now, certainly. And so where should they go if they can't quite seem to figure out, how to make that work?
At their site, I mean, if they are able to communicate with their principal, that would be the first place, of course, or their department leader or their grade level leader. And I know that the school secretary, the counselors, they're all willing to help. And if they're not happy with that result, then they need to reach out to their area soup, and we are definitely available.
Okay, they give them several options, so thank you.
Sure.
And I also wonder if now might be a good time, if there are any questions for our principals as well, this might be a good time. If not, I'm going to send them home because they have an early start tomorrow morning and they have a lot to do. So is there anybody that maybe has any questions for our principals as well?
Well, thank you. I know I have seen you both sitting there since the start of the meeting and appreciate you taking the time to be here. And I do know how much work, not just from hearing the presentation today, but from talking to Superintendent McNeil all week about all the work you have on your plates at your school sites. I do have, I guess, one question that, I'd like to hear from each of you about, and that is just, I guess kind of getting a gauge. I know that that we have heard concerns that, you need more time and that there is, too much left to be done for school to start on Monday. And I don't mean to put you on the spot with this question, but I do think it's important to hear, and I want you to feel that you can be honest about that. I've thought a lot about it, and I'm not in your shoes. I don't know what it's like, but in general with this situation, I don't know how we're ever ready. I don't know how you ever feel like you're ready to deal with an emergency pandemic like this. But I would like the opportunity to hear from you both. I can start with Mr. Principal Rosenblum first.
So in response to that question, I think what's important and what we're looking at as a school is school's going to begin on Monday, August 17th. And so kids are going to show up, and like any school year, we are going to be ready to be there to start the school the best way we possibly can to meet their needs. The start of school is always a hectic time. This is an unprecedented time. We've encountered challenges in terms of identifying staffing, rectifying mandates with regard to space in classrooms with numbers of teacher allocations and balances of classes and the A and B schedule, looking for clear definitions of health protocols, what teachers are able to hand out, what they're not able to hand out. And as I told our staff when they first came back on Thursday, and I continued that, for every day we have increasing answers, we have increasing questions. And so we continue to work to gain as much clarity as we can for the start of the school year. But kids are going to be at school on Monday, August 17th, and we will be there to work with them. So that's a position we're going to maintain, and the challenges are huge. They're immense, they're unprecedented, but school's going to start, and we're going to be there. So.
The same.
I got it. It's kind of like being on Zoom. How many times did you hear I was muted or, I agree with Josh. We're ready. However, there's been a lot of challenges with balancing the distance learning staff with in-person staff and being very creative. I have a very creative staff, so thank goodness for them. But it's been, and I hate this term, all hands on deck, but I couldn't have done it without my entire staff, my leadership team, my safety team, my custodial staff, my
paraprofessionals that volunteered to hand out things over the summer. But it is a massive undertaking. And I think I'm tired. My building is ready. My classrooms are ready. We've got safety protocols. We have posters up. My staff want to be there, and I want to be there. That's the unknown, but we are ready. Our students are going to be welcomed, they're going to be loved, and they're going to be taught. And that's what's important. And we're going to just take what comes. The information changes daily, and they get 8,000 emails from me a day. But they have been very informed. They've participated in professional learning. They haven't complained. And when you ask the questions about, are they doing dual duty? Well, at Marvin Moss, they're doing dual duty, but that's what they wanted to do. Yeah. Because when it comes up to teaching 4-5s and creating rotations and overflow classrooms, and the ETS is teaching a rotation, and the librarian, they were like, no, we can do this. And we worked together, and they came up with a great plan. And it is a heavy lift, and it is a lot more work. But when I hear their voice and they say, we can do this, and I'm giving them hour preps a day to go prep and have office hours with these wonderful subs that we're getting, we're gonna make it work because we're in it for the kids. So it's a heavy lift, but we're here, and I've had a support of my area superintendent and most of all my fellow principals, so.
Thank you.
I hope that answered your question.
It does. You know, I think, yeah, I see applause by, by both of you. You know, I think we've received emails from parents that are, you know, wanting more information, and I know obviously lots of our staff that want more information, and I think we all wish we had more, you know, to work with going into this situation. One thing, you know, that I think is important for all of the community to understand, but I hope you all understand too, is just that the expectation from my perspective as one trustee is not that it's business as usual on Monday. You know, we fully understand and expect that that the first week, 2 weeks are not going to look like, you know, what the future weeks might look like, that there's going to be a lot of things still to work out and to iron out, and we know that that's part of it, and whatever we can do to help get that message, I think, out to the community too, that you know, that we're all kind of working together in this process, and this is new for everybody. You know, I think that's an important thing to remember right now, so.
And I think that parents, I can speak for Moss, you know, I have an amazing administrative assistant, and she's there to answer the questions. They know where to come on the first day. You know, I sent out a very informational letter. Here's where the little guys line up. Here's where the big kids line up. I think the lift for them is that they're not going to be on the playground hanging out in the mornings, and I know that's hard for them. But I take it back to the safety and the security of the students and staff. And we're going to really focus on SEL. And people that know me know I'm very much about the rigor in the classroom, but I told the teachers we're going to step back for a minute. Yes, we're going to teach, but we need to teach routines. We need to make them feel at home and safe, and that's first for Moss, and I know for Reed. So.
That's great. Trustee Simon Holland.
Thank you, Madam President. I know that we don't have to say it over and over, but we do, that we are so grateful to you all, so grateful to your teachers. You know, there's been a lot of fear and a lot of uncertainty, and so much of that falls on you. And I just want to, I know all of us feel the same way, that we're just so deeply grateful to you. And we thank you for giving your time and your talents to make this work. Not a question for you all, but maybe for Mr. Ernst. Just we've heard a lot from parents who feel like distance learning isn't clear to them, what's going to happen on Monday. And I don't want to keep you all, but we're on that sort of wrapping up part of this, and so I just wanted to get it out there. If anybody else has anything for them, they can go home and go to sleep. But thank you so much. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. No.
Superintendent McNeil, did you want to say something before?
No, I want to excuse you all. You guys can leave now. But no, thank you so much, Josh and
Thank
Colby.
you.
I mean,
And I
you
will
guys
say,
are
distance
angels.
learning
Thank
from
you.
us, we're going to be communicating to our families before the first day of school. We're just tightening up some things, and I think most schools are in that place right now. We're getting welcome letters uploaded on Teams, and I'll be sending out a Connected on Sunday. So I think most schools are in that boat right now. We just need a little more time. But they'll be up and they'll know something by Monday morning.
Yeah, and to that, just to add, I know at least at the high school level, a big component of firming up, finalizing our distance learning plans revolved around the staffing piece and what ADA accommodations were going to be provided, what that was going to look like, because that really was going to determine how we were going to allocate our human resources at the site level. And now that we have that, we can move forward and finalize our plan. So again, families will be getting information the next couple of days from us as well.
Thank you.
All right, thank you both.
Sleep well for a few hours.
Drive
Done
safe.
and done. Have a good night.
Thank you, Kobe. Thank you, Josh. Trustee Simon, did that address in large part the question? This week, to just kind of further expand on what both Kobe and Josh talked about, there's been a lot of work around the essential standards at the school. So there has been a lot of department time, grade level time, and in looking at those essential standards, being able to replicate those for the brick and mortar learning and for the distance learning, and that's been a real focus. And then beyond that, if there were a full distance learning, be able to extend to there. So there's a lot of work in there. That's really been where the primary work around curriculum has been this week, is really doing that. And as both of them mentioned, with now knowing the distance learning teachers, the schedule being able to kind of now come together, that information is coming. And so principals have shared kind of general overviews, but with each step of the way, we get a little bit more definition to what it looks like.
If I might, Madam President, just add on to that. I think we also have heard concerns, is there enough time before Monday? You know, people are just finding out what the decisions are, and then they're trying to put lesson planning together, and, you know, are we making realistic expectations of people that they're in professional learning during the day? You know, are they able to get this done? It's now Wednesday.
Yeah, that's a very fair question. And I think part of the exciting backdrop to that is the PLC work that has occurred the prior school year. And in that PLC work, really working to identify essential standards, and that being foundational from the curriculum department to the school levels, and having really good infrastructure to build on. And so while we know each week it's going to get better and better, just like as we're teachers in our classroom, we teach that first day, we go back, we reflect, we think about what we can refine, and we get it better the second day, and we continue to get it better each day. It will be similar to that process, but really as far as having those pieces in place, yes, and a lot of the conversation has been about what's the procedural aspects behind distance learning and really getting to that element. Colby talked about the social emotional learning and building a new community of learners that now the teachers did not have that initial contact with as they did in the spring. But now a new group of learners that our teachers are getting a chance to know for the first time via distance. And so that looks a little different. And so a lot of that work has been occurring. It's occurred through the summer in many pockets, and then again last week and this week. And so definitely moving in the right direction in that area.
And I'll cover some of that in my statement.
All right, with that, I'll turn over to Dr. Parks.
Thank you, Mr. Ernst. Hello, President Raymond, Board of Trustees, and Dr. McNeil. For the record, Troy Parks, Chief Academic Officer. And thank you for the question, Trustee Simon Holland. I want to add a little bit, because this is a lot of the work, like Mr. Ernst said, that has been going on during the summer. Right now, any teacher would have access to the pacing and planning of their reading language arts, math, social studies, and science. And that's work that our assessment department and curriculum department have been working hand in hand to make sure that no matter what the model is for our students, that there's going to be rigor and there's going to be learning. And we're going to be able to measure that learning by giving assessments of the learning and being able to adjust to the curriculum. So thank you for that question. And that was the purpose of these 5 days, was first to open up health and safety wise and practice all those protocols that we are. But secondly, the vast majority of our professional learning this week is so that we can have our grade level teams collaborating around, oh, I'm going to be the distance learning teacher, you're going to be in person. Our curriculum is going to be paced and planned out together, and we're going to have common assessments to be able to know if kids are learning. The area superintendents mentioned a lot of the work that has been going on in the last 2 weeks in schools to support them. I would echo what Mr. Ernst said, thanking you for your commitment to our district and the incredible thought you've put into the safety and wellness of our entire community. Hence, we're here early in the morning, making sure we're doing everything we can to keep them healthy and well. So what I would add, just a few more quick things around our career and technical education. They are also aligning the curriculum and helping teachers to define what are the essential learning outcomes. You heard a little bit about our 21st century, providing daily opportunities to interact on teams and participate in virtual professional learning. Updates this week we got from our music and fine arts, outlining what is most appropriate for our music classes. And we also have updates around physical education and ROTC. These classes to start the year are going to look very similar to the rest of our classes. Kids won't be dressing out in PE yet. We won't be utilizing equipment yet. And we also won't be using the locker rooms for a time being. We have on all of our extracurricular activities, we're holding off on those for an extra 3 weeks. Don't want to present any opportunities to have gatherings over 50. And then next I want to talk a little bit about similar to our conversation around when we would not be able to operate the district because we have such a great outbreak or amount of students being sick. We've been working with our Chief Human Resources Officer as well as our area superintendents to talk about how are we going to handle teacher absences. So in even a year where we're not in a pandemic, this process would be followed in many ways that we're going to be following it during the pandemic. So every year, our principals always have contingency plans on what would happen if they didn't have guest teachers or substitute teachers show up. And they would identify their staff that would be able to cover on a temporary basis if the need came up that they didn't have people, substitutes covering their classes. So just like in any other year, our first approach is that we would put in for a sub and hope that we're going to be getting a sub. As you heard, we are making sure that our elementary schools have 2 extra guest teachers, and then for that first quarter, our middle and high schools are also going to have those guest teachers. So that is going to create obviously less. In the case that a school didn't get a sub or guest teacher, the next they're going to go to their staff, and on a rotating basis, they would have staff fill in as needed. And then we added a third phase this year, and this is going to be that anybody who is certified in central office, Emily's going to share some of the data that we have around how many of these we have, but we have about 250 people who are certified, who, as we've talked about, all hands on deck means we are ready, willing, and able to go in as needed and substitute and provide that service in our schools on a temporary basis. That's every department in our district, including academics, Office of School Leadership, strategies, wherever people are ready, willing, and able. We are that third tier of support in the event that we need to be in schools supporting them. And now Emily's going to go over a little bit more of the data that we currently have.
Thanks, Troy. So Emily Ellison, Chief Human Resources Officer for the record. The process that Troy just described will be managed by our Substitute Services Office, and the manager that oversees that is Kate Shum. And so she'll be working each afternoon to monitor the thresholds that we've set up for each school based on the additional staff that they have available to understand when we need to deploy the Phase 3 staff. Just to provide some context for our guest teacher workforce overall, we have about 1,600 active guest teachers. That means people that work at least 10 days per year in order to stay active. And of that, about 500 are those folks that I would consider our full-time or our regular guest teachers that work throughout the year. Troy mentioned that, or Dr. Parks mentioned that we have approximately 250 certified staff that are not assigned to schools. And then we, of course, have other staff too. Soon President Raymond will be licensed, and there's a number of members of my team, and I know my colleagues on leadership team in operational departments that have talked about getting their sub-licenses as well. So we will utilize that list, and we'll be working with Kate will be working with leadership team to determine how we will utilize those folks when they need to be dispatched, so kind of a priority list, if you will. But that will provide another layer of supports to our schools that might be needed. And then, of course, if we get beyond those three resources, then we would make the decision whether or not we needed to close a campus if we had issues around social distancing or other considerations to safely operating a school.
Great. Well, thank you both for that. Emily, I do have a question in that regard then. At this time, do we know if there's any school that would be an automatic trigger that we don't think we'll have enough staff on Monday?
I'm not aware of any, no.
Okay. And so the kind of those 3 phases, and that would be utilized throughout the school year, just as if there were cases in a school. Okay.
Yep.
Great. Any other questions? I think this is our last slide before the superintendent's statement. All right.
Thank you.
Well, thank you both.
All right, 12:42 a.m. Well, I did want to address a public comment that was made earlier today, or tonight, to address a statement by Ms. Anderson of the public comment about retaliation. And so I want to be very, very clear that this is not tolerated in this school district, and it's very personal to me. And my leadership team knows that. And this board knows that. And so because of that statement, I will be asking our Department of Labor Relations, our director, Virginia Duran, to be calling Ms. Anderson tomorrow so that it can be looked into and these allegations can be addressed appropriately. Again, this is very personal to me. We're all very, very tired. So I do want to thank, and even though they're gone and they're probably on their way to bed, I do want to thank our dear principals, Josh and Colby. You know, their leadership and the care for their schools has been tremendous, as all of our principals and everyone out here. Challenging, unprecedented, extraordinary. Never before in our lifetime are all words and phrases that have been attributed and aptly describe where we are today in our world and our society. We know that our schools are vitally important to our community, for our students, our parents, and our staff. We have heard, read, listened to concerns, and we are addressing those concerns and responding to the very best of our ability. Hence, we are here at 12:45 a.m. because we want to get this right. We continue to work hard alongside our schools to address each one of these concerns. We know that for the remainder of this week and into next, we will be out at schools problem solving with our principals and others. In fact, I will be a principal for the day. I want to go back to when we were closed back in March through June and the distance learning task force that was put together and all of the work that was done with that team. When the school year ended, that task force morphed into the reopening task force with over 70 members from the district and community all working towards the goal of planning 3 plans: a hybrid, a full distance, and an in-person model. Their agendas and notes have been posted on the website for weeks. And that's in order for the community and our staff to see the hard work of this incredible team of individuals that came together to problem solve. Even today they met. So I want to be very clear. We have not waited for just the last couple of weeks to plan for reopening. We have been working on this for months. However, as you know, the guidance has changed and directives have been provided during this time. And that's a challenge. And it makes the plans that have to be changed and modified. And this is the nature of the world that we live in right now. And we must understand that this is our new reality. I, in fact, do not personally believe that we are in this for the short term. COVID-19 is going to be with us for a very long time. And we must then, as a district and as a community, do our best to prepare and help support our mission to continue to educate our students to the very best possible levels. It is important for our public to understand we are working to change an entire system of the delivery of education in a very short amount of time. To our parents and guardians, I am again going to ask for your patience and grace. Our schools are working so hard to make your particular option that you chose for your child to work. And they will get there. Yes, school starts on August 17th, and our schools are getting your questions answered with information out to you as quick as they can once they receive the guidance from us. and we are working to get that to them. We were lucky enough today to find out that we had 2 retired principals, and I'm very happy to announce to Dr. Taylor that we will have 2 hotlines staffed, phone numbers, and we will get those out tomorrow. But we will have 2 hotlines staffed for secondary and elementary, and they will be staffed from 8 to 4 p.m. Monday through Friday, along with voicemail. And to our students, who'd better not be up by now, we're doing this all for you because we love you and we want you to feel good in whatever option your parents have selected for you. If you're an elementary or a middle or a high school student on the hybrid, I'm asking that you please be sure to follow all of the rules and guidance we have put into place for you. That means wearing a face covering when you come to school or you're on one of our buses. This is not the time to be testing your boundaries. This is the time to help your community and to do your part to keep others safe. Do your part when you show up on Monday. Help those that look that they need to have a little extra help. Help your teachers and don't add to their very full plates. And be kind to everyone. We want you to love school in whatever method you're going to be in. If you're a North Star student or a full distance student, know that your teachers and principals are working extremely hard to make this engaging and challenging for you. If you need a device, we're working very hard to get that. And we can't wait to see you on this Monday. To our staff, I know our entire leadership team, who is here now, and our board knows how stressful this time has been for you. For all of you, no matter what your position, as I wrote in my Monday message, you may not agree with me or my stance, and that's okay. I have no problem with that. I do, though, want to focus on treating with each other with respect and kindness. Our commitment has been, and that has not changed, to solve problems with you. Getting answers and clarity has been a challenge, no doubt, and it's been challenging for us too. Our partnership with the Nevada Department of Education and the Governor's Office has helped to get answers, and they're working hard for all districts. But we understand that there's anxiety out there. We do. We have worked over the summer and before that, even to begin to order the PPE that was needed. We have and we will continue to work on devices and connectivity issues for our students. Our facilities team has worked hard to get cleaning products and needs to our school. Our curriculum and instruction and academic teams have worked very hard to build systems and processes to support our teachers and principals. Our student accounting and accountability team have worked directly with schools on IC, attendance and scheduling. Our business office and grants, they have worked diligently to piece together extremely hard funding sources that are very limited. Special education, EL, GT, have all been there to support our schools. Our IT department has been at our schools working on devices and tech needs. Nutrition Services has worked directly with principals to address their school needs. Our transportation department has worked with schools around scheduling, which is another challenge this year with staggered starts. All of these departments are here and will continue to be here to support our schools because they understand what our schools are doing, and they are doing their best to get our district ready. Next week, we are going to just take it easy on academics. We will work to ensure all systems and processes are safely in place. Our principals and our teachers will be able to reconnect with their students. I've stated numerous times on the record that I want our teachers and principals to not worry about academics during this beginning time. We will get to that place, but now is just a time for our schools to welcome their students back in person or in distance. We will continue to barrier bust through issues and concerns. We will do this together, and we will do this for our students, our staff, and our families. You know, when I was going through the Superintendent's Academy a few years ago, I think I missed the course on what to do during a global pandemic. I don't believe any of my 13,000 colleagues around the country have attended such a course either. I can tell you, though, that as I listen on our Council of Great City Schools phone calls once a week, superintendents are dealing with the very same issues and stressors that we are in the Washoe County School District. We are not alone in this. We will never be alone in this. And we must lean on one another during this time. We must listen and hear one another. And we must have patience with one another. I know that this is going to be a difficult year. It will be. But I will be here every step of the way as my leadership team is here. And we will do that for everyone. And I know that we can do this as a district, and I know that we can do this as a community. Thank you.
Thank you, Superintendent McNeil. I do believe we have public comment on this item, so I will turn it over to JJ.
Denise Paxton.
And I sent you an email that had pictures of my classroom, and I appreciate Trustee Taylor for asking the question and Adam Searcy for his response. So I have flexible seating in my classroom. My classroom is very discussion-based. I had 3 of you trustees come and join or judge my students' We the People competition last year. That doesn't happen without collaboration, discussion, and practicing civil discourse. The parameters that are set up for us at middle school right now really, and I understand the need for them to keep our students and our staff healthy and safe, but we are taking a huge step back in education. It breaks my heart when I see desks in rows facing forward. The only interaction a student is going to have during the day is with their teacher standing in front of the classroom. Because laptops are being used from the school to help our families who their children do not have access to technology at home, I do not have the ability within those parameters to create a high level of learning for my students in the classroom. I am a teacher that will be doing hybrid distance learning, as well as my students that are full-time. I don't have a problem with that. I think I have an amazing plan to make that happen. But I do believe that my distance learning students will actually receive a better education than my in-class, because I can put them into breakout rooms. They can collaborate, they can discuss, they can work together. Whereas my students that are in the building are going to be very, very limited. Now, Adam Searcy spoke to the governor's requirements and said we have to stick with those requirements. But again, the governor's requirements for middle school is 3 feet, and we as a district have gone to 6 feet. If I add a barrier and we go back to 3 feet, I can make that discussion and collaboration work. So that is something that you have the ability to allow us to do and to create within our classrooms, within the elementary and the middle school level. NVAC standards tell me that I have to be able to do this within my classroom, but I am really, my hands are tied if I'm not allowed to have my students be closer together with a protective barrier. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Paxton. Thank you for sticking with us the whole night into the morning.
Tom Strauss.
Sorry.
Good morning, School Board and Superintendent McNeil. For the record, my name is Tom Strauss, Executive Director of the WA, a position I've held for 3 years. Prior to that, I worked for the district for 29 years. I consider myself a part of the district's family, and so I appreciate the opportunity to speak openly tonight. I do appreciate the difficult decisions you've had to make these past several months. However, the decision made at the last board meeting was the most disturbing decision by a board I've seen in 32 years. As an association, I would expect us to have disagreements with the district on pay raises. I would expect us to have disagreements with the district on changes to school calendars. But I would never expect us to have disagreements on issues related to the health, safety, and lives of our employees, particularly when dealing with the deadly virus COVID-19. The board and superintendent have no more sacred trust than to prioritize the health and safety and lives of our employees above everything else. Nothing is more fundamental to the employer-employee relationship than safety. In the minds of many, many employees, the district has relegated its employees to second priority. Not only should we not be opening in-person classes during the middle of a pandemic, we do not feel we are prepared to do so. Having written safety protocols in place, one of which was issued just yesterday, does not make an organization ready or prepared to open. It requires training, practice, it requires sufficient staffing, funding, and resources, something we all recognize we desperately lack and need. With all due respect, an example of this is what was reported to have happened at Hunter Lake last Friday, where an employee tested positive for COVID-19. A Hunter Lake employee who came in contact with the district employee who had tested positive for COVID and therefore under district protocols should have also immediately been quarantined was at school on Monday. The employee worked until about 1 o'clock, only to then be directed by the district to leave work and quarantine for 5 to 7 days, but not before this employee had direct interaction and contact with 20-plus employees. I realize this was the first COVID-19 case for the district, but this virus is not forgiving. These are serious issues and raise serious concerns about the fidelity of the district's safety protocols. And this situation occurred before school has opened. What happens when 65,000 students and 8,000 employees return in 6 days and you have 10 or 20 schools with students or employees who test positive? Will our employees' safety be protected? The reason so many employees are upset is because nothing is more important to them than their own health and safety, because their own health and safety is what allows them to provide for themselves and their families. We would ask the school board to reconsider its decision. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Strauss.
Natha Anderson.
Good morning. This will be the last time you guys get to hear from me today, I think, or during this meeting. I think the feelings of the members of the Washoe Education Association were just beautifully stated by Mr. Staus. So instead, what I'd like to do is to take a message from Dr. McNeil. I do think it's important for us to treat each other with dignity and respect. And for that, I'm sorry that I lost my temper earlier today or was passionate about a decision that was being made. But I just want to remind all the educators who I hope are actually not up still, but just in case they are, as well as other members of the public, it's incredibly important for us to follow the COVID-19 daily self-screening tool as printed on page 9 of the document from Washoe County School District School Reopening. Although we just heard maybe a little bit ago that there have been some small changes to it, it's incredibly important that we do not power through, which is what teachers usually do, what counselors and nurses and principals, and sometimes our students power through. That if they have a fever, they power through. We can't do that. If they have worsening respiratory symptoms, they can't do that. They have to stay home. And although Mr. Searcy and I have been having a little bit of a disagreement when it comes to the air conditioning in this room, because I think all of us currently are experiencing the chills, except for possibly Adam. If we are experiencing 2 of the symptoms listed of a sore throat, pain in our stomachs, nasal congestions, muscle pain or body aches, fatigue, headaches, and again chills, we need to stay home. It is incredibly important that all of us not only wear our mask, wash our hands, practice social distancing, but also utilize the self-screening tool that has been recommended by the Washoe County School District. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Anderson. All right, this is not an action item.
President Raymond,
Oh,
would
I'm
you
sorry.
like me to read all the names?
Oh, yes, okay.
We received comments from Paul Grant, Kim Price, Zach Woodhead, Shannon Lampy, Ginger Humke, John Anderson, Holly Parker, Logan Leader, Michelle Wilson, Malia Hoffman, Paige Nelson, Tony Wilbur, Teresa Dermody, Abigail Foster, John Wilbur, Anonymous, Rachel Spearer, Chris Jelink, Elizabeth Stevenson, Diego Bunel, Yuki, Forrest Hobson, Tim Zisk, James Bentham, Claude Horner, Nicole Wyko, Dr. William Toledo, McKenna Miller, Daphne Falcono, Rosalind Reynolds, Kathy Howard, Martha Schwalb, Crystal Posada, Nikki Berman, Nanette Chisholm, Alyssa Adams, Rosalinda Rosales, Brian Kelly, Nicole St. Clair, Brenna Edgerton, Kathy Johnson, Kate Christ, Beth Jones, Matthew Weaver, Teresa Bonin, Casey Swanton, Susan Kaiser, Aria Overly, Bonnie Barber, Philip Paul, James and Karen Hudson, Jaquette Cron, Michael Schaefer, Katie Silva, Lisa Cruel, Ken Mills, BJ Perez, Jane Grossman, Rachel Fisher, David Zapita, Sandra Martin, Jenna Barshabi, Michelle Beck, Anonymous, Andrew Cristancho, Mary Culpepper, Kate Flohoft, Adrian Lowry, Miranda Marone, Marilyn Knuth, Colin Steisman, Nadia Entrick, Lisa Crual, Debbie Reynolds, Jane Voskel, Diane Bonfiglou, Georgia Russell, Tara Lynn, Jennifer Bochensky, Anonymous, Gabriella Ruvalcaba, Stuart Terry, Chris Engstrom, Brandon Siri, Kathy, Mary Beth Collins, Stephanie Crown, Adriana Benjamin, Donald and Nancy Peterson, Jeff Smith, Heidi S., Amber Falgot, Paul Smith, Anonymous, Bryant Gibb, William Way, Lindsay Lafayette, Sherry Fierro, Ty Polskamp, Kate, Keith Bingham, Pete Allen, Stacy Maddox, Anonymous, David Larrabee, Pat Arnott, Leanne Leader, Kathy Merlino, Ron Rux, Carrie Laster, James Williams, Elizabeth Cornella, Annie Ricks, Laura Murphy, Hannah McMahon, Shauna Baker, Kelsey Parker, Janine Luciani, Sean Tulsi, Tori Ostrom, Pam Roth, Sonia Morial, Jody Cortez, Diane Crown, Jenny Snaza, Anonymous, Cindy Gray, Sherry Adelman, Patricia Coates, Mirna Zovic, and Christiana Aids. That's all.
Thank you very much, JJ, and the whole team for making this meeting work this evening with both in-person and our email public comments. I think we are wrapped up with agenda item 5.05 if everyone has left and there's no one to ask questions of anyways. So we'll move on to 6.01, which is board reports. Anybody? 6.02 is superintendent's report. Nope. 7.01, future agenda item requests. Superintendent. Trustee Simon Holland, you want the job?
Thank you, Madam President. Just a couple things. When we come back on the metrics, just requesting for that August 28th, if staff could get as far as possible on filling out that San Antonio type matrix, I think that would be really helpful. I know it's a lot of work, so I'm just thinking to get as far as we can, because I think that's a really great guidance document, so if we could get as far as we can for that. And then the other thing I had talked to Dr. McNeil about earlier today, I know that when we deal with emergencies, one of the important things is, as we're going along, to think about the lessons learned so that we can do a debrief not too far out and really sort of do that self-assessment of how did it go, what did we learn, what worked and what didn't work. And so and I know you'll be providing updates to us, but I would really like to have if possible, maybe the end of September, to be able, while it's all fresh in our minds, how did it, how has it gone so far, and what have we learned, what worked and what didn't. So I would just make those requests, and I know it's a lot of work, but I also have learned that it's a lot easier to do if I do it while I'm going. Thank you.
Great, thank you. No others? Okay, then it is 7.02 for our final public comment.
Denise Paxton.
Can I touch it? Oh, just go closer? Okay. Have to get my bang for my buck here. What I'd like to ask the board is to take a look at the school zoning for Shaw Middle School and Sky Ranch. So in the past 3 years, each year at Shaw Middle School, we have lost administrator allocations as well as up to 5 teacher allocations each year. And with the opening of Sky Ranch, again, that pulled those numbers from us. We are at a place right now, as I'm sure many schools are struggling with numbers right now, where we are under again and possibly might lose our dean of students. Last year we lost a vice principal, able to replace it with a dean of students, but we're a balancing act right now to possibly lose that. We have empty classrooms at Shaw Middle School. Sky Ranch is bursting, and our portables have been taken from Shaw and moved to Sky Ranch. The building that is happening in the Sky Ranch zone area right now is just going to continue to explode on that school. So while Shaw is emptying out and losing staff, Sky Ranch is bursting. We've actually had some families ask for variances to send their students to Shaw because Sky Ranch is so full. So I ask that you take a look at that. This same thing happened when I was an elementary teacher at Lena Juniper, and they rezoned the Florence Drake, Lena Juniper area, emptied out Florence Drake, Lena Juniper bursted. We had to have portables brought in. The expense of portables as well as moving them from school to school is a huge expense on the school district and taxpayer money. So I ask that you take a look at that rezoning because it's not going to ease up for Sky Ranch at all, and help us be able to keep our support staff and build our student community back up again at Shaw Middle School. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Paxton.
We also received late public comments on agenda item 5.04 from Debbie DiCalogero, Christy Lohr, Merle Herman, Paula Kornick, Benjamin Zober, Stacy, and Cindy Gray.
Thank you very much, JJ. All right. 7.03, next meeting is Tuesday, August 25th, 2020. And I think we're still finalizing the location for that one, so we'll make that public as soon as possible. So, I will adjourn the meeting at 1:16 a.m.